Так, друзья, всем привет. Позвольте представиться. Меня зовут Витя Гордеев.
Good morning.
CISO компании
I'm
Positive
Victor
Technologies.
Gurdjieff, CISO of Positive Technologies.
Такой финальный, заключительный день нашей
This is the final day of our conference.
И сегодня наш трек посвящен полностью CISO.
And today we are talking about
различные
all things CISO.
их решения.
We'll talk about what issues exist, how you can address them, how you develop teams,
Информационную безопасность.
how you improve InfoSec
И иногда хочется как бы вот
in a company.
делать информационную безопасность, и хочется
And often, when you come into a company and start doing information security, you want to have more money, you want to have more people, you want to reach an agreement with everyone. And sometimes you feel as if you want to have a cheat code, as in a video game, so that you had unlimited money, technology, etc. And so the first presenter would be Vladimir Tashkeev from InfoSecurity, and he'll talk about exactly such cheat codes and whether it is possible to use them.
Коллеги, доброе утречко.
A very good morning, colleagues.
Нашли время, возможность
Thank you for finding the time
именно сюда.
and the energy
Вы герой. Ну,
to come here at 10 a.m. on Saturday morning.
Владимир Ташкеев меня зовут.
I'm Vladimir Tashkeev.
Ограничения, с которыми
We'll talk about the limitations
и самое главное,
that a CISO faces, and importantly, what to do with them. Okay, let's get started. IDDQD.
которая, с одной стороны,
It is a cheat code which has almost become a meme.
понимает, откуда это берется. И
We understand where it's coming from. There's a video game,
наверняка все
Doom, from 1990s.
там, собственно, есть
Everyone knows it.
ИДД-куда, которая
There's a combination of cheat code, IDDQD, which grants invulnerability. And why I'm starting from this slide, there's always
есть куча, но
a challenge.
тут работает, но не всегда.
Because, yes, okay, you have vulnerability, but here it doesn't quite work, there it works, but with limitations, etc. And we might talk about whether or where
Вот сегодняшним днем, кажется,
this comes from.
не та история, которая появилась там, допустим, с каким-то умыслом.
I think that
Понятное дело, что есть какая-то внутриигровая логика, механика.
it's not necessarily that there was some
Где-то ломается.
bad reasoning behind it.
К чему это все? Ну, давайте сейчас игруху оставим в стороне.
Okay, let's leave the video game aside and let's start talking serious things.
Сюда можно было проносить гифки, и я одну пронес.
I
Сработает.
checked that I could implement GIF files in my presentations, and I tried one. Yes, it works.
В сторону больше не
You
возвращаемся.
can see it moves its brows. Okay, good.
Почему? Или зачем?
So why?
У нас есть цели. Неважно, на самом деле, по работе.
What for? We have goals in business or in life,
И все прекрасно, мы движемся.
and things seems to be going well, but
Мало, людей нет.
something is always in the way. You're short of money, or short of people, or you have
Случаются и так далее.
regulators.
Представьте, что
Imagine
в какой-то момент все это раз
that
пропадает.
at some point in time,
Ввели комбинацию,
all of this
его больше нет.
no longer bothers you. You enter a cheat code and there are no limitations. What then?
Ну, так не бывает в жизни. Давайте попробуем.
And you might think that it doesn't happen in life, but let's try and model, let's try and think about it.
Мы почему-то все время, когда что-то
My important premise is that when
проблемы, факторы,
we're not achieving something, we are looking for some external factors, external challenges that prevent us from achieving what we want. Let's try and lift that.
да-да-да. Я сказал,
Where do we start? Okay, I mentioned goals. So what is the goal?
что цель все-таки не допускать инцидентов.
Some say that the goal is to prevent incidents, but I would expand on this.
Дело, что, наверное, там катастрофа не должна случиться, но
Clearly,
не бывают.
a catastrophe is something that we should avoid, but incidents
Зарабатывать деньги, сколько нужно? Что такое сколько уверенности, да?
will be happening.
Если что-то произойдет,
So we should have enough resources to give us confidence that if something happens that wouldn't lead to a catastrophe, that would be acceptable, would not stand in the way of our development, will continue to be able to make money. This seems to be quite obvious. And with this in mind, let's start with money. Okay, let's suppose we have unlimited money. Fine, there's a million stories of how people won lotteries and lost the money very quickly and very stupidly. But anyway,
Первый вопрос, конечно, бесконечный денег – это вообще что?
the first question,
Действительно было бесконечное денег.
endless money is exactly what? Well, if we had endless money, then we don't need to be in the business and we don't need to do information security, certainly.
Когда мы говорим бесконечный денег,
So when we say endless money, we're still talking about a particular number. And let's think of a number.
ФНС есть сайт.
The tax authority
Как представляете? На этом
has
сайте
a website, as you all know. That website
экселевская табличка,
has an Excel spreadsheet that is published on a yearly basis,
рентабельность
and it shows the profitability of industries. Say there's 100 lines, and the profitability of industries annually, and the average profitability is 6%.
все, что ко мне пришло,
So what is 6%?
я отдал.
Whatever I get minus whatever I pay,
Есть вот, условно чистый, там, вот эта разница, да?
that is
Разница, это
the difference roughly. And that is 6%.
60 рублей заработал,
So you make 106 rubles, you pay 100 rubles to operate.
вот они 6%.
Okay, and the 6 out of 106 gives you 6%.
6% это довольно...
Seems to be quite straightforward. And this is quite
Смотрите, там периоды
a stable number. If you look at various periods, the number fluctuated, but not
больше, но есть и меньше, да? Есть.
by a factor of multiple times.
Наши модельки принять, что это наш предел, верхняя планка.
So give or take,
Никто не даст, потому что
this would be the limit of our model. You wouldn't have more than 6, and if you
для меня история,
start losing money, then perhaps you don't want to be in that business.
да, 6% от оборота.
Okay, so you have your turnover or sales, 6% of your sales.
Закон, да,
I was thinking then about this law about
а вообще говоря,
revenue-based fines.
целевая аудитория это кто?
And I started to think about it in a different angle. Who's the target audience?
Мы умножаем, ну или делим на 0,97 и получаем вот
And we can divide by 0.97. We can get an interval from 667 million to 1 billion plus. So the lower
667 миллионов.
level would correspond to 667 million, and the upper level will be 16.7 billion, and half a billion would be the maximum fine. So that's our target audience, 3%.
Интервал от 40 до 1 миллиарда.
And if we take 6%, that's 40 to 1 billion. This is our unlimited money.
А в относительных величинах отсюда
If you want to talk relative,
текущий ваш бюджет,
let's take your current
умножим его
information security budget. Let's multiply it by 10, and that is the unlimited money you would have. You certainly wouldn't have more than that.
давайте играться с ней.
And then you can take any other number and try to play with that.
Всё это.
Okay, so what I'm driving at,
Бесконечные деньги.
we have our unlimited money, and
Представим, вот
we
у нас не было денег, а
should be
сегодня
happy, it seems. Suppose
на самом деле садимся,
yesterday we didn't have any money, and tomorrow we have a billion, and we sit down and think, how do we spend 1 billion?
идем, значит, в ближайший магазин, покупаем
We go
самые лучшие, самые
to
средства защиты,
the
притаскиваем.
nearest store, we buy the best security tools,
Никто не дал, да, там люди не появились, непонятно, что с
but then we don't have the resources, we don't have the people, we don't know what to do with that. But we're smart, we don't buy just those tools, but we also buy them with a service
ставить, интегрировать.
to have them installed. And people come in and they install and integrate, etc. Then the next thing we come across is project management.
Проект идет самотеком, ну, высока
So
вероятность.
if a project runs on its own, it's
Теперь в ограничении,
very probable that it wouldn't
что нам нужно
reach its goals. So the next limitation is that we've got to need our resources to manage people. HR, okay, we have hired people. Our next limit is IT. It turns out the IT is not ready. Any change,
перестроение этого ландшафта,
any reshuffling of the IT landscape, you will appreciate it's a lot of effort. Okay, suppose we address that. Next, we've got to make decisions.
мало того, что надо договориться с ИТ,
I think you appreciate that.
очевидно, влияет
You've got to talk to IT, and that would influence on how the company is making money, how the business is making money, the convenience of the use, the interaction, etc. And you've got to make decisions. It's not
Допустим, с этим тоже
very quick and it's not very straightforward. Okay, suppose we address that as well. Then we say we hire a lot of people, but those people have to become a team. They've got to learn how to interact. They've got to understand who's responsible for what. There's got to be seamless integration. And a new issue arises. Time has to pass to achieve that. Okay, so we have addressed all that and we have
перестроение,
reached
оно тоже как
all agreements and we going forward. Time is required for the change or transition, or name it,
вот проблема
whichever name you want.
получили,
So the issue is this. Okay, you've got your unlimited money and life is great, but for it to work, you would need 12 to 24 months.
что если мы здесь
For some it's going to be less, for others it's going to be more.
попадаем. Окей. Давайте вторая история.
Let's now look at another aspect.
Да, давайте здесь послесловие. Да, много денег и мало денег — это почти одно и то же.
And then having
Тем не менее.
little money and having a lot of money
Едем дальше.
looks actually similar. Okay, let's move on.
Популярная тема. Мы начинаем импортозамещаться.
Currently, it is quite popular to say that we'll be doing import substitution, but suddenly it doesn't work quite well. It doesn't either completely work or it works only partially.
Все это наконец заработало.
But suppose all of it works.
Вернулись и так далее.
Everything is comfortable again. We have all the buttons back, and we have 100% effectiveness. Okay, so let's
Процентов на самом деле это что такое? Это
think about it. 100% means
исчерпывающий перечень, например, атак.
that a particular list of attacks, threats, and kill chains is covered
Зарабатывается действительно со 100%
fully
эффективностью.
with 100% effectiveness. But it keeps evolving.
Матрица
Today, your Maitri matrix looks one way. In 1 year's time, it would look differently. In 2 years' time, it would look differently still. New vectors will emerge, and some people may also remember AI. Yes, there's a lot of development there, but you've got to
эффективно, оно может быть
catch up with it.
с какими-то ограничениями
So
допустим.
when we say about 100% effectiveness, there are always limitations about that in a particular context or at a particular point in time.
Как рынок развивается.
And you can look at the evolution of the market development
Давайте вот с антивирусом.
to appreciate what I'm talking about. Let's think antivirus. Everyone was running about
Прошлый век всегда.
talking antivirus, and now people say that antivirus is last century. Some say that, okay, EDR is the next big thing.
Да, там от самого простого мы закрываем.
What about the use cases? From a very simple one, we address a very particular TTP to a very large
Не поворачивается язык сказать.
area of security. Then security tools. I don't want to say ecosystem.
Система, но тем не менее.
If we put several security tools under one umbrella, they are still not an ecosystem. But still, this is developing. And suppose that we have everything we need, we do all the configuration, but in a year's time you need a different configuration. And talking about vulnerabilities and malware, you can't always be sure.
Здесь противоречие.
So 100% security is an oxymoron. It's a contradiction in terms.
Давайте едем дальше.
Okay, so things seem still to be
У
wrong.
нас есть гаечный ключ.
Let's move on. Okay, we say we have a wrench,
Таким образом, чтобы
and we could use it in such a way so that there was no leak in the valve, so that we were never breached, etc. But then suddenly we remember that InfoSec is there
все было абсолютно безопасно. Для того,
not to have everything airtight, but primarily to help business make money. So if we apply extra efforts, then the business has less capability to make money. Yes, that reduces the risk. But when you speak about the risk for the business, the flip side of that,
если мы говорим
a high-risk business should be highly marginal. And if we said that we had a high-risk, high-return business, if we over-applied the range efforts, then the obvious things happens.
давайте вот опять же искусственный интеллект, да, какая история.
Let's mention AI.
привлекаем сторонние сервисы.
Okay, we use third-party services, AI-based, etc. Yes, it is linked to risks, but it is also about money. So our goal here is to balance.
Сколько нужно бизнесу.
The answer here would be that we need as much security as the business wants. And how much is that? You'd better go to the business and ask. Okay, let's move on.
Мы говорили, да, у нас эффективные СЗИ. Теперь
We said, or we talked about effective
как такое может быть?
security tools. Let's suppose we have a breach, but there's a zero damage. Well, is zero damage possible?
Такой базовый вариант. Нас пробили.
Well, let's imagine that it is possible. We were breached, but we recovered very quickly. We didn't lose any money. The business continuity is there. The business continues to operate. Yes, it is about continuity. It is about the ability to recover.
Значит, быстренько восстанавливаться.
And since we have a cheat code, that means that we recover quickly, instantaneously. But the problem is as follows. If we look at,
Например, с атакой шифровальщика.
say, 2025 encryptor attack, it's not that our service has crashed. It's just that our backups were encrypted, and also the hypervisor was encrypted, and something goes wrong, and we are not confident that all other infrastructure is not compromised. And when we try to recover, it turns out that we don't have
Примеров
anything to recover to, and we don't have the data. I think examples are clear, including from media reports, that things happen.
можно говорить про киберустойчивость.
Okay, and we can speak about cyber resilience.
Является целью
We can say that a prevention of incidents is not always a goal.
тоже, но тем не менее факт остается фактом. Едем дальше.
Moving on.
Всегда мы говорим про что? Что все очень прекрасно, люди, нам нужны люди.
But then again, we
Ну и, конечно,
say that
неожиданно
we also need people, and suddenly the people are not there.
И вот случается чудо, и рынок оживает.
And let's suppose there's a miracle. The labor market
Много,
is suddenly
по адекватной цене найти того, кому нам нужно.
able to supply what we need at the right price. And importantly, those people would be super motivated,
Ну, и, собственно, то, что нужно.
super capable to learn new competences. So let's say that it goes beyond our dreams. We hire them, but then suddenly it turns out that they are not the right level of competence.
Перемещаемся от внешнего контекста
Why?
к внутренней. Проблема в том,
If we switch from the external context again to the external one, then often, or in fact never, we
есть человек,
don't know who are the people that we need. If we put a person to a certain
человек
job,
занимается, что
and we hope that the person would find their way around, that they would get to know the right people,
нам пользу.
and that they would be useful to us. Yes, that is so.
Что есть
And some may say that there's the onboarding procedure. Well, not all companies have it, but many have it.
дальняя история,
But I'm talking about a bigger thing,
у нас
that
нет выхода. Учить постоянно.
we have no choice but to provide continuous
И вот дальше
training
вопрос, чему?
to everyone. But questions remains, to teach them what?
Каждого направления, вообще говоря,
To train them in what?
как выглядит вот это
Ideally, we want to understand for every
моделью компетенции.
position what the development track looks like. We could call it a competence model, we can call it a
Да, то есть, когда мы
training
у нас
track
человек
or path.
должен крутить какую-то
The
схему,
essence is the same.
сразу возникает,
When we say that a person should be responsible for a particular security tool,
должен уметь
then
крутить, а еще раз
it turns out that a person should know about the landscape, and they should have some soft skills, they should be able to talk to people and communicate with people, and they need to have some side knowledge, and how much of that they need, and in what areas they need.
моя боль. И
It is my personal pain, I must admit.
сам руководителем
As a manager myself,
проблема.
I can feel it very
В момент времени должны примерно понимать
Much.
ожидания от людей,
At every point in time, we've got to understand what we expect of our people
куда они могут расти, как выглядит
at their current job, how they can grow, how would this path look like.
HR.
And you could say, well, isn't this
HR не решает, только мы решаем.
HR's concern? Well, not quite. The HR
Едем дальше.
doesn't make the decision. We make the decision. Okay, moving on.
Регуляторы.
Regulators.
Регуляторы там.
Everyone says, okay, regulators are in the way. We have revenue-based fines. Okay, let's speculate about this as well.
Каких
Imagine there are no limitations. Okay, what changes?
В 21-м приказе в стека больше не написано, что
In the Federal State Export Controls Decree number 21, say it no longer says that you need an antivirus. Does that mean you wouldn't need an antivirus? Or wouldn't you use security tools simply because they are in the rules? Well, we've got to understand that compliance is lagging behind, and the market is developing, the maturity level goes higher, and compliance with time matches it. And it may happen once every 5 years, or it may happen year in, year out, but the essence is the same. The maturity of the market increases, and then the regulator raises the bar. It often happens like this.
что сейчас все ограничения отменились,
So when we say that
ничего не поменялось.
all limitations are lifted, what would change? Nothing would change. We have agreed that we have security tools, 100% effective. We have millions and billions of money. What else do we need? Yes, we need to fill in some spreadsheets. We need to engage in empty
И так далее.
discussions about what critical infrastructure is.
То можно действительно закрыть деньгами, ресурсами и так далее.
But it seems that this part can be addressed with money or resources,
И вообще отдать это
or
кому-нибудь.
to give it to someone else, in fact, to outsource it.
IDC, если не ошибаюсь, или Форестер подсказывает, что с 26 года чуть ли не треть
And
compliance, вообще говоря,
I think either IDC or Forrester says that in 2026, 1/3 of companies
скидывая его просто на аутсорс.
would outsource their compliance. All the reporting tables, the documents that distract you from your core business, well, just outsource it. Isn't it lovely? Let's move on.
Вот, и тут мы, собственно, добираемся до истории, которая касается нас самих. Да, все
And here we
ограничения внешние.
come to ourselves. We kept talking about external limitations. Let's
Вот эти
now do some introspection
И
and try to look at our own home, at our own walls. And what do we see?
нужно ли вообще что-то?
And
Нужно ли вообще нам?
question arises,
Нужна ли нам вообще помощь какая-то? Да, нужен
do we need
действительно чит-код или
any help? Do we need any cheat code?
минимум разрешить?
Or can we
Просто один за другим.
address all these problems ourselves?
История с деньгами.
Let's look at them one by one. Let's take money first. Okay, we said that if there's no money, it's bad. If you have too much money, well, it's not good either,
Цели достигаем все равно очень медленно. Значит,
because we'll still be slow to reach our goal. So what do we need to do? We've got to negotiate. We've got to grow gradually.
двигаться поступательно и
We've got to move incrementally.
исключительно про переговоры.
And then it
Ровно про переговоры.
turns out to be a matter of negotiations.
Все равно этот план будете обсуждать, к чему-то привязывать.
Because if you think planning, you would still need to negotiate and discuss those plans. You need to provide arguments, etc.
Да, наверное,
Yes, so negotiation skills. Quite tough,
мы вытянем хотя бы ноги в
Not
это направление. Это прям вообще
awfully quick. But if we
следующая история. Про
look in that direction, we're going to achieve awesome
там чего-то не закрывать,
results.
не дотягивать,
Security tools. Yes, every security tool standalone
построить какую-то
falls short, but
серьезную
our
цепочку, модель,
aim is to
да,
build
систему, если хотите,
a comprehensive system, if you will, out of those individual tools.
советчиков, книг мудрости.
And there are many options to turn to, many advisors, many books. You could look at zero trust, you could
Можем
build
продвигать
kill chains using matrices, you can use scenario analysis,
события,
unacceptable events,
и так далее. И, собственно, точечно закрывать то, что самое важное.
and focus on the most critical things. You can do all that, nothing prevents you.
Говорили про, допустим,
Next,
IT, да?
we talked about IT.
То же самое. Переговоры,
Same thing.
партнерские отношения.
Negotiations, partnership.
На самом деле, тонкий такой момент, если мы
And a fine point here.
какую-нибудь умную книжку про
If we
внутреннего контроля, то
look up some smart book on
там 3 уровня
systems and controls, you would see there are 3 levels of defense. And information security
уровню и
is normally level 2 or tier 2, sets the rules
соблюдались.
and makes sure that the rules are observed.
Здесь стереть границу между первым и
So as long as we try to remove the boundary between tier 1 and tier 2, yes, there might be an issue that we as InfoSec
но мы так
start to be a responsibility about what's happening in IT, but we'll be quicker in achieving our goals like this rather than standing aside.
хочу, не могу слово подобрать.
And I'm looking for a word.
Мы пишем служебные записки,
Well, we write office memos,
требуем что-то выполнить, и не вмешиваемся, толку с этого не очень много.
produce our demands, but we're not really get involved. It doesn't work very well. Okay, moving on. People.
Рынок мертв.
Well, the market is
Там, на самом деле, попытаться
sulking.
обойти и это,
But
и растить молодых специалистов.
we can find a workaround. We can grow our talent
Нюанс первый в том, что молодых
from
специалистов
when they're young.
найти, в отличие от... Но
The good thing is that young experts
внутренние ограничения,
are possible to find.
например, в HR.
But then again, we come across internal limitations, say HR. Imagine you hire
Начинающего специалиста с горящими глазами,
a junior expert
супермотивацией и так далее,
with
звезда.
a lot of enthusiasm, a star professional,
Смотрели, убедились,
and he's been around for 12 months, and you see that they are good,
надо бы, наверное, и жалование поднимать.
and
И тут, собственно,
perhaps you should give them a pay rise.
ходите в HR,
And here's what
надо
happens.
поднимать.
You
Вот смотрите,
come to HR and ask them for a pay rise. And HR tells you, okay, last year inflation was 10%.
поднять на 12.
You can give them a pay rise of 12%.
Ну, дальше понятно, что происходит.
That's a king's offer for you.
Ходит.
Okay, and then a clear thing happens.
Проблема в том, что
The person
вы
just
начинаете в эту игру играть,
leaves.
вы не можете, не имеете права остановиться.
And if you start playing this game,
У вас
you can't stop.
выстроиться, лестница, конвейер.
You should have
То есть у вас всегда
a pipeline. Call it whatever you want.
к постоянному поиску, к постоянному обучению.
It's about
На
continuous
самом деле это все происходит с конверсией, потому что все равно есть
recruitment,
только людей, ничего с этим не сделать.
continuous training, etc. There should be a pipeline.
Надо быть готовым.
And
Мы должны
this is something that you simply have to accept. We've got to reorganize ourselves, we've got to talk to HR, and then it's going to work.
еще
What else do we have?
регулятор.
Regulator.
Я считаю, что регулятор нам на самом деле помогает.
I think that the regulator is more helping us than standing in the way.
Требования это прям
Why?
прекрасный способ.
Because we keep talking about money, but regulatory requirements are a good argument to sell a budget increase. And in this aspect, they are certainly on our side. Yes, sadly, there are some forms to be filled and there are some limitations, but it seems that they bring more benefits than they do harm.
Только мы говорим про то, что мы что-то пытаемся поделать, схитрить, обойти и так далее.
And when we think about
Вспоминать про то, что
cutting corners, finding workarounds, we start remembering things such as a governance system, and we start thinking that maybe we should really
ну, вот три тезиса я на самом деле сюда вынес.
look into that.
Есть какая-то основа, которую вы можете приделывать определенные элементы.
And essentially, you have some basis
Понимать,
to which
что важно для компании.
you can connect
Что вы делаете, связано с
extra elements.
способом компании зарабатывать деньги.
You have an understanding of how what you do connects with how the company makes money, and you have management support.
Кто тоже ставит сложные пароли. Ну, наверное, про это тоже, но
And management support is not about managers asking employees to create
просто абстрактное. А вы
good passwords,
конкретно договорились,
although it's that as well. But it's about support in the form of resources, whatever resources you need, whether money or staff or the resources of other teams.
и вот здесь, когда мы говорим про систему менеджмента или там про систему управления,
And as we talk about a governance system,
книжек-то умных написано много.
what we're really talking about is that
127.201.
there are a lot of smart books. You can take ISO 27,
Берем
and it's 200 pages. You take a NIST document, it's the same, and people start reading it. They open 27001, and they read to page, say, 27, and it says, develop a policy. Okay, good, very clear. We drop everything and we write a policy.
понимаете, да? То есть люди
You see what I'm
воспринимать это как
driving at? So people start
к действию,
really seeing this as a manual, as an operating manual.
делать как написано.
They start following it as a checklist, and it doesn't work, and people get disappointed. They say, those are stupid books, and throw them away.
Вопрос, допустим, проблема в книжках. А что тогда мы ожидаем в книжках увидеть?
Okay, we can say that the problem is in the books, but what were we expecting to see in the books? You may be surprised, but in 2022, 23,
Кто пилит свои фреймворки?
up until now,
Кибербезу.
quite a lot of people developed their own frameworks in cybersecurity.
несколько
I can give you a few examples off the top of my head.
совершенно разные, на самом деле, компании. Вендор,
Very different companies, vendors, integrators,
казалось бы, ничем не связанные, но, тем не менее, каждый что-то предлагает. Почему?
are
Потому что
developing their own solutions.
да, универсальные книжки слишком универсальны,
Why? Because the books are too
абстрактные.
general, too abstract,
Ну и вот мы,
and you've got to have something more specific.
да, я подготовил чек-лист, можно
And
фотографировать.
I have developed a checklist for you. You can take a snapshot of it. If you have a book that addresses all these, then you are covered. If you don't have a book,
Из этих кубиков
then you've got to use these building blocks, and you should be good.
конкретики. Мы открываем какую-нибудь умную книгу.
Okay, let's get more specific. So we open a good book and we learn about remote work and managing remote mobile devices. So you need to determine the policy to consider the risks related to this and that and so forth. It's not that specific, it's not that clear.
Эта история.
But if we kind of
Когда у меня есть, допустим, генеральный директор, у которого есть
change it for a specific situation, I have a CEO who has a personal MacBook and he wants to reach corporate email and we need to make it secure, then it's a specific example. Okay, another example.
не миллион, сотни, да?
So we have
Мер защиты,
hundreds of measures
защиты.
for security. The market of ISS
Понять все-таки
is quite broad, and you can add some services to that. And then the question comes, what relates to a given level of maturity? So a good framework should answer this question. So we have some ready solutions answering this question, and so on.
Должны понимать, что важно для компании. Вновь, да, можем называть это любыми словами, но нам нужно
Well,
понимать,
we should understand what is important for the company. So we should understand what might go wrong such a way that the company won't be able to make more money. This might be called a risk profile, a risk map, or unacceptable events, whatever. So the idea is that we should connect the way of making money to our understanding of what could go wrong and what to do about it. So we start with what to protect, then from what, and only then how we protect.
конечного результата.
So then we should have some kind of the target result image.
Ну, нам надо понять,
So when we talk about planning, we should understand where we want to be in a year, 2 or 3.
ну,
And
если это
if
направление, окей,
we have some kind of overall
если у нас
direction with some assumptions, that's fine. If we don't have anything,
проблема,
well, this becomes a problem. We don't know
коллеги, но
where we are going. Well, this kind of looks obvious, but anyway.
ну, теперь уже
Well,
отвязываемся
talking about money.
бесконечное количество,
So
начинаем.
we are now counting our money.
Не все,
It's not an endless
не все
cashback anymore. So then we understand that not everything we would love to buy
эта история про
can return well
Богу, да, 2020
its investment. And we're talking about risks. So in 2025, people can quantify risks in rubles, in rupees, or in any other way.
можем сравнить.
So now we can compare things.
Так, что у нас осталось? Рынок, да? Рынок.
Okay, the market.
Понятная история абсолютно. Мы должны
This is really clear.
компетенции.
We should understand that we have competencies.
То, как мы
So we are talking about our way of managing our staff. I mean, us in the cybersecurity field. Not HR overall, but it's us specifically. So what we do, what we want to achieve, and so on. Some
когда мы говорим про
metrics. When we talk about metrics and indicators,
закатанных глаз,
then people kind of start rolling their eyes because it's always abstract, non-specific, some metrics, some indicators showing things,
ведем.
and so on and so forth.
Давайте
Okay, let's simplify it as much as we can.
тем.
Okay,
Средства меры защиты.
my kind of number one metrics. Who calculates metrics related to the coverage by ISS? Scanners, antiviruses, ADRs, SOC, and so on. They all have their coverage, but not everybody kind of estimates it.
Все прекрасно.
And last but not least, we have discussed things. So we have some documents, we add some policies,
И так далее.
we have some ISS installed.
Работает или нет?
Okay, does it work?
И практически
That's the question.
она совершенно точно
And
необходима.
well, the practical
Просто в каком виде?
kind of
пентестеры,
view of this is really important. Do we need pen tests or red teaming, maybe cyber
отдельности или все
exercises or bug bounty? But we should have these things either independently or collectively. It's the only way to understand whether it works or not.
Да, я сказал, что многие начали такие фреймворки
Well,
делать.
many are now making these frameworks, but you don't necessarily have to wait. So if we look at all these CISO 18 and fairs and so on, if we look at this as some building blocks for
Колесико
us
и так далее.
to play with, like building blocks and wheels and so on, then, well, similarly, we don't have any obstacles. So the important thing is that you should wish to do something. When there is a wish, there is a way.
Вывод
And this brings us to our conclusions. And they are kind of self-explanatory, aren't they?
чем ближе мы к тому, что происходит
So the closer we are to the things going on inside the company or inside of us, the stronger the limitations.
в наших силах,
And conversely,
все поменять.
it's up to us to change everything. We can do it.
Если не поменять, то точно
Why
попробовать.
not? At least we can try.
Ну, другие очевидные тезисы про то, что не обязательно идти сквозь стену.
Well, you don't have to break through the wall. You might walk around it. We should try planning. Well, it looks obvious, but indeed it's not a way of life for everyone.
У нас всегда
So
есть
if we do things,
из чего собрать.
we should have some kind of building blocks, some ready solutions, and they are plentiful. Just get them and start building.
Ну, собственно, и все.
And that's
О
it.
чем я здесь скажу.
And the final thing I'm going to mention,
Вся вот эта история про ограничения, она,
all these things about
ну, например, лично я достиг просветления,
constraints
пытаюсь там поделиться.
is not like me being enlightened and I'm trying to share it with you. No, this is my pain. I have the same problems. I have bottlenecks. I have some walls to bang my head
Но это я делюсь с вами одновременно и болью.
against. So I'm sharing with you some pain and some ways to overcome this. So this is true for me personally. So on Monday, I will start my day by thinking about this. And you're welcome to follow suit. Thank you very much, colleagues.
Владимир, спасибо большое.
Thank you, Vladimir.
Подход, мысли.
It's a really interesting approach,
Задумался, что
quite exciting.
когда играешь в
You
компьютер,
know, when you play computer games and you want to use some cheat codes and to quickly go through the game, you don't enjoy it that much anymore. So all the joy is when you try to kill the bad guy 20 times, generating your experience. But here, the cheat codes, they only help you in the short term. So when you generate some experience through solving real problems, you might generate
микрофон.
solutions and experience. So please do ask questions. We have a mic in the room.
Все читеры.
Okay, you all like cheating, don't you?
Так, ну, в таком случае, Владимир, спасибо.
Well, thank you very much, Vladimir. Thank you, colleagues.
Прерываемся на паузу.
We'll have a break, and at 11 we'll have the next speech. Thank you.
Итак, друзья, всем еще раз привет.
Hello, everyone again. Let's proceed.
Довольно-таки
And
интересно,
now we'll hear quite an interesting speech.
как CISO
How a CISO worked as a first-line analyst.
своих процессов.
Just understood the pain of the processes, and we have Kirill Makashev, the Ozone CISO or CISO, to talk about this. Okay, hello guys. I hope you can hear me.
Во-первых, спасибо всем, кто пришел офлайн.
So I'd like to thank everybody who's come here offline. You are the bravest, the most excited. That's
Если люди пришли,
what I like about the Saturday morning speeches at PhD days. Well, if you are here, I think that you're really motivated, and I'd like to welcome those to listen to us online. Okay, I'm the Ozone CISO. We obviously have a SOC,
расскажу сегодня
and now I'll talk about the SOC and how we built it.
действительно про то, как
I will talk
однажды
about the way
намеренно
I
сотрудником первой линии СОК.
became the first line staff member at the SOC.
Значит, ну что, мы начали
That's me.
в Озон в 2022 году.
Well, I came to Ozone in 2022.
Уже в смысле,
At that time, Ozone
СОК и
had established a SOC, and it looked like that.
был
We had
3 джуна и 2 стажера.
a boss, and at that time,
За эти 3 года сильно
well, we had one senior, 3 middle guys, 3 juniors, and 2 interns. So we have grown quite a lot in terms of the
развивать. Стало понятно,
processes and so on.
СОК тоже.
We understood that we need to develop the structure. The SOC should also develop and grow. So we started building the structure and processes.
К 2025 году получилось,
By 2025,
мы их называем 3 линии, да, там
we developed these 3 lines. There are different names for them, but
у нас есть
we have adopted this type of learning. We have the first line dealing with alerts and requests. We have line 2, the analysts, those who
пишут алерты,
code rules, correlations, develop alerts, and can quickly find logs in their CM.
ребята, которые занимаются,
So these guys
скажем, не на фронтлайне, но
are
занимаются
not
процессом.
at the front line, but they still deal with alerting and monitoring. And the third line would be engineers. So these guys kind of handle the CM itself. You can see a big crowd of cool guys who support kind of the digestion of all these terabytes of data going to our CMs. Splunk. Oh, did I say Splunk? Okay, CM.
Я так готовился к этому вопросу.
I've been ready, for this question. Okay.
Первую линию мы создали в 2023
We
году.
established the first line in 2023.
Ну, потому что стало понятно,
Why?
что есть
Well, because it got kind of clear that we have a mess in terms of processing requests,
чтобы
and we want
только
the guys to be focused on dealing with requests, those who would look at the graphs, alerts, and
такие какие-то рутинные
positives, and run some routine work, so that the engineers,
инфрасеки, датасеки, обсеки
InfoSecs, DataSecs, and OpSecs should be doing their things
там
and pay less attention to dealing with alerts.
первую линию,
So we launched the first line,
и эти процессы.
and we delegated to it the processes mentioned.
В 2024 году мы поняли,
In 2024, we understood that the alerts might come not only
нужна первая линия.
within the business hours, so we decided to have a
Ну, кроме того, что алерт,
first line 24/7. Okay, alerts and requests, they come outside of business hours, and at night people
сделать днем,
may do some things they didn't have time for
4 на
during the day, so we launched the 24/7 option. That's how we kind of came to this.
в этом году
So,
первичную обработку обращений, алертов.
Primary
То есть
work with alerts
алерты изначально попадают
was dealt with by the first line starting with 2024. So, okay, not all of them, but most of all these alerts. So we have some important alerts. They go to incident investigation. Some alerts might go somewhere else, but well, most of these alerts are now dealt with by line 1. So 2024 for us was the year when we understood that we wanted to measure whether it's all effective and useful, are we going the right way, and do the changes in the processes really improve them. So we started thinking about metrics. Okay, I told my reports, heads of departments, well, I asked them to do something with metrics. So we should start measuring things and to get some kind of output from it. The first line, well, became the front runners and enthusiasts, and those who were the first to do it. And that's why the most mature metrics we have today are first-line metrics. The guys are investing colossal resources into this, the way I see it. So we started looking at this first-line metrics for every kind of for every kind of ruler, as we call it. So there we have some alerts. So we have overall number of requests, talking kind of giving us the picture of the overall condition in terms of InfoSec, and there we saw some correlations. Okay, we saw some phishing emails, more requests, but then next week something different happened, and so on. So we started this kind of reflection exercise based on metrics, and it turned out to be quite useful. Today, in 2025, we kind of brought together the InfoSec metrics. We have the same kind of ruler to measure them, and the first line as the front runners, they are consolidating the process of calculating all this, and they really help us. And in 2025, we introduced the internship program. Okay, what are the advantages of the first line of SOC? Well, line 1. So this guys follow playbooks. Well, they should be written in the first place. But we have them. Okay, if you have this alert, you do it this way. You enrich it, you get the logs, you block the account, and you transfer all this here or there. On the other hand, just like other InfoSec guys, we are quite concerned with the HR market in the field of InfoSec. One of the solutions would be to develop your kind of HR potential in-house. So you should hire those having no experience and convert them into experienced guys. So these unexperienced guys are interns. So they are students, they are bright-eyed and bushy-tailed. So we invite them, we teach them. So the first line is a matching platform. On one hand, we have playbooks. On the other hand, we have kind of those to teach, those who need instructions. So here you are. So you have the internship program for line 1, and it really works great. I will share some specifics later. Then these guys grow, they can be rotated inside the team, and they can go to OPSEC, those who want to investigate incidents, so they can further progress there. So here we have interns, students who come to us. They are so cool. Well, and our first line is so cool, and we are the coolest. Why so? Okay, 75% of the guys we hire are our trainees or interns, and our 4 interns are middle middle-level guys. 4 of them have become leads, so they are bosses. More than half of them are now staff employees or FTEs. 4 out of 6 rotations outside of SOC. We have 4 guys who went outside of the SOC, InfoSec, OPSEC, and so on. And now we have 13 interns. I'd like to use this opportunity to say hello to Line 1 and all the interns. I hope they are watching us. Okay, we'll make them watch the video anyway. Okay, the first line is there. Sometimes alerts come, sometimes they don't. Sometimes these guys just have nothing to do. Okay, so we need to give them something to do. So we decided that some baseline routine processes should be performed by line 1, such as some trash of bug bounty, just to understand, is it in Russian or is it in plain language or not? Is it a bug, can it be reproduced, or maybe it's not a bug? Another process, like approving internet access. Well, you might think that the InfoSec understanding or education for a student for line 1, it's clear to understand whether an accountant needs the internet if she wants to listen to Yandex Music or not. So maybe for this you don't need to distract those dealing with projects. So you have guys who can quickly and competently, with good quality, take care of these processes. So we came up with a process. We developed a flow to bring the processes to line 1. And this is the gate where the first line managers, the guys doing it, can take on board some InfoSec processes from other departments. So they say, okay, we have a backlog, so please queue. So in terms of bug bounty, so what do? So OPSECs come and train them. They tell them, okay, you deal with bug bounties like that. So they supervise them for some time, and then it's L1 responsibility. So we look at the metrics to see whether it works fine or not. We adjust this along the way, and with time, they accumulated quite a lot of processes. Here are 2 other examples of the processes shifted to L1. Number 1, vulnerability management. We have many vulnerabilities which we highlight based on the descriptions, the ones which apply to us, but the overall baseline assessment of criticality. So is it 10 scores or 5 scores in terms of the ISS? So we understand that this is about numbers, we can automate it, and human decision making, well, we believe is the best thing to manage vulnerabilities. So we can ask, ask them, these guys, to find an exploit, and if they find it, we ask them to use some test range to play with it. Then you might read something like Twitter. Oh, is it banned? Okay, yes. So you shouldn't read Twitter then. Okay. So try to find some information about this stuff, and then following this baseline inspection, they can continue the flow, down the flow. So if it is an incident, if there are many scores, then they start responding to this. If it's a few scores, then they deal with it, and there are some automation tools around this. But the guys still keep an eye on this. Well, VPN. Some say, I need VPN access here and there. So the guys have a look at this justifications. Well, some advanced guys might say that you should use AI here. Well, but this is not the topic for today. We have a different room talking about AI now. Okay, what are the problems or tasks we have?
к 25 году написано
in 2025. You can see this in the screen.
проблемы, но это такие как бы
Well, they're not exactly problems, but I would say they're growth opportunities
в целом структура выросла.
or some kind of attention highlights. So the infrastructure has grown, we gave them some processes and playbooks, and we kind of supervised the process for some time, but then we stopped
И эти процессы нужно
doing this. But these processes should be streamlined, and overall the InfoSec processes and the first line processes, they should be improved. Well, the structure has grown, and the kind of first line guys, they're not exactly detached, but they are kind of standalone. So they deal with requests and alerts, but we deal with projects. Well, I don't think it's a good idea.
Ну, вся команда из-за этого подрасслабилась.
The team kind of relaxed. If you are not kind of distracted by the users every day, you focus on the projects and your mindset gets changed in a way.
Чтобы
And we had this task. So the line one people, they had to be rotated outside of the SOC, and this should be somehow supported and maintained, organized, so that people can meet and for the rotation to take place.
И тут нам в голову пришла гениальная мысль.
And then a wonderful idea occurred to us.
Давайте сотрудники ИБ
Okay, the InfoSec guys outside of the SOC,
и сядут
they should go
подежурить на первой линии.
on duty for line one. So they'll remember the good old past, how 2 years ago we dealt with alerts and requests together. They would talk to line one guys.
Может быть, из этого что-то получится.
Maybe, well, something will come out of it.
Передавали.
They will have a look at the processes they have shared.
Почему у меня так? Сейчас. Ну ладно. Так, так, так. Ну ладно, давайте по этому же слайду. Короче, да. Ну, во-первых, тонус, да, для всей команды, они расслабились.
Well, this was important to
Смотреть себе кого-то.
kind of toughen up the whole team because they got relaxed. And then they kind of would be able to find someone to rotate to their teams because the guys kind of can meet, they will revise their own playbooks, give some important advice. So we decided that this was a good idea.
Ну, вот давайте.
And I said, okay, all the bosses should go to line one.
Первая линия пошла, придумала для этого.
Okay.
Как это все.
They developed a format for this to happen. Well, not too long, just 3 hours.
За 3 часа,
But within 3 hours,
ну, на мой взгляд, очень хороший.
we obtain a very good effect. Yesterday,
Здесь вещать.
I was talking what I was kind of going to do, and they told me, no, it should be a week, not 3 hours. But in our experience, even 3 hours, they're
Значит, как проходит это все?
greatly useful. Okay, how do we do it?
Который стажируется, он приходит на первую линию.
Okay, the intern goes to line one, so we are all there in one room. So the guy shares the screen for everybody to see what he or she is doing, so that they don't make mistakes, because they have their own processes, and it's important to do it right. So he shares the screen. Everybody is kind of keeping an eye on the guy, so you cannot make a mistake. So now I'm kind of converting to first person. Why? Because I was the first one to join this program. I was really interested. Okay, I came there, I shared the screen, the guys are sitting around me. It was so unusual for all of them. Well, just imagine someone outside of the SOC comes and tries to do their job with them.
И, мне кажется, им понравилось.
Well, I think they liked it.
Было необычно.
It was quite unusual for them.
Ну, я потом покажу отзывы, да,
I can share some feedback, by the way.
интересные, которые стоит показать, но в целом отзывы...
Well, overall, the feedback was positive from both the guys and the
Человек обрабатывает
interns. Okay, so you deal with the requests for 90 minutes, you answer the questions from the business users. So, like, the mouse is working its way, I've lost my password, what should I do? I have an email I haven't asked for, so where should I refer it? And things like that.
сбор алертов,
And so for
кроме
90 minutes we dealt with alerts and sophisticated tickets. So we have our channel, our InfoSec tickets for some long-term project work. So line 1 deals with it. Then after all of that, we get our brief feedback. Then we provide a more detailed report on how it worked out. And then line 1 starts dealing with this feedback.
Как я готовился?
Okay, how I was getting ready.
Запросил доступ.
To begin with, I asked access to all the chats. Line 1
Меня добавили в ротацию.
is added to. I was added to a rotation, to the duty kind of piece, to receive all the alerts. And the most difficult thing for me was to read the playbooks we had developed throughout the history of Line 1, because it turned out that we had too many of them. I kind of realized
Передали.
that really a lot of work had been transferred to Line 1. They're doing a lot indeed.
Я не
Well, frankly, I didn't read the playbooks. I
Я подумал, я же знаю.
admitted it then, and I can admit it now. Well, I know this stuff. It was me who kind of drafted almost all of them, so I can sort it out.
Ну, примерно план вот такой. Значит,
Okay, then the plan. So we come to know each other. Okay, we
заведены.
change the shift. We look at the chat, the tickets.
Потом
We deal with the process. Then we have a break. We consider
значит, занимаемся
the alerts. We deal with the tickets, and we remove vulnerabilities from software and from products.
передаю дежурству.
And then I kind of transfer the shift back to them.
План понятный, да?
Well, I think it's more or less clear. It's like a default plan. It's the way it should be.
Вот есть маленький QR-код.
Here we have a little QR code.
Это ссылка на
This is
до сих пор актуальную статью
a
на
link for a Harbor
поводу
article
того, как у нас работает процесс
on
риск-тикет.
how this risk ticket process works.
Не изменилось.
You're welcome. It's more or less the same way now as it's described
Актуально.
there.
В целом мы пишем много статей на Хабр.
We write a lot of articles, publish them
Кстати, про это тоже.
at the Harbor, and we have an article on this stuff too, by the way.
Значит, что нам дали в качестве обратной связи?
Okay, the feedback I got when me and some other bosses,
Руководители
not only bosses,
ходили на такую стажировку.
took part in this kind of internship.
Был ивент-код и их значение. Надо
Okay, forgot the event codes and what they mean. Had to look for this. Yes, I had forgotten the event codes and the event ID. I had to look for this.
хорошо описано.
Not all the processes are well described.
Когда их передал,
Answer the question. And how did I transfer this if I didn't describe it well? Okay, you kind of look at your processes after half a year or year. You kind of tell them, okay, do this. You have an instruction. They did it for a year, then you come in a year, and then you say, okay, how come I put it down like that? Things have changed, and you shouldn't do it like that.
плейбуки есть, и они неплохие.
Okay, so the playbooks are there, and they're not that bad. So praising yourself. Okay, the work didn't stop during this internship.
Ребята сделали так,
Meaning people did it in such a way that,
я из-за этого больше всего переживал.
and this is, by the way, was my primary concern. I thought that I kind of came and I was so stupid, I was slow, I was checked in terms of grammar and punctuation, and I had to be polite with the guys, not the way I usually do it in the chats.
В целом, короче,
Well,
я там пока, я так смотрю, у меня там пришло одно обращение.
I received one request, second request, third request. Okay, I'm dealing with the first one, with the playbook. Okay, I clarified what had happened. Then I had the first and second thing, and the second and the third ones were covered by the backup guy on duty. Okay, it turned out that I had a backup guy. Okay, great. I thought, okay, I will do this, and I have 5 more in the backlog. How come these guys do it?
Как оценить?
Okay, I kind of wasn't exactly scared shitless.
Автоматизировать.
Okay, so they let me,
Ну, одни из тех,
they told me that many things might be automated. No, these guys like AI, and we told them, yeah, that's what you are going to do.
нужно
Walk the talk.
Да, типа плейбуки
We need to criticize playbooks. Yeah, they should be
я начал понимать,
updated. Okay, at that time I understood that playbooks should be revised. Okay, a difficult process. It was interesting, deal with alerts and so on. So many kind of started understanding how much line one does.
не буду
Well,
скрывать, в смысле, что
I'm not going to make a secret out of it. With time,
с рутиной, которая
this routine work,
какой-то
which line one does,
делают там,
well,
ну что
we believe that, okay, what are they doing? Well,
ну, они делают,
we don't look down on them, but we are glad that they're doing it, not us, frankly speaking. And similarly, we start believing that, okay, you can add more and more processes to them. They can do it, maybe it's not that difficult, it's quite quick.
приходишь
And when you
на передовую,
come to the front line,
ты приходишь в то место, где вот это все
you go there
рандомные
where it happens, and it's a random time, right?
сценарии.
There aren't any scenarios like that. Okay, today the CISO will come to us and we'll arrange an
Там
apocalypse
всё как обычно. А как обычно, даже
for him. No, it's just the usual way. And within 3 hours, I got an alert on the activity of the Windows administrator in the infrastructure.
достаточно
And I got a couple of difficult requests from the users where I had to go deep into this and to understand. And that's the routine tasks of line one. Okay, you start kind of valuing this more. Okay.
Значит, ходили у нас я, 7 тимлидов и 2 инженера.
Me, 7 team leads, and 2 engineers have worked for line one. We have revised all the playbooks we had some issues with. We streamlined the processes.
Насколько мне позволяет судить, моя
Okay.
связь, которую я получаю,
Based on the feedback I'm receiving,
стала
all of that
мотивацией для первой линии.
motivated line
Ребятам прикольно.
line one pretty well.
Ходят,
The guys like it that bosses from other lines come to them, sit next to them,
не знаю, нюхают порох.
kind of
Вот.
see and smell the gunpowder together.
Знаете, там
Well, the whole team kind of got a little bit reshuffled. People started understanding the processes of each other.
внутренних
We have established a good background for internal rotation.
аварность.
When a guy from awareness goes to line one or from InfoSec, well, these guys speak, they have some breaks, and they
Общаются друг с другом.
communicate.
Они рассказывают, они задают вопросы.
They ask questions, what do you do, and so on. Well, they ask questions like that all the time, but this is another touch point for you. And the boss
Вот этот вот
might say, okay, this guy
вопросы.
is asking the right questions.
Хорошо ориентирован.
This guy
Предметный
understands this field pretty well.
Смотреть, как
Okay, let's consider him a candidate for internal rotation.
вкладывается в целом в нашу
And this is overall in line with our strategy
найма и стажеров.
for hiring and internships.
Ну, я уже подобрался, начал рассказывать про неочевидные результаты,
Okay.
которые мы, наверное, сразу на старте этого проекта не закладывали.
So some unexpected results.
И вот первую строчку я уже рассказал. Остались только 4 рассказал, дурацкие вопросы.
Okay, we had some stupid questions.
Когда приходит человек
When
не в теме, у которого глаз не замылен,
someone comes with a fresh eye, he starts asking some,
он иногда предлагает
unusual questions, or
и они
comes
на действительно там
up with some unusual or unconventional solutions, and this might change the processes, or he has some knowledge which might optimize the process. Like, follow the playbook, you have to do this, this, and that. And he says, why should you do this and that? If you could go there, it's already prepared for you. So this is an important result, isn't it?
Что мы будем делать дальше?
Okay, what comes next?
Мы, очевидно, будем продолжать проект.
We'll continue with the project.
Все идет хорошо.
Because everything goes well, we are achieving our results. Will we expand,
На первой линии
like will we increase the time for the first line internship? Well,
мне уже задали.
we'll discuss it, because now this is
Мы,
a question asked.
что
We have realized
чем занимается ИБ,
that to understand what InfoSec does is important, not only for the InfoSec guys. Well, sometimes you can invite some IT guys
думаете, мы тут
and tell them, well,
просто так ходим.
do you think that we are kind of tightening the bolts for no reason? We are kind of yelling at you for no reason.
Только
Do you think that everything is fine and we are just coming up with ways to make your life more difficult?
много,
No, it's not the case. We have some many things you
когда приходят
cannot see or see when you come to see us. But this is actually a continuous process,
людей.
and this is a routine effort of
Кого-то из
a lot of guys. So maybe we'll invite some
Мы позовем кого-то
IT
из
people or maybe non-IT people.
Это же
Well, because this is cool, isn't it?
команда деврелов.
Like we have the DevLevels team
Они
who work with us,
интересуются, они
and
знают,
they are interested in this stuff. They
помогают писать.
go to conferences with us. They help us
Для того, чтобы показать, наверное, нет.
to draft some articles, and so the best way to kind of come to know them is to invite them to line one with support, with backup, but still kind of see what people come to us with.
Алерты бывают.
Have a look at the alerts, how many of them we have, and how this works.
Ну и, возможно, мы поделимся этим
Maybe we'll share this experience
внутри компании.
inside the company.
Мы бы сами хотели сходить.
So we would love to go there. We have many technical support guys.
Потом базовая айтишная поддержка.
We have the IT support, we have user support, logistics, warehouse,
Поддерживаем.
and many other types of support. And we'd love to know how they do it.
Возможно,
And so maybe they have some know-how we don't know about, and maybe this will be kind of a good way to share this experience. And we want to share this experience with the community. That's why we're here.
спасибо.
Thank you.
Я хочу... Я хочу ответить на вопросы. Если...
I'd like to answer your questions if you have any.
Да, пожалуйста. А микрофон будет для человека, задающего вопрос? Благодарю. Вот сейчас.
Do we have a mic for the question? I think we do.
Спасибо, Кирилл, за доклад.
Thank you, Kirill.
Я сам являюсь руководителем
My name is Stanislav, and I'm also in charge of the shift on duty. This is a cool method. So you see the issues with the processes and procedures, but I still have a question.
выводом, что
Based on your kind of understanding that playbooks should be kind of critiqued, that some processes are not ideally described,
по моему методу
but still kind of following your method, what would be the best way
можно ли как-нибудь ребят замотивировать, чтобы они сами приходили, давали критику и обратной связи,
to motivate the guys so that they come to us and give us the feedback, so that we don't have to immerse ourselves into this.
какие-то замечания, но все
So sometimes they come and they give some feedback, but when you immerse in this, you see more issues. Why? Okay, hence the answer. We have the process and playbook revision process.
те, кто его
It's
там,
kind of
те, кто его придумал.
maintained by those who invented it. So if you have an OPSEC process, we have the OPSEC guys and line one. So they come together regularly, they look at playbooks and revise them. But here,
Не знает
the guy who comes, he doesn't know kind of anything about this. So he knows, or she knows that there is a
всегда
kind of process. So you
взгляд со стороны.
kind of cannot invite everyone all the time, every time. So this is a pinpoint, one at a time, kind of third-party
Которые там, ну, типа,
view.
стороны, не знаю, как.
So this is a third-party view of the process. Okay, I got it. Thank you for the question.
Так, два.
Okay, we have two more.
Кирилл, доброе утро.
Kirill, good morning. My name is Ivan. Thank you very much for your kind of chilly
Пожалуйста,
and
поподробнее,
exciting discussion. Could you please talk about the export of
как это происходит.
interns to other departments? So do the bosses of other departments come there as customers? They say that they have a need, so when do they come? How can it be kind of profiled in terms of the tasks kind of for the intern to accumulate the experience?
Если он
Well, as much as possible if they want to work there. Okay, I got it.
На самом деле, короче, какого-то прям единого процесса для этого нет.
We don't have a unified process for this, but we establish the best conditions we can. Well, indeed, sometimes we have a customer coming to the SOC and saying, well, I need a junior, so please kind of show me the guy who is most interested in this topic. Sometimes we find the guys, sometimes we don't. And so if you do, for some time he's still in the SOC, but he is given some tasks. So we call this the donor and the acceptor. So the SOC is always the donor, and we have the acceptor. So he starts running some tasks with the acceptor, and this sheer kind of growth with time, and so on and so forth. Okay, if he can do it well, then we say, okay, we greenlight the rotation. Sometimes it happens the other way around. The SOC guy comes and say, we have a line 1 guy for the internship, but we see that he is beautiful in terms of infosec. So he's a really cool guy. So have a look at him. Let's add him to some HR pool. I'll interview him to make sure whether we are right, that this guy understands this and that. Well, sometimes this happens, out of kind of good chemistry. So they meet each other, they are interested in each other. These guys need the candidate, and the guy wants to work there, and so on. And by the way, we have Seryoga here. Please wave your hand. He's our SOC boss, so we can talk to him. By the way, he also took part in establishing these processes. I think he can share some specific cases with you.
Спасибо за доклад, Кирилл.
Thank you, Kirill. Thank you. We have the same
Как и везде.
issues. I think this is more or less general.
Юрстатус,
I have
он
a few questions. What's the legal status of the intern?
который
Well, is he a contractor for you, or is it someone who comes to you just for a couple of weeks? Well, sometimes we have year 5, year 3, or year 4 students. So this is the Ozone Tech internship program. It's one for all IT security and InfoSec. It's a half-a-year internship with some fixed salary, and this is a half-year contract. And following the internship results, we take a decision on any guy whether we will hire the guy or, okay, that's it. Or we might add this guy to the HR pool. Maybe we don't have any positions, so we cannot rotate the guy outside of line 1. Well, things like that may also happen.
3 часа.
Okay, 3 hours. 3 hours a week, or is it a one-time thing? Yeah, one-time thing. So 3 hours are enough. Well, 3 hours for us worked. So if you spend there 2 days, I don't know, or a night shift, well, I think it's difficult for the night shift because we have this HR restrictions, but we believe that 3 hours is okay, so that you get immersed, you have a look and kind of provide the feedback, and then you go back and your projects don't fall apart.
Какую-то, может, конкретику.
So for metrics, so what are the top 5 L1 metrics? Okay, time to respond, time to respond for the core team, so how quickly the OPSEC guys. Okay, line 1 says we need OPSEC guys, so they're invited, so how quickly they respond. The number of alerts and requests, the number of false positives.
Кого?
Самую крутую.
Какую? Да, процент обработки первой линии. Точно, все, спасибо, Сергей.
Yeah, and the kind of processing rate for line 1. We do it for a purpose.
Первая линия разгружала.
We want line 1 to kind of take care of the routine and basic processes so that they cover all the requests, all the little things which can be resolved through a playbook
стажеров и ребят.
and which could be done well by the line one and interns.
Оцениваете, вот, ну, пересменка, да, дежурный меняется там после ночи.
Okay, you have a shift, right? So the shift is over.
Оцениваете ли
Do you in any way assess
зрения, чтобы не
the performance of the shift?
скоринговая модель?
Like, do you have a scoring medal for the guys to be motivated, and then maybe you'll have some cup for the champions?
Он такой
Well, we have this kind of informal cup.
Я надеюсь, мы не забываем его вручать.
I hope we still give it to people.
По поводу передачи дежурства,
And talking about the
после доклада к Сереге, он покажет
of shift exchange. By the way, we have a regulation,
портянка, там, что
and there they have a report, what happened, what has to be controlled, and so on. I'm there in the chat, and I see this handover of shifts every time. So the guys do it well. We can share with you this experience. Thank you. Thank you too.
Кирилл, спасибо за...
Kirill, thank you for your speech. It's really interesting, and I'm glad that I came here on Monday, on
Было ли у тебя
Saturday morning.
у тех, кто
I'd like to know whether you or any other guys who had this kind of internship, did you kind of,
Я
have a wish to do it again? Yeah, I think we'll have. I'm kind of confident that we'll have round two.
ну, типа, это второй вопрос.
Okay, well, do you have a wish to do this? Well, I think this is secondary because the process is effective.
Одному разу сходить,
So we cannot just do it once and forget about it.
какой-то там в цикл
I think we will make it something like a cycle.
входят.
When all the bosses have been there, I'll go again too, because the processes have been changed, the playbooks have been rewritten. Yeah, sure, we will establish it as a process.
вообще полезно, интересно,
Okay.
я не слышал это и в других отраслях.
Well, I think this is quite useful to have these internships. Well, I think we see it in retail. Yeah, in retail they do it quite often.
И вопрос вот по поводу других
I have
участников.
a question.
Было ли у них желание
Did the other participants want to go, or how did you pick the guys?
Я как-то
Okay,
властью своей сказал, что все
I
руководители
just told them that all the bosses should go,
как-то сами формируют расписание.
and they kind of make their own list
Захотел,
or schedule.
я сам
Some people volunteered. I did volunteer. It was my brainchild.
добровольно-принудительно, да, вот вспоминал это слово.
Yeah, so you
Но, короче, говорю,
have to go, and you have some kind of room for volunteering.
было очень круто.
But when they come back, they say it's cool, and it was useful. But everybody will go.
Если вот сходили...
Я говорю, когда это будет процесс, поэтому
Okay, it will be
ребята торопиться будут.
like process, no rush. You know, we'll have a schedule. Everybody will go there again.
Можем себе позволить.
We cannot afford not converting it into a process based on the results obtained. Thank you. Thank you too.
Всем доброе утро, Кирилл, спасибо.
Good morning. Kirill, thank you. It's been interesting.
В субботу.
It's a good investment of your Saturday morning time. Okay, in terms of the plans for the future, you didn't have this reverse kind of approach when line one would become kings. Did you have any idea like that? Did you have any plans like that?
Типа день
No.
управления в школе. Да?
Okay, you'll remember like back at school we had these days when students become the school administrators. Yeah, I think we could think about it for kind of the day of humor, as we call it, the 1st of April.
Б,
Well, you know,
в крупной компании
information security for a big company, it's not like your school, right? And you should consider the risks of changes like that. Well, it doesn't mean I don't trust my team,
и не буду на подстраховке в таком случае.
and doesn't mean that I will not kind of be there to catch them if they fall. Well, but maybe it's scary. Well, it's not necessarily scary. Well,
Я думал. Я не придумал.
you know, I don't know why you would do it apart from having fun. Motivation,
Для молодых
because for the young,
выступать, извините,
you
что перешел на теннис.
might be
Ты можешь выступать для них неким ориентиром.
as like a guiding star. And if the young,
На какой-нибудь
well,
встрече серьезной,
take part in
уровень
an
ответственности.
important meeting and they understand the level of responsibility, if they hear how people communicate with each other, how they engage in a dialogue,
Не стоит слышать, как
Okay, sometimes they shouldn't hear how some other people of my level communicate with me. That's number one. They are better off not hearing this.
проблему
And secondly, we solve the problem of awareness on what the leaders and other departments do.
устроена.
So we have a streamlined process to do it. It's quite active. We have monthly and 6-monthly meetings, and we have bi-weekly meetings where the guys come together and share what they do, and everybody goes there to say, in a zone, I do this and that. And sometimes they have questions. Every 6 months, we talk about the results and plans of every department.
Погружать
So,
ребят
to immerse the guys in the context of activities of every department and every boss, well, this is something we can do.
возможность ходить на встречи,
Well, to go to meetings and understand the level of kind of responsibility, well, maybe sometimes it should be kept as a mystery and the artifact of belonging to some department or level of seniority.
Спасибо.
Thank you.
Да, Кирилл, спасибо за доклад.
Thank you, Kirill.
Последний
Thank you for your speech. I think I have the last question.
работал на первой линии.
Okay, when you worked for Line 1, did you meet the SLA? No, I didn't. I tried to mention this. No, far from it. I had a backup, and when I was dealing with one ticket, the backup guy covered 4 more tickets. No, I didn't perform the SLA.
Готовился.
Well, I hadn't been prepared properly. I was out of context,
Да, не всегда.
out of tune. I hadn't read all the rules. I should have.
Надеюсь, они мне это простили.
But I hope the guys will forgive me for that. Did your boss of the SOC criticize you? Yeah, I had a buddy.
Человек, который
So the one who coordinated this shift, yeah, they looked at me quite sternly. Yeah, what are you doing?
Кирилл, спасибо большое.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Kirill. A round of applause for Kirill.
Мы сейчас уходим на паузу.
Now we have a break, and in 15 minutes we'll proceed.
Так, друзья, снова всем привет. Мы продолжаем. И следующий наш гость.
Hello again. Let's proceed. Now we'll have Dmitry Godar, who will talk about
Дима.
security without fires.
Всем привет.
Hello, everyone.
Слушайте, вы в субботу добрались
Well, you made it here
Лужников. Я не знаю, кто откуда.
on Saturday. Well,
Это,
in my case,
как это сказать? Большая победа.
well, this was a big win.
Спасибо тебе, что ты
Thank you for coming, because this is your
ты здесь. И
kind of
мне кажется,
weekend and you are here.
о том, что
And this just means that, well, you know,
вот
there are different types of people.
ходили на там
I remember we discussed passengers. We
отдыхают
also have those who are kind of having a vacation,
и замотивированы.
and those who are really motivated and committed. And the fact that you are here means that you are motivated. Just for my understanding, who of you are managers, kind of people managers, or planning to become
Фига себе,
them?
слушайте, круто тогда.
Okay, that's cool. Then you should be interested,
Здесь
because,
опыт,
well, we are talking about my personal experience, the experience of
который мы
my team.
долго
And for quite some time,
наверное,
we've been kind of developing it. It's the
это
result of our 3 years of work, and sometimes we had to make some leaps forward. You just choose a dimension, and you understand that if you make it there, it will be great. The discussions of discerning between the good and bad.
что он будет
Here I'm discussing our experience, but I hope it is going to be useful because that's our experience.
попробую рассказать,
So what we have
мы приходили.
kind of already done. And I'll share with you the way we kind of reached this level.
Рассказал, что
Okay, why?
долгое время и до сих пор, наверное, морочусь тем,
For quite some time,
гештальт
I've been kind of trying
защищенности.
to kind of complete my gestalt or find the right balance in terms of security.
Улучшать
And it's quite evasive. I'm not trying to improve the process, I'm trying to protect people from threats, how to measure security, what are the risks, what's the risk appetite, and so on and so forth. Sometimes these are tricky questions.
командой все-таки
When you manage the team,
команда, как сфокусировать команду
so the question is how to focus the team on the important things,
тем, что
so that the team doesn't just deal with something which was sometimes supposed by someone like me.
на
I
том,
want the team to focus on the things which are really important
что угроз.
to overcome some threats or attack vectors.
Плюс важно, что трезвая оценка компетенций
It's really important to
часто не
well assess the competences and available resources. You kind of expect it from the team
что люди
that they will do something, whereas they are
ресурсов либо
either
компетенций, что угодно.
incapable or short of resources or whatever.
В итоге управление безопасностью это такое ревью, как
So-
это получилось, что изначально там было чуть в начале про тушение
InfoSec management.
занимались
We
тушением
started with firefighting.
безопасность, когда
That's clear. So when you started,
попытки
it's all about firefighting, trying to build some operational processes and metrics. So we started with stock taken, installing antiviruses,
все прям вот по
some basic components, so following the standards of the central bank. So we introduced the baseline processes. We started measuring this with metrics.
порядку рассказать.
And then, well, I go one by one. Then we started kind of combating some vectors of attack, and then we kind of exclude some vectors of attack. Then L1, the baseline processes. And we have many standards describing the way to build processes and metrics. And that's cool.
Мы пытались их померить, по-моему,
So we tried to measure it. We have 350 processes in InfoSec, and we have about 400 of metrics there. and we have our processes, we measure everything. But the question is, why? So we do need process 301. So we started thinking about it. So why? So this is about the development of the team and so on. And we responded to some problem post factum. So you have a new threat, so we monitor this, but we still respond post factum. So we covered some holes for the past, but if some new things happen, like phishing in Telegram, so we're not ready for this. So we need to monitor the market again, and we don't prevent some threats. That is why, talking about L2, security from attack vectors, we started thinking about it. Well, it's not only
Защита от векторов атак — это, во-первых,
kind of because it's fun, but the team, the well-skilled team, should have some stimuli. Well, talking about this yesterday,
на самом деле безопасность тяжелая.
we mentioned burnout. Well, security is a difficult field, and my kind of goal and your goal as managers, so we need to generate kind of meaning. So why should people work hard if they sometimes get negative results or negative feedback? So it's really cool when the team is liberated. You tell them, okay, this is your turf, that's yours. If you tell the guys to install the antivirus, so they become the antivirus guy. But if you tell them protect the workstation from a set of kind of vectors, so they start thinking differently, and this is much cooler to work like that. We tried to protect from vectors, so we just didn't have a boss who would say what kind of vector you're trying to protect against today. So we usually don't have many of them. Usually it all kind of came to my level. If I don't say that we shouldn't kind of protect from phishing in Telegram, maybe that's not important, but maybe I'm not aware of some vectors because I'm busy with my meetings and so on. We were thinking about kind of the way to proceed, and it turned out that the best kind of approach is the product approach. So here we are talking about research of these vectors, and the team is kind of given freedom to choose the tactics to reach the goal. Well, this is a really difficult step for the manager to trust them like that. Well, in the past, I tried to control everything. It didn't work out because it's difficult to control 350 processes. This is impossible. You cannot, shift between things so many times, but to kind of delegate it, to tell them, okay, now you are in charge. Well, this is extremely difficult for a manager. So this is a leap of hope, so to say. And but this is still worth it, and this is really important for the team.
Вот. Продуктовый подход.
Okay, the product-based approach. So we are focusing on the important things. So we've been thinking about the product to protect workstations in 3 years. What's the kind of vision over the horizon? This is really cool, and well, I've never thought about this like that. So we are running, we are thinking about short-term tasks, but if you spend, say, 3 days thinking about your over-the-horizon destination, this really motivates you to properly build your tactics today. Okay. When we slice and dice it by products, we see that some products responsible for the scope give us 1.5 FTEs. So the scope is huge, and they don't have competencies, they don't have qualifications, but we have the big goals somehow. And when you give it, a cold eye review, understand that this is not going to happen. So you as a manager either relocate resources or do it in some other way.
На самом деле состоит из трех базовых.
Okay, the kind of product approach. There are three kind of elements here. We borrowed it from the business. So we just went to the business guys and asked them, how do you make your products? Okay, information security is not exactly about products. By the way, what I'm talking about is not about a revolution. I hate revolutions. Nothing works like that. This is about evolutions, and when you introduce new practices little by little, so this started with departments. So we called we call them this way,
Продукт
and we started applying new mechanics here. Okay, understanding the customer journey map, the CJM. So we found CGM in the product responsible for data security, which kind of punishes people for not processing data properly. So the guy who is punished is the client. And you know what we saw? We asked them, what is your goal? Okay, the goal is to prevent data leakages. Okay, what do you do? Well, I punish people for this. Okay, that's cool. When you punish the people, does it work? Can we go through kind of all the journey, starting with the task and all the way to being hit by a stick? Okay, the goal is for people not to violate, so now we have a crowd of people who don't like the security guys because they don't understand what they're punished for. Okay, then we started readjusting this. We introduced the yellow and red cards, and so on and so forth. So when the product owners start thinking about the product, they build processes differently. And so they kind of now understand that they should look back to see where the data was taken from. So maybe you should start with the reason, not with the consequences. And this way you kind of change the mentality. Okay, determining the goals and, well, the feasibility trials, and sometimes we had several iterations. So why do we need products? Sometimes we just switched off the products because we understood that we don't need them. They are there because sometimes 5 years ago we decided that we cannot just drop it. So people continue running on inertia. So, well, this is a good way of tidying up your room. And this is really cool. So they told me, okay, you told us to do this 3 years ago. Okay, I can't even remember that. Okay, business started understanding us better. And the most important thing is that it should be data-driven. Everything should be measured. All the products and the businesses, everything should be measured. And we even measure the exact. So we ask users whether they are satisfied on specific products, and that's how we get better.
продуктовый подход.
Okay, the product-focused approach. We're talking about the client. Okay, the designers made the presentation for me, and sometimes it's difficult to follow. Okay, except NPS, we have A/B tests.
Мы заметили одну крутую штуку. Безопасники, они же самые умные. Ну, это правда. Ну, как бы, кто здесь находится, ну, это очевидно.
Okay, the InfoSec guys are the smartest, right? So we should know everything about everyone. We often develop architectures. We use the experience of other people. We are in the administration, in the business fields, and we kind of decide what the clients want. But sometimes they don't want it, or sometimes it doesn't work. We run some A/B tests, and we started removing some features, in the bot because they are not happy about it. So you just run this test to switch things off. Yeah, that's a good thing, by the way. In terms of products, here we have the business goals. So when the goal is to install the ISS, so that's the goal. This is okay. But when the goal is to protect a workstation from a given class of attack vectors, so then we have this kind of solutions, like Kola is sitting here. So we had these solutions just to harden some infrastructure, to make it really small. So when you protect from an attack vector, sometimes you don't need the ISS, sometimes it stands in your way. Maybe it's not too good to mention it from this stage, but since still, Sometimes it's better to have a laptop with a TELUS operating system, with a browser with the access to website, and you have a calling machine there, and that's it. How will you attack this? Well, that's the only thing it can do, you know? So, okay, you can go to one website. That's it. You cannot build a tunnel, you cannot connect to it, and it will be refreshed or an automated way through the network. And so this is kind of a straightforward example. And sometimes clever guys, they start thinking differently. Well, data security and kind of a good idea is to prevent kind of processing of some data. So we just remove the data. So the data breach bounty program we had. So our internal data bug bounty. So people just get rid of data. So people say we need to move data from A to B, and we say, okay, let's get rid of the data. Okay, yeah, we can. Okay, that's it. You don't need to do anything. You just delete the data you don't need. The analysts, they all want data. Well, 98% of data, they don't need to know the family name or the category of the client. They don't need this data, so it should be deleted, you know. And that's it. And then you'll have different methods to protect your data. Okay, data-driven, we have a tree of metrics. I understand you kind of have this way to measure yourself. Any data. Well, we have a standalone kind of discussion of how it should be done. And, well, we have some issues with data. We have a lot of data. People need it. And it's really important to know how to digest the data well, and you need to control this all the time.
Что мы начали вообще изначально, ну как бы как мы строили продукты?
Okay, how did we build our products? So we thought about the product-oriented approach. Okay, and what should be the logic? Well, I tried to build security, and I'm still doing it through the MITRE metrics. I want the MITRE metrics to manage the InfoSec strategy, to understand what the SOC covers. So, you know, if you fall down through the metrics, you have monitoring, prevention, and so on. So this expanded metrics is a really cool model, and we try to apply it this way. We try to understand the red team vectors, the popular vectors, the STI vectors, and we try to build a complete graph on the system. So we impose the metrics on our reality, and then we do understand the real grade of protection and where we go. This is extremely difficult to do. We've been doing it for about 2 years. But now we have a vector matrix which can help us understand the strategy. Okay, you know, painters, they don't paint the whole picture in detail. You know, they start with a sketch. They have some understanding of what it's going to look like, so they start with the sketches. So did we. What the product should look like to kind of prevent the MITRE metrics kind of vectors. Okay, initial access. This is one of the first stage. So we have TI for the previous steps. So we have the initial access, then we have the access point. So then they have a metrics gain access, and then they have this impact specific product. So what do I mean by this? This is the product which is most important. So if we are afraid of ransomware, then we'll be protected by the platform to recover. So we believe that from the impact of ransomware, we can be protected by protecting the platform and by recovery. Okay, we have initial access, like phishing. We have this attackability. So we look at the TI reports and see the number of attacks and what can be attacked. So we have the attack vector. Then we have the email security. Then we have gain access. So gain access would be all the other major steps we want to detail. Then we have the SOC, the VM as a servers. So this lets us protect from lateral movement. And then we have the business breakdown, core platform defense. So the core platform kind of helps. If things go wrong, they will help a lot of business.
Таких векторов дофига.
Okay, we have a lot of vectors like that, and here is the big matrix.
По размеру она, наверное,
So overall, the size is the same. So we have the right vectors. So this comes from the MITRE metrics, so initial access and so on. And against them, we can put forward some products, then gain access. Why do we need it? Is it precise? No, it's not precise at all. Far from it. Why do we need it? Well, you know, we're managers, so we know that we have different communications, we have different moods, and when you communicate, your tactics might change. You are scared today, you heard some news that the company had been hacked through a third party, and you can bring all the team here into protection from the third parties. The team will listen to you, but forget detecting or fighting this from this field, but you don't understand the consequences. Well, this kind of picture, so before you rush to your room and before you start shouting, you should have a look at this metrics and come down to see the priorities they are set so that you don't overlook something important. This is dynamic metrics, and we look at the attackability, so we can see that it changes. We understand what is critical here. We choose the priorities for the products. We understand where to invest, and we do it for a reason. We have some working mechanics. Like for some products, we have regular reviews. Every product owner, well, for non-critical products, it's done every half a year, and for critical, it's done every quarter. There we discuss the topical attack vectors. For the critical products, this is done more often because you need to be more focused on this, including the architects and the rest of the team. The critical products have a high priority in terms of hiring, and they are more often looked into concerning red teams. So we are more focused on them, kind of moving ahead, and it's more or less clear for the team. And there you have many side effects. Like the new guys who come, they just see the recorded reviews for every product, and this onboarding happens within a couple of minutes. And so we kind of can determine the priorities for the products. Well, it would be nice to use the metrics vectors, and that's what we are doing because we have some vectors there, and we kind of make it sure that we understand things right. But still, we understand some weak points. We understand which are better, which are worse, where to invest. We have the map of practices. So every product has a vision. They should know where they will be in 3 years. So we have the retro and demo. They're great things. They let the team understand their kind of participation, their contribution to the overall results. You're not just installing antiviruses. You protect workstations, you take decisions, and you can see the whole picture, and you have a different kind of attitude to this.
Продуктовый ревью.
Okay, product reviews. We have
Очень крутая штука, что мы не делаем инструменты для себя. Очень важно.
Native tools. So this is really important. We are not developing tools for ourselves. You know, InfoSec tools are often designed for InfoSec guys, and nobody wants them because they are made for InfoSec guys only. And it's really cool when you integrate security tools under the hood of IT tools. So, you know, if you just have an extra click, you reduce your funnel. So if you have to go somewhere, well, people don't want to go somewhere. They want to develop a code. They don't want a link. They don't want to follow this. They don't want to read some strange things. They don't understand this stuff. So it destroys the journey and causes nothing but irritation. So we don't develop tools for ourselves. Okay, L3, the strategy. I like Robert Saporsky. He has a book saying that there is no any freedom of will. So they have this emergency idea. So you have this commis voyageur kind of task when the commis voyageur should go through a number of cities and do it in an optimal way. So this cannot be resolved exponentially, but ants can do it easily. They don't have any boss who says, "Okay, I'll find for you the right way." No, they have this kind of the bees and the neurons. They follow this hive intellect, as they call it. And this is done without the participation of the main neuron to say that this is the right way to do the things. And this kind of emergency says that systems might acquire features which are not features of standalone elements. So a molecule of water is not wet, but a drop of water is wet. Well, this is quite straightforward, but it's the way it is in the InfoSec. So we don't want to be the main bee telling everyone how to do things. So we started thinking about it, and we understood that we were, at this stage where you come to this farmer's market. Every product tries to be kind of locally maximized. Everybody tries to cover their vectors of attack, but we don't have, this coordinated movement. Sometimes they have conflicting kind of efforts, and we wanted to think about some breakthrough results, the strategy. We want to bring the bank and InfoSec in 3 to 5 years. So we understand we have great products, great product owners. They have their own goals, but we're not going to be there because everybody is just doing his thing. Okay, and when you go to this farmer's market, you know what you want to buy, but you want to do it like the IKEA does it. Okay, we don't have IKEA in Russia now, but anyway, their customer journey is fine. So when you go to the farmer's market, so you buy some socks somewhere and you go home. But when you go to the IKEA, so you come there for spoons, but you bring back home, a truckload of things because you have the right journey and you remember things along the way and so on and so forth. So we want it to be a comprehensive system so that we can manage the outcome. Okay, let's imagine it from the point of view of the overall security. Well, this is just an example. Here is what it looks like. There are some products they're developing somewhere. Some of them are going down in terms of the overall security. Okay, they move somewhere, they do things, where they're introducing some network security, some are making some secure browsers, and by the end of the year we are in this condition. The overall kind of security goes down or goes up or not. So is it better or not? Why on earth are we doing it? Okay, similarly, it's getting better, but we want some kind of evidence. So if we build the products we have, we set the goals. So we believe that, okay, in terms of security, they should kind of move together. But these goals should be preset. Okay, but every product cannot kind of break this wall, and the breakthrough results for a given product are difficult to obtain because we have individual goals, there are conflicts, which is not bad, but it's difficult to move together. Okay, what shall we do? And we spent quite a lot of time into this. Okay. The designers decided that the kind of vision of the future is important. Okay, what to do about it?
Первое,
There are two important things here.
где написано, я решил, что
Now,
здесь
they say this in all the books,
стратегирование — это все
and so they say that, well, strategies, they are all, paperwork. We have revised our strategy repeatedly.
значительные.
We invested quite a lot of time into putting it down because
Стратегии. У меня
everybody has his or her understanding of the strategy. And I thought, okay, I'm a strategy guy. I'm thinking about it. I understand this. But when I started writing this, I understood that it's not that easy. I have revised it repeatedly. I would wake up at night to add something to the strategy and
на личном
even using my personal kind of approach. Some people want to do sports. Some people want to lose weight or start eating properly or drinking less. But if it is not recorded somewhere,
остается желанием.
this often becomes just a wish. And the same is true for your kind of personal strategy. If you burn resources there, if you make little steps, and if you kind of put this down, then you move there. But if you think about it,
Сознание,
okay,
есть такой нюанс в сознании.
there is an issue with your
Твоя голова
kind of mind. So if you think about it, your brain decides, okay, you have already done it, so you shouldn't kind of do with it. So there are some traps like that
Если
and biases. So if you deal with strategies, so please do it in writing, on a piece of paper, anywhere.
Второй важный нюанс, что
And
началом
another important thing, so before you start anything, whatever it is, you should complete the old stage. So we understood that some of the team, when we said, okay,
знаете, что сказал?
we should develop strategy, some of the team said, okay, do you mean that we don't need any products? And we said, okay, how come? Shit, we do need them. And
Я разговаривал там с психологом.
and I talked to some psychologists, and they said, you should kind of close the gestalt, and it's important. You should award people rightly or wrongly. So you should say, guys, here are the results, here are the next steps. So you should say why
Делается,
it's done this or that, and we
то есть это
do it repeatedly. And that's what the management should have. You should complete Gestalt. So, and people have different understanding of this. And so we should kind of cover the steps and to say frankly, okay, what worked, what didn't work, where we are going next, why we are going next. So these stages are extremely important for the team because, well, if I deal with the strategy, say, 40% of my time, the team doesn't do it like that. And they say, okay, Dima is just sending us another file. Does it mean that we are throwing away the old one? Okay, this is extremely important. You have to do it. You have to bring together the team, talk to it, and so on and so forth. The context. It's important kind of to show where we come from. We brought to the strategic session the whole team, and we kind of talked about us, who we are. We talked about the culture, our attitude to failure,
мое представление про мои
and kind of my understanding of the team is not necessarily what my team is in reality. So it's really important to understand who we are, and you shouldn't invent it. You should ask the team, and there are various tools to do it, quite many of them. Okay, how our security evolved.
вообще
Okay,
это функция из
strategy is a function, kind of bringing you from the past to the future. You cannot just forget the past and say, now I want this kind of the future, and I don't care what was before. You should have a look at the whole track, and you should kind of adjust it. It's either moving ahead some way, in a controlled way, but if you understand the past, understand your current state, you can adjust it. And, well, you cannot just invent something you want in a year. Well, you want to reshuffle half of the organization. It is not going to happen. The team will be demotivated because they think that you are doing something wrong. So it's really important to understand where we come from, where we are, and you should do it in writing. You just sit down and you say, okay, 5 years ago we were doing this and this bullshit, and you just put it down. And okay, this is easier to analyze and to see this stuff. Okay, analyzing the environment, the SWOT analysis.
Не
Okay.
возможности, кажется, там.
Yeah, I think they have opportunities.
Ну, будем считать,
Okay, we should have opportunities in the SWOT analysis here.
что в анализе есть слабость.
Okay, we have some weaknesses and so on. There are many methods, and we had this in writing. We used different methods. The SWOT system worked really well for us. We understood the strengths and weaknesses and some kind of constraints we have, some of our kind of opportunities. You should give it a cold eye review to understand where you are and well, where you want to be, our vision. This is really important. We understood that we are kind of tired of firefighting. We want to exclude the clusters of vectors of attack, so that the new clusters well shouldn't be important for us. Okay, people are fighting with phishing. Okay, how kind of to make it? So if we have the phishing coming to us, destroying our laptops, how we should prevent it from doing something? Because the problem is not phishing, but are the consequences of it. Okay, what shall we do so that the threat and the vector kind of the phishing shouldn't be important to us? And for some infrastructure, we managed to do it like that. We just hardened it. So it is not just going to start up there because you cannot start it up there. Well, they can do some job for us. They can go to the CRM and they can service the clients. That's what phishing can do for us.
Это про исключение векторов атак.
Okay, this is about excluding some vectors of attack. So we are not making tools just for ourselves. We understand the CGM, and we want to move to the platform level. So we reduce diversification. Google has this invariance notion, meaning that if you have 50 types of databases, you will never protect them. And we decided to invest into platform databases. We allocated a big team there, and we are migrating the other guys there, those who are now using some unique storages. So this is the right kind of tactic. Well, it's really difficult to try to secure a motley collection of hardware. So you should make platforms, you should make secure kind of sectors, and this is useful for our business. And yeah, that's where our business wants to go, and we just ride the wave really snugly. Okay, security should think about security. But overall, security has stakeholders. The InfoSec guys, the government, the clients, the shareholders, the employees. If we lose sight of them, we don't think about their needs and goals. And then they start either hurting us or ignoring us. The shareholders might say, why do we need InfoSec? So what are you doing? Strange guys sitting somewhere. So we started thinking about the things they want. And we kind of added the kind of supporting components to the strategy. So, okay, we did the things like the way we like it, but we should get feedback. So we have some understanding in terms of what the employees need, because we have the XAT, we have questionnaires and surveys, and we analyze the stuff when we add it to our strategic goals. And the most important goals, we believe, would be zero trust, data security, excluding vectors, making safe platforms. These are our key goals, but they are kind of secondary goals, and every product keeps them in kind of check, so that we don't lose sight of stakeholders.
Здесь, кстати, КР продуктов написано.
So,
Ну ладно.
okay.
Смысл в том, что есть
The idea is that we have kind of strategic goals. So we have zero trust. 20% of services should go to the centralized authentication platform. This is just an example. So this is a KPI or KR, and we have an owner. This is not a product owner. This would be like a coordinator of this KR or KPI. Well, say that we have this goal, and it should go in the way of numbers to the product owners. And there's product owners, they should understand that they need to kind of prevent some attack vectors, but they also have some goals for the breakthrough results. Well, sometimes the server security, well, has to reduce the security of the product to kind of have important goals. And so setting priorities is a standalone topic. We have PI planning, and we have kind of the planning process for goals and strategies, and we determine what comes first. And sometimes it's not the product which wins, but the overall kind of picture. And it's really important. It's not about people saying, okay, let's do some zero trust. And the security zero will tell him, okay, I'm busy. And kind of he understands that, okay, I'm doing the right thing, so get lost. Well, in terms of the global strategy, we are not going to reach our results. And now we have the global goals and all the department and have the support of the leadership and all the stuff, and they are all kind of pedaling that way, then it works better. And we have the same in percentage points, so we have specific KPIs, they should be measurable, and it's rolled out on our products.
Как это правильно померить? Ну, то есть мы пытаемся какие-то механики внедрить, чтобы видеть, как мы двигаемся по стратегии.
And now we are introducing mechanics to see whether we are going in the right way. So we understand that we are moving, but we need to measure this regularly. And for this, we need some sophisticated tools. Now it's on Wiki, on Jira, or on Excel spreadsheets, so that we take these decisions kind of faster than monthly or quarterly. And strategy introduction. There are 8 steps of change from quarter. So they are the most popular, I would say. Frankly speaking, that's what we do. And I started with the change steps, and then I learned about Mr. Quarter, who talks about it.
Обязательно нужно для команды определить.
Okay, we should determine the need for the team.
Рассказывать про
Okay.
составной, ну, то есть это не как код написать, короче.
Well, this is like writing codes, right? But dealing with people is a different thing.
По кругу.
And we kind of, I would say, would repeatedly go through these steps. Some supported the strategy and the product approach and were the first to kind of go there. Some people haven't moved to this product approach, and I'm not going to. But this whole presentation and my speech is also a product. So we just don't want to apply the product approach to everything. We don't want everybody to follow the strategy.
Мы делаем шаг.
We take steps, we look at the results, we look at the feedback, and we do it quite flexibly. Okay, if someone is not supporting the product approach, maybe it's not a problem for the InfoSec services or products. But if you repeatedly go through these steps, if you are consumed with that, then the team will better adapt and understand where we are going. And I can tell you that, well, to draw a strategy, well, this is similarly difficult, but the changes in the team and the introduction of all of this is many times more difficult. And this is something you should believe, and this is your full-time effort. You should be really carried away by that. Well, okay, if you want to manage the strategy, this takes time. It takes a lot of my personal time, a lot of the time of the leads, and you should do it. I think that's it from me for now. Now we have the Q&A session.
Дадите микрофон, да?
Okay, can I get the mic?
Спасибо большое за доклад, Дмитрий.
Thank you very much, Dmitry, for your speech. My name is Ivan. I do product strategy in one vendor. Okay, the product approach, the overall concept is clear. I'd like to know who is your customer, the system owner, the CTO, or the business product, the user, and so on.
Там клиентов много.
Okay, we have many different customers. So this varies depending on the customer. Are you talking about my customer? Okay, we have more than 30 products, and the customer is determined for every kind of product by the product owner. And sometimes this would be internal users. For some, it would be hackers. For some, it would be the users who get some kind of official demands, and so there are different categories here. They might have an injunction, for instance, and so on and so forth. So, well, we are just talking about the customers like that. That's the way it kind of happened to be. Well, I talked to the T-Bank guys in Brazil, and I talked to CISO guy there, and he had a department in the InfoSec, and it is called Custom Experience. I was amazed and decided to have this. In our awareness, we have people responsible for custom experience, and they single out the customers, and they help you follow their customer journey. And some time ago, when we launched this process, I can share with you an example. When the customer experience guys try to go along the journey of the admin, get access with the terminal machine, they were really, lost because they didn't understand what had to be done and so on, like in a vacuum. Many positive change came from this. So many people just tried to do it what we require, and they said, okay, it's not working like that. So they started bringing back the feedback to the products. It went to the backlog. We started improving things, and we kind of launched this. Well, obviously, we hadn't been focused on this. People didn't think like that. It doesn't mean that our processes are bad. We just thought differently about it. We thought that they were fine. But it wasn't fine. Try to follow this journey. Thank you. Hello. Hello, thank you for your speech, for the discussion we had yesterday about burning out. I represent Russian industry, and we deal with HR and so on and so forth. But, well, we kind of hire the staff, hire technologists, and so on. I'd like to hear your CISO position on this. How to share it with the leadership that, well, some changes coming from the market should be accepted in terms of product, technology, and this stuff. Okay, this is a very good question, and I think it was touched upon. Try to think about their customer journey. What do they want? Okay, we think about what we want to share, but the question is much more straightforward. Just imagine you are this boss. Here is an InfoSec guy coming to him wanting something. Okay, the first kind of response is, oh, it used to be fine, well, and so on. So maybe you should try to understand what makes him tick, what kind of scale of issues would excite him or her. Maybe a finance, maybe he or she is doing money or managing, and try to come with something which is important for him or her. Not our message, but what kind of is important for him or her. And sometimes you don't need to take any decision, and this is great. And in some other cases, you should just share your message, but from the perspective of making it interesting for them. Well, this is quite abstract, I understand, but I talk to different top managers, and they tell me,
Кстати, с позитива, по-моему, с Борисом.
Yeah, this includes, by the way, Boris Simmons from Positive Technologies, and he says, well, guys come with some great technical things, one protocol replaced by another protocol, and he says, okay, do I need to do something? Okay, do I need it or not? What do you want from me? Okay, what will be the impact? What will kind of suffer? What I should do? And okay, he said, okay, Dima, I understand. You're doing this and that. Like, how to put it?
По голове дать.
Yeah,
Кому по голове.
whose head should roll for this? Okay, we will do it.
Не звучит.
But quite often we cannot hear this in the dialogue.
Вот то, что я замечаю, что
Okay, I see this, and sometimes I receive this email like 5 pages of something. It's not clear, no summary, no understanding. You know, maybe you could use ChatGPT to kind of tell me what they really wanted from me. It means that people don't think about my customer journey. I'm not going to look at some previous short messages, you know, and, well, thinking about their customer journey. I think this is something which is much more promising.
Да, это
It's a continuous dialogue.
только так. Ну,
Yeah.
я половину вопросов вообще перестал задавать.
Okay, I stopped asking some questions and
Общаюсь с топ-менеджерами, с другими.
I talk to other top managers and so on.
Честно говоря.
И если можно, еще один вопрос.
Okay,
Часто
another question.
Пожалуйста, еще знаешь, что
One more thing, by the way.
как будто бы
Well,
я предлагаю, если вам часто нужно что-то там от вашего руководителя,
if you often need something from your boss,
взятием на себя,
maybe you don't bear responsibility. You try to kind of shift this responsibility from one head to another head. Well, I understand that my boss is dealing with other things, and overall, I can solve my problems on my own because, okay, if I bring it to him, his
очень маленький.
his cherry picking is well quite problematic, and if I want something from him, I need to save his time and say specific things. When I send emails, I just go it one by one, you know, go there, here, do there, click this button, and so on, to simplify it. Because when I open these letters or fill in some questionnaire, God forbid, this is a nightmare. So I keep their client journey in mind, understanding what they do. That, well, a guy dealing with billions, and I just come with some little thing to him. He starts thinking that, well, maybe, well, you start thinking as a manager that is this guy is in the right place if he wants me to take the decisions. He should be independent in the decision making in a way, like you know,
Что по-честному,
to make our life easier. So how does it work? If we put it plainly, we have this hierarchy, right? We should bring some things to the bosses they could carry further up, for instance. And we should kind of, we shouldn't come with problems. We should say, here is the cool thing. He has, well, guys like you, like 5 guys like that. So he'll pick 2 out of these 5 things, and the guy for the up will pick 2 more things out of his collection of 5, and so on. If you look at this hierarchy, that's the way it works. And if you come to your boss with your problems all the time, the boss will become neurotic. And he will tell the secretary to not let you in because this guy only carries problems with him. But if he gets some positive things, then he'll kind of further bring them further up, and then maybe he'll be more interested in what you do because he'll like to share it with his boss, and so on. Dmitry, thank you very much. Sorry for the break because we have our schedule. Thank you. Thank you very much. A round of applause for Dmitry.
Так, ребята, у нас сейчас перерыв.
Okay, guys, we have a 10-minute break, and then we'll have a discussion. We'll talk about CISO.
Коллеги, всем привет. Мы продолжаем наш CISO трек. На текущий момент у нас запускается дискуссия.
Now we are talking about technologies and leadership. This is our kind of roundtable discussion. So the discussion of the role, who is the CISO or CISO. So and this will be moderated by Anna Ponyukova. Anna, the floor is yours. Thank you, Vita. My name is Anna, and I represent, well, let me introduce our panel members. We have Kirin Ilyin from CISO Itelma, Anastasia Serebrikova, HR Director of Sberauto, Yaroslav Rajev, Head of Corporate University of Simple Group, and Dmitry Nadyonov, CTO of CIS7. And with us we have Viktor Gordiev, CISO of Positive Technologies.
Да, супер. Ребят, спасибо большое.
Okay, great. Thanks for coming. And today we have this non-trivial kind of topic, who is the CISO of today. And, well, I've been in the field of developing leadership competences and skills for quite some time. And I would say that for the C-level guys, every kind of year, some large companies publish some reports in terms of the competences which will be on demand for the next 5 years. Which competences will be important for the CEOs, CFOs, and so on. Last year, when I joined Positive and started looking at the competences on demand for the InfoSec directors, I was quite surprised because I had a lot of technical things, so many technical competences technical directors should have, but I didn't see something like leadership in InfoSec or management in InfoSec. Do we need competences like that or not? So this is what I'd like to discuss with you today. This is a free-flow discussion, so if you want, just start talking. Here is my first question. Okay, the CISO and the CTO. So, guys, what brought you here? What are the competences which helped you become the CISO, become the heads of info security teams in your companies? Okay, let me come first. Okay, what brought me here? Well, I was both greedy and lucky. Most likely. Well, before the CISO position, I was head of a SOC in an international company. We protected things globally. On every continent, we had some factories to protect. With time, I kind of wanted less of this. I wanted to go deeper into the methodology, just to kind of streamline the SOC processes at the level of company, how to go through the architecture and the risks. In the company, we paid a lot of attention to developing the management skills. So we had trainings like that. Who is a leader, how to become a leader, how to lead a team, and so on and so forth. So this kind of greed of covering more processes and managing more processes and the managerial skills, they kind of caused some luck when they invited me to become the CISO of Positive. And I said, okay, that's great. That's what brought me here. Thank you, Vita, Kirill, Dmitry. I think this was a straightforward answer. Well, you know, the journey to the CISO position is not that straight. So you start small, you start developing, you understand that all the processes are interconnected, so there is crosstalk between them, and you start somehow diving deeper into them. Then you become knowledge thirsty. You want to establish control everywhere. As by the way, we discussed it. We talked about the professional burnout. Psychologists say that CISO guys, somewhere in their childhood or at some other kind of stage, they could have some kind of lack control, and now they're trying to build it everywhere. That's what psychologists think. Yeah, I had a similar situation when I was head of kind of directorate. I didn't like it that there was no control. The perimeter had no control. You ask people, so why you have 219 open IP addresses? And they say, well, that's convenient. And you understand that you should start building control. You should help the company. Then you understand that you are kind of developing things. You start talking to business about from your hard skills and about from the large technical background, which lets you talk to the IT guys openly and tries to openly. You should talk to business guys, but business is not about IT. They don't understand you. What kind of a strange animal are you? Why are you talking this nonsense to us? And this kind of journey was built, well, thanks to luck. And as Vita put it, your leadership, well, qualities, they should be there. You should be such that you lead people into change and you are followed. So you need hard skills and you also need soft skills. And when you move to this position, the soft skills should be prevailing. They should support you in communicating well with businesses, communicating the ideas to them, and to build communication properly, because this is important, and that's what brought me here. Okay, thank you, Vadim. Follow up, yeah, being greedy, being lucky, and foolhardy, in a way. 15 years ago, I joined VTB. I was assistant to the InfoSec head in one of the subsidiaries of VTB. So what did I know? Well, I just knew a fraction of all was a kind of volume of ISS and processes built around the CISO. Okay, foolhardy, because I joined this, because I said I was in. And you should be kind of brave as a CISO. You should take responsibility. And at that time, I kind of took responsibility. I said, yeah, I can push it. And I started kind of digging deeper. With my team, I was getting better. Well, do I need the technical subtleties of CISO? Well, I'm not sure about that. CISO should understand that this is possible, and we have technical constraints, we have team constraints. You, as InfoSec guys, have something planned, but IT guys don't have resources for you. And this interface between the technical capacity and having resources lets you kind of say that, yes, we commit, we will do this, we'll deliver. But you all understand, don't you, that for the InfoSec guy and for any kind of big boss, it's not a problem to come up with a long list of tasks, but the manager should say, okay, all the other tasks will be postponed apart from the top 3 priorities. That's the first thing. Soft skills are much more important than the technical skills, because the CISO should understand that this is technically possible, we have resources for this, and then they should convey this idea in a good way with the team, in a technically clear way, and then sell it to the leadership without any technical language. And the second thing is much more important, because the leadership would be the ones to provide resources for this, including money and human capacity. That's why I would say that, well, for me, what brought me here? Well, I had some understanding that I should take responsibility for the security of the company and for my personal development. Thank you. Thank you, guys. Okay, from the HR perspective. Well, we are not an IT company, so if you ask us what's your assessment, how do you promote salespeople, then I would give you a lecture, an hour-long lecture. But we have some IT guys, and they have a growth part. Well, we at HR guys have some issues in terms of testing their hard skills, and here we are kind of following the IT leaders who develop their successors for their leading positions. But for about 2 years, we went through some kind of research centers to understand which soft skills help IT leaders become successful, which prevent them from becoming leaders. And we found 3 really important things. And now we use them when we assess our guys, when we pick candidates for the next role. The first is team management. And we understand not only the management of the team, so we are talking about a large kind of functional interaction. We are also talking about managing people who don't report to you administratively, but you should somehow build the task in such a way, you should somehow describe the track in such a way that they do it. The second competence often overlooked, and that's what our IT teams have in the red zone, would be leadership communications. We are a private company, and well, the CISO should be able to explain it to the bosses and the sales teams, to the owner and to the shareholder, the complexity of the situation and how to resolve all that so that they understand it in plain language, so that they provide finance, people, and let it happen. And the third thing was mentioned by my colleagues before, that's about decision-making. A good manager is there to make choices, sometimes painful choices, and to take decisions. So these 3 competences now are a must for someone pretending to get to the leadership position. Okay, thank you, Yaroslav. Thank you. Yeah, thank you, Yaroslav. You mentioned very good competences. I'd like to say that for the CISO position, at some time, I would say that hard skills they become kind of 30% of what he or she should do. Well, you have a team understanding what should be done, and the CISO has the knowledge, that's fine. But the soft skills are the ones to help you speak the same language with the business guys. They will help the company develop. And this is extremely important today, isn't it?
В какой-то момент времени я помню, офф-топом быстренько расскажу, когда Кирилл
An off-top comment. I remember we had a managerial meeting, and Kirill would shift to his language sometimes, which was impossible to be understood for the top managers, because only he had the hard skills. He was the only one having this treasure trove of knowledge, and he was the only one understanding this. And we would tell him, could you please translate it from your language into our language? And he could. We would understand what the problem was, how it was to be solved, and how we could assist him in solving the problem. The CEO understood this, the CFO did, the HRD, and so on and so forth. So everyone kind of had one version of truth. And I would say that, soft skills come first. Okay, I think we had this phrase for this. And could you please now explain it at the ABC level? Okay, thank you. And let's proceed to the next question. Nastya has already kind of segued into the kind of ratio or composition of leadership competences and technical competences. Well, in my industrial past, we had this ratio that a good manager, even our big teams, should have, say, 30% of hard skills or knowledge, and 70% would be leadership, team management, and so on and so forth, and they should develop their skills accordingly. And now, at your positions, well, I have this question to you. What's your idea of this ratio? How much time do you spend dealing with the hard skills? Do you need to kind of further promote the skills? And how do you promote, and how often do you promote your leadership and managerial competences? Okay, if I may, it depends. It depends on the condition and the maturity of the company. Well, sometimes you understand that you need to build everything from scratch, and your technical skills kind of take 80% of your time. But then when you reach some maturity level and you understand that you have this hygienic cybersecurity things, then you can proceed and think about optimization, customer journey, and so on.
Продуктовую часть. Мне понравилось на самом деле выступление Димы, потому что он правильно говорил, что вы должны...
Here, talking about the products, I liked what Dmitry told me. So you should think about the customer journey. We have internal and external customers. And here, well, everything depends on the company, its maturity level, and what the company is pushing forward. So if the company has a factory, then, well, for some time, you'll have to kind of invest quite a lot of hard skills or technical skills and expertise.
Спасибо.
Thank you.
Давайте дополню еще. С точки зрения знания технической базы.
In terms of the knowledge of the technical base. Well, you should understand that this is possible. This can be done if you use some technical or process-related measures. So we have the CISO, we have the team, and we should talk about trust and delegation. So the heads of departments reporting to him kind of should be trusted. So that means that he shouldn't meddle with what they are doing, shouldn't kind of pointing the right technical ways for them. It's not right. The CISO should provide information security, safe infrastructure, and have the digital kind of image of the employers safe and compliance, quick response to incidents, and this should be done through the team. And the idea of kind of bringing the team together and retaining it would be the key thing. Well, the technical features. Well, just imagine what kind of nuances we might have in a SOC, and when we deal with vulnerabilities and other processes, and in InfoSec, for instance. And if the CISO has to kind of dig into all the process, they will not have time for anything else, because the guys who understand the SOC, they understand the SOC and some other kind of adjoining things. So for me, this would be 90% of soft skills and dealing with the team and kind of establishing partner connections with other businesses. And we should also deal with the business owners so that you stand the ground of the team and protect kind of the tasks your departments have, so that you can perform your task, by the way. So in my paradigm, I would say 80% would be about the soft skills. Okay, thank you. I agree. Talking about soft skills, we have team leads. Well, if you have team leads, then you as a CISO, you shouldn't go and do something technically. Well, if I technically understood all the things like architecture, methodology, and risks, well, then nothing would be done in the company, because I would tell everybody what to do. By the way, well, I went through this managerial journey. I was engineer, then head of department, and at some stages I had some mistakes like that. I tried to teach everyone what to do, and then with time, I kind of understood that well, yeah, you should let people make their own mistakes. They will do the job better than you will, and so you should go through this stage, I would say. Talking about the customer, or the technical skills or hard skills I have, well, I still remember something from my engineer background. I can write correlation rules pretty well, by the way. Yeah, point taken. Yeah, it means that I will have something to do on the job market. I have some hobbies. I like looking into attacks. I build some B shell, reverse shell. I go around antiviruses, but these are my hobbies. I do it in my personal time. But, well, I don't go into this deeply technically. I am not telling people what to do. I can tell them, have you looked at this? Have you done that? Because, I kind of care
но большую часть как бы работы я свожу
But most of my job would be discussing things, meeting product teams, kind of look at expertise sharing to improve the products. I look at the risks of top managers. I see where InfoSec can help
да, и
others. And so this is about communications and dealing with some global tasks related to the vision of the company. Okay, thank you. The HR opinion. Let me add a few words to this. You mentioned a very good thing, that it depends on the maturity level for the company and the kind of force of the team. So I remember that we, CISOs, we should support the owner personally. Like, you cannot forget the technical things altogether, because when the owner calls you saying, okay, there are some bad things happening in the Telegram, you should find a solution quite quickly, or should understand who should deal with the problem. Because if you show that you are technically incompetent, then the CEO will have questions to you. Are you kind of properly holding your position? So you cannot say that this is 0 or 10%. No. But for now, so at our maturity level, the CISO, I would say, would have this 50-50 split. But the bigger the team, the more experts you have in your team. So we had this discussion. You shouldn't convert the CISO into a magic wand for everyone, because otherwise you will not have time for kind of managing this big process. Otherwise, you'll be running around helping everyone properly setting up the antivirus or two-factor authentication. So you should understand when you should let it go and start using your team so that they solve the problems emerging. And off top, if I may. Well, I would ask the question differently. Well, Nastya saw how I was developing through my career track, and I would ask you a different question. So, who is a CISO for you? Just if you kind of forget about my example, it's not easy to do. Okay, who is a CISO for you? Okay, I think I had a clear understanding of this when we started to look for a replacement for you. Yeah, I've been always confident that we'll work together for a long time, and I knew that it would be really difficult to find a replacement because these soft skills, they were extremely important to me. For me, a CISO is, who can solve any difficult problem, not only related to the hard skills. Say, as you put it, Yaroslav, the owner calls you saying there are some problems with Telegram, because my team and I, we did it. We asked Kirill to solve different problems, because Kirill was not only responsible for CISO, he was also responsible for internal security, and he grew pretty well in his role. He was head of department of overall security. So that's why people asked him different questions, but at some time we started kind of segregating this. Well, Kirill cannot be responsible for all kind of questions. He can be responsible for some specific things. Yeah, I started filtering that myself. Yes, some people were sent to the blacklist. Yeah, joking. Well, talking about your career track, the way I saw it, and okay, who is a CISO for me? This CISO should be capable of solving all the problems. Not necessarily he's going to do it, because he should have the opinion and be able to say no. He should have a strong position for the company. So if a CISO comes, people should kind of try to hide away, because sometimes you need it, depending on the kind of environment. So in the IT field, so we understand sometimes there are things where you kind of shouldn't be too kind of bossy, but there are some other guys, and you should kind of motivate them. They should understand who you are. Yeah, and for me, a CISO is someone who has all these competences, and the hard skills are still important, but I would say they're secondary. Okay, thank you guys. Thank you for the question. We had some anecdotes we had some stories of developing your team, delegation, that a CISO should communicate more at other levels and build cross-functional kind of interaction. So how do you build your teams and how do you retain your staff? We understand that we have a lack of staff in the field. And please don't go too much into detail on this problem, but please tell us how do you deal with the teams you have now? How do you develop them? How do you upskill them? So you mentioned that you delegate, will let them fail. What are the other things you do? How do you develop these guys?
Паспорта забираем.
Okay, we understand that you have some kind of sticks and carrots, but let's talk about some specific things. Okay, you should be engaged with the universities where you have students focused on InfoSec. Unfortunately, the level of these guys educated by colleges or universities is not that good, and I just want to get access to the students. And I said, I went to one university and said, give me year 3 and 4 students. And I was told, no, these guys are already employed. Go and speak to year 1 and 2 students because they are not employed yet. Okay, I taught there for a year and I understood that students want to be hackers, forensics guys, they want to be OSINT experts, and other guys who like drinking smoothies, but they don't want to be administrators of the ISS. They don't want to deal with some red check or Mac Patrol, CM or VM. They're not interested in this. This is not trendy anymore. I had 2 groups, 85 guys, more or less. Nobody wanted to admin. Well, I was telling them, you will become friends with Kaspersky, for instance. No, they wanted to be cyber intelligence guys. Well, those who graduate from universities, they don't want to do routine things, but they want to make a lot of money and they want to deal with machine learning, for instance, in info security. So this would be 120,000 rubles, and I don't know anything. Please teach me, please train me, but no routine, no kind of boring stuff. Okay, we deal with colleges and universities. 2 months ago, we launched a track. So we support and we upskill the special military operation veterans. We gave them some knowledge on line 1 in the SOC, compliance, mentioned vulnerabilities. We talked about the ISS. And so people kind of make leapfrog progress, and this is pretty good. So we understand this. These guys, they kind of. So we are talking about kind of the 5th theater of the military activity. That's where we are, but we are on the defense, and so we have some graduates of this program. So this will be our staff. They can do some routine stuff, and for them this is obvious and clear. They understand. Okay, they know what discipline is about. Well, I spent 16 years in the armed forces. I'm a retired major, so I speak the same language with this type of guys. So how to find them? Yeah, we can find them in students, and another big cluster would be of these experts coming from the military operation. How to retain the team?
Надо проявлять внимание каждому человеку.
You've got to pay attention to every individual. When I was a CISO, I have a team in Novosibirsk, a city in Russia, and every quarter I met the team as a whole team, and then I met them individually. Yes, I only have 30 people, so I can afford meeting each of them in a week's time, but I knew the aspirations of everyone. I knew what was going on in their life, so I built a training and development track for them. And so, because the team is distributed, there's not always this feeling of closeness with others. So once a year I get together all InfoSec people and we go somewhere to Kaliningrad, to Altai. And in addition to brainstorming, we have another day of fun, some informal event that knits the team together, and it helps you later to not ignore the person when he calls you, because he's not just someone from the street, but he's the person with whom you had fun at a shared event. Also important is to mark what people did. And if the person went and did something out of the ordinary, you've got to reward them somehow. People like to be praised. So it's important to be human with people. Let me add from the HR perspective, the people who are responsible for internal development and for making teams attractive. And even though our CEO has a particular presentation of the culture, we have a few pillars that we try to leverage to attract experts. We have team-building events. It is easier for us to do them because of what we are. We are quite open to projects that come to the minds of people of any level. Recently, for example, our team of developers, together with InfoSec, put together a chat bot that does wine recommendations. Had a cross-functional team to do that. Second, we acknowledge the role of the leader in history. In our company, there's the top leader who impersonates the company. If you visit various video hosting services, you will be able to see who is the face of the company and what would the company look like, which you are thinking of joining. And another important point, we are very much focused on growing our people inside. When people join our IT team, because we are so much focused on internal development, we really give the people an opportunity to voice their career aspirations. We empower people to grow their competences. And if you came to information security, it's not that you will stay there forever. You can migrate between teams and you can reach the level of CISO or the CTO and develop the competences that are needed along the way. We support the competences, the people in developing the competences, so that they didn't run to Yandex or elsewhere.
Первое было, как найти кадры.
Okay, so the first question was how to find and how to retain, right?
У меня 3000 безопасников в компании.
I have 3,000
Все, что захочу, у меня есть.
information security people in the company.
Знаете, что классно? Вот
So
времени,
I have people in any area. And
сказал. Ведь не
for the whole time that I've been with Positive Technologies, I haven't
сотруднику прийти.
experienced a situation where people turned me down. You can approach
В этом и прелесть.
a colleague, you can listen to their ideas, you can
Плюс в позитиве
learn from their experience.
есть
Also at Positive, there's an internship for young experts,
студенты, да, это могут быть,
and not necessarily students.
если переходят в
Those could be just people who are just starting in information security or want to upgrade their skills. Then they can apply to Positive and take training under PT Start, and then
Недавно, кстати, к нам приходил один стажер, и по итогу
the good people will be offered employment. And
пишет вообще.
we have an intern who joined us recently, and he is in awareness, and he writes so greatly both articles and phishing letters.
Вот у тебя есть 3000
Okay, Victor, you say you have 3,000 great information security guys.
скучные специальности.
Dmitry says that there are boring specializations. So how do you motivate and retain those people? What do you mean boring? We don't have boring specializations. Well, perhaps maybe more routine, more mundane ones. Well, everyone has routine.
Рекомендуют, типа, какой-то суперпроект, да, залетели.
And the common recommendation would be to join some super project. You do it for a while and then you switch back to routine tasks. The recommendation is to switch tasks from time to time.
Вопросами будут заниматься мои техлиды, а не я.
But I hope my tech leads would look into that, not myself. I tend to set goals and objectives and say what the direction of development should be, and my guys would do the rest. And by the way, this is about leadership. Well, everyone seems to be a leader. The CISO is the leader. The engineers are the leaders, and who would be doing the work? And there are lower-level leaders who lead the people on the ground. The CISO is more of an overall authority. As for retention, seriously, I have quite a small team at Positive. That is why I run around the company asking for advice or resources. But I try to pay more attention to my leads. If we discuss
меры защиты, которые мы принимаем,
a task, I tell them that
как они повлияют на бизнес,
the
кто чем доволен.
security measures that we will implement, how they would influence the business. So I try to challenge people so that they looked not just from their side as technical people, but also so that they saw the business side of things.
Позвольте, у нас небольшая команда, мы раз в месяц собираемся, прям вот.
And because we are quite a small team, once a month we get together and we share who has been doing what over this month's time. In architecture, in paperwork, what that is needed for. And when we were implementing this, I was recommended that, and I was afraid. I thought that people would keep silent, that essentially only the leaders would speak, and it would last for an hour or two, and then people would go and do their own thing. But it turns out to work quite well. The methodologist, for example, would explain the paperwork that they did. Suddenly, the SOC person comes in and says, "Oh, we need this in situations like this." And this team building exercise seemed to be quite effective for me, so I would recommend it.
Когда мы с Настей собирали в автокоманду,
when we and Nastya put together a team, quite a unique one, because the turnover there was 0% over 4 years.
с одним из кандидатов,
And when talking to a candidate, he asked, "And what is your value? What is the value of security in a company. And I
внутри компании разработали,
thought quite deeply about it.
мы сделали,
So much so that within the team we developed a manifesto
что мы делаем, как
where we explain the values, what we do,
полностью.
how we communicate.
Это был как этап и онбординга в том числе.
And that was partly onboarding,
Интервью к тому, что мы делаем для компании.
but also the person had an understanding right at the initial interview who we are and what we do.
Соответственно, развивать
And then we started gradually
взаимодействие,
developing
ходить общаться уже там с разработчиками.
cross-communication. We started talking to developers, to IT, to sales.
Есть, соответственно, там опыт построения различных
We have experience of
друг друга.
building guilds that
На тему там улучшения процессов разработки, они всегда позовут там
help each other develop.
обсеков, скажем,
Developers, for example, would leverage OPSEC guys and ask them,
проектируя,
what's your view here? Or when designing a new service,
позовем вот ребят с экспертизы, они нам
it
дадут
is common to
проблемы.
invite
И,
guys from other teams
формируется
to look for a better solution.
вид безопасника в компании,
And when there's a clear
начинает понимать, кто он, что
image of
для чего он все это
an information security
переходит в другой уровень.
professional in a company,
История про
It
встречи
proceeds to the next level.
ежемесячные. У нас были
I liked the idea of monthly
мы собирали
meetings. We had a format that we called SecTech Meet.
в манифесте,
We got together on a weekly basis, and the manifesto said what we were supposed to discuss. And if there was nothing to discuss, we just
кто чем живет, кто куда ездил.
had a free chat, what the people are doing or have been doing,
Каждый человек просто там брал в руки микрофон.
what events they went to.
И, соответственно, это помогало. Причем, более того, мы начали ходить, был технический мит
And there was
IT-разработки, мы начали ходить к ним, они
technical meeting of development guys, and they started visiting us, and we started visiting them. And that was stimulated cross-functionality.
безопасник, не только безопасник, хороший безопасник, когда он внедряет
You've got to understand that a good
безопасника,
security professional
он начинает немножечко как
implements security thinking
прозрачный security,
in employees.
да, который приносит тебе, заносит.
There is this idea of security, of growing security champions.
Ну, это может быть даже вот буквально бухгалтер, он тебе принесет, скажет, что тут проводку можно сделать.
And it could be an accountant who would come up to you and say, look, I can record this operation in this and that way. And this helped us a lot, and particularly Nastya. She built the processes between us. She built the values between us. It was a very open dialogue
И после этого
with IT as well.
энергия родилась, после которой
And after that, we had such a level of synergy
считает, что
that if IT and InfoSec believe that things should be done this way, it's very difficult to challenge. And gradually, we started to also leverage the business and HR, and suddenly
примерно одинаково, да,
everyone
все начинали понимать
started
бизнес-инициативы, все начинали
to have
на тему, соответственно,
a similar thinking
клиентского пути,
in terms of services, in terms of the
заносили с
customer journey.
точки зрения пользовательского пути не очень удобно.
And often
Когда такая
there were cases that information security guys would come and say, in terms of customer journey, it doesn't work quite well. I want to say a couple of things. I think it's about atmosphere and the openness from within. People didn't leave, and you said that there was zero turnover, and people were open with each other and discussed some issues and challenges openly. So if there's a conflict, then we're still open and discuss. If we need moderation, we get a moderator. And everyone is in one and the same information field. And this created an atmosphere of one team that you didn't want to leave. I have a question. When everyone addresses the same problem, do you not spend too much resources on that? No. Because sometimes a problem or a challenge is common. It's a matter of the level of an issue. Well, if it's a local issue, then yes, it wouldn't be addressed by everyone. Okay, clear. Victor, you wanted to add something? Yes, I wanted to say that.
Здесь очень важно, если мы говорим про удержание, да, и решение
Speaking of retention and resolving conflicts in a team,
подключен был HRBP.
it's important that HRBP was involved. A CISO is not a psychologist. And a psychologist
Выяснили, что там суицид, все
is needed. Yes, yesterday we discussed about suicide and other things. No, seriously, a company has an HRBP
как должна выглядеть
with whom you can work out all of this. How should communication with employees be structured? Whether there should be one-on-ones and how often? So a CISO is about security, but they also listen to other teams, and that's their value. They can come to other teams and say, look, I need help.
Окей, спасибо, ребят.
Thank
У
you.
нас время с вами сейчас заканчивается.
Guys, we're running out of time, so I'll ask a blitz question after all.
Вопрос у нас звучит следующим
And the blitz question is as follows.
Как будто бы ЦИСО — это венец развития.
It seems that CISO is the
Дмитрий, Виктор и Кирилл, в первую очередь
top
вопрос к вам.
point of development in InfoSec. But I have a question. What could be next? Well, from my personal experience, you can become a CTO, or you may think of starting your own business, a consultant business.
На этом венце развития можно остановиться.
But if you like it, you may still remain at that peak point.
Можно стать вице-президентом.
Well, you could become a VP.
Можно.
Ну, на самом деле это действительно круто, да, если взять
Seriously, it's quite cool.
начальник отдела,
Most of CISO positions are head of a
на уровне вице-президента,
team or head of a department.
с тобой общаться.
But if you become a VP, it means that the C-level treats you as equal. And from the experience of the previous speaker, that is great. There's still headroom to grow,
Не знаю, там
but it's a good place to be.
виноградники выращивать, там шашлыки,
Or you could
ферма, да.
go and grow grapes, or you could go and have a
Плохо все
goose farm.
Тут все зависит от человека, в какую сторону он
Well,
ходит.
it depends on the person,
Он может быть действительно стать
where they want to develop.
центром экспертизы, который
They may choose to become a center of excellence,
по сфере, по области, в которой может прийти там любой
who many people look to,
скажи там
or the business looks to,
проблему или помоги.
asking how to solve a particular issue or how to find the next CISO.
Еще позиция CISO, то есть Chief Security Officer, это когда
And there's this position of Chief Security Officer, where the person is responsible with all things security, both information security, cyber security,
потому что управление там рисками третьих лиц, это
other types of security.
внутреннюю безопасность.
Because all these things are not too far away. For example, managing third-party risks is also about economic security,
Контроль.
and physical security is also, in fact, a related matter. So it's up to you what you want to do, who you want to be.
Спасибо, Кирилл. Спасибо, друзья. Я
Thank you.
я не буду вам задавать этот вопрос.
Yaroslav and Anastasia, I won't ask this question
Не только у ЦИС.
of you. No, I wanted to say that such questions come not only to a CISO. When I
Потихоньку начинаешь
initially started my training, I was told that HR is not a good place to end up in. But at some point, you see that your importance in the company grows, and you can also teach and consult on this. So it is up to a particular individual of how they see their career track growth. I would say that you become the heart of the company. Oh, yes, indeed. Okay, our time is up, but we have the time for questions.
Вопросики задать.
Can you please help us with the microphones?
А вон Никита
5 минут
тащит
буквально.
ручку, можно?
I was told
У нас буквально 2
I was told that we have time. We have some 2 minutes
Два вопроса.
for a couple of questions. Okay, we'll take 2 questions.
Добрый день. Вопрос Виктору Гордееву.
Good afternoon. A question to Viktor Gordiev.
Компании топ, наверное, все в курсе какой, да?
You are
В своей компании
a CISO
безопасность.
at a well-known company.
Минут 10 назад сказали, что вы
Some 10 minutes ago, you said that you
авторитет,
are
управление, менеджмент, родственные
a
понятия.
person of authority and leadership
процесс, ну, вот, governance.
are very close notions, and they all unite in the notion of governance. So my question is this:
Утверждаете
how do
и,
you
может быть, давите своим авторитетом на ваших
leverage your authority
контрагентов внутри компании? Как вы подтверждаете
inside the company?
авторитет для
How do you prove your authority? What is authority for you?
ваша основная, собственно, роль?
I think it's it's a crucial part of your role.
Погрузиться в
How do you make sure that you have authority? You can't dive deeply into technical details. No, certainly you don't want to run around and start arguments or fights with people.
Общение на равных, когда
Rather, it's about treating people equally.
бизнес-владельцу
When you approach your counterparts, a business owner perhaps, and you treat
проблему предложить
them equally. You are ready to listen to them, come up with some solution. They are ready to listen to what you have to offer, but you don't push people to do it the only right way, which is your way.
авторитет, да, вот, там, с
And then
человеком я готов общаться с этим.
you get the trust and relationship, but with some people it's easier to communicate. With others, you need others. Well, is CISO a psychologist? Well, I think CISO is more of a negotiator or a crisis manager. It comes with experience. It's a little bit of this and a little bit of that, and suddenly you're a CISO. That's how it works. Okay, one more question.
Сюда передать микрофон. Спасибо.
Here in the front row.
Спасибо, ребят, всем. Такой вопрос. Вот CISO создает, ну, по сути, C-level.
Thank you very much. My question is this. CISO is essentially a C-level, and they create an environment where security would sort of develop on its own. And currently,
Текущие вот джуны, которые приходят, их
there's this trend that the juniors who join you have the level of a middle-level employee 5 years ago, and they understand that. But
текущие лиды учились уже становиться чуть выше, учились делегировать, для них это самое
your leaders should learn to your leads should learn to delegate,
уже какого-то маленького направления.
and you've got to find the candidates to become leads in your teams. So how do you create an environment where people could where you can grow people and where people can grow?
Практика заместителей работает очень отлично.
Well,
особенно, знаешь, когда
deputies
CISO, у тебя там 2 человека в подчинении,
work well.
просто, ну, надо тебя заместить.
If you are a CISO and you only have 2 people reporting to you, you need a deputy, and you go on vacation, and the person sort of has the level of responsibility that you normally have.
Кто-то там за метла остается, кто-то берет
And
фронт, пул, там.
anyone can be a deputy. Some can deputize for the mid-level employee.
Ответственность.
Others
соответственно,
take the responsibility to manage your whole team when you're away and take decisions in your place. Perhaps the most interesting case that I had was that I gave one of my leads an opportunity to write a strategy. And I asked him, can you write a strategy? And I tell him, look, I don't quite understand what's in there. Let's approach the business and let's ask them. Okay, we've run out of time. I see that there are questions about teams and mentoring, and it's good that our next speaker will be Olga Yeliseyeva, who would
Окей, тогда я завершающее слово говорю. Ребят,
speak about this. Okay, so a final word from me. Thank you for this panel. And for those who want to grow from experts to C-level, we are launching a program this year at Positive. You're welcome to join the Positive Education booth, which is in Sector A.
спасибо, ребят.
And with that, all the best to you.
Так, друзья, мы начинаем. Соответственно, следующий наш доклад, он связан как раз-таки с командой, командообразующими мероприятиями. Да.
Okay, let's proceed. We'll be talking about the team and team building and how to engage multi-age team. And many colleagues of mine, they have this problem. There is no communication between generations. We have some experienced guys who are millennials, I would say, and the new, fresh blood flows in, and they all kind of go to this crucible together, and they should somehow achieve and deliver, and this is done through communication. And many bosses start facing issues at this level, and today we'll have a discussion about this. Please welcome Olga Alexeyeva, head of Infosystema JET, and she'll tell us what to do with it. Okay, it's not exactly a company. I'm not a head of the company, but I will kind of tell him about your plans. Okay, my name is Olga Alexeyeva. Let's test the clicker. I work for the Infosystema JET integrator. I work with the Center of Information Security. We have about 550 people. For the last 9 years, I've been the boss. I started with nine people team, and now all the technical department, the developers, commercial SOC, about 350 people, they are all reporting to me. So this is a hierarchical structure. We have department heads, heads of lines, heads of groups, and kind of low-level employees. I'd like to thank Victor for warming up this by the round table. So almost all the things they've discussed will be also looked at through some specific practical tools we can use. So if for some reason you want to ask me a question, what to do with the IT market when the young guys come and want too much money, well, I don't have any answer to this. Frankly, I don't know. If I knew it, maybe I would be speaking at some other place now. Okay, what are the issues our industry is facing now? Despite COVID-19, 2020, despite 2020, 2020 it's still the market of the candidates. The candidates have several proposals and they pick the company. So they are more likely to choose rather than us. Well, we want to have the clever guys, the beautiful guys, these multifaceted guys who will be bright-eyed and bushy-tailed to deliver properly. We should understand that in this market there will be someone who will pay more, always. There will be someone, some company, some boss, some other place.
И он выкупит вашего сотрудника, даже если вы считаете, что это нецелесообразно, да, ему
Who will buy your stuff, even if you don't think that this guy is worth this money. Okay, let's talk about my proposal. What is the kind of way out? There are two things here. It's important to engage with the youth. You should engage them, you should grow them, and you should retain the experienced guys you already have. Okay, how to deal with the youth? Well, when I graduated from the information security department, I worked for a little integrator in my 4th year of university education. These guys were ready to kind of teach me. And then when I moved to JET, we've been running internships yearly. So now every year we have about 20 interns. We have a funnel. 300 to 400 people come to us, and we kind of accept about 20. Many of them have grown to the architect and expert level. So we have quite a lot of experience. Okay, but team leads have been asking these questions. These guys are different. When we came, we did it a different way. We would be given the task, deploy this, learn that. I would dig into this, and I had a mentor, and he would say, ask Google first. And so I have this model, but these guys are different. You set the task for them, and they just do it straightforwardly. They don't go deeper. They're not independent. So what to do with them?
приверженец каких-то...
Okay, I don't like to generalize, or you can listen to psychologists, sociologists, that there are this XYZ generations, but we understand that, sometimes you can find someone who is 20 years younger than you, but he's just like you. So I'm not talking about some tags, but we should take this into consideration. There are some kind of bullet points here coming from some interviews and from some research papers. What the young value? They want to learn, but they want to have a mentor who will be an expert and an authority for them, and who will be ready to answer their questions directly. They have a different work-life balance. They want to have comfort. It's difficult to explain it to them that the company wants it, or you should follow the rules. I'm your boss, so you are kind of the fool. I'm the king, you are the fool. No, it doesn't work like that. And that's why we have this communication. Like Z generation, those who were born 1995 or 6 and later, and before that we have X and Y. Well, sometimes we are too strict, and we kind of press the flesh too much. We are very strict and demanding, and they say, no, we should talk as equals. Or sometimes we say, okay, what's happening to you? We were different, we were kind of independent, and you are wearing this strange things, so let's work together. And they consider it as bullying. They're not ready to communicate in this environment. So if you engage with the young, and if you want to adapt to them, and I think this is inevitable. The previous speaker kind of told us that he is comfortable dealing with some people. He kind of serves in the armed forces, but the generations do change, and we need to adapt. Okay, what is important? We need to understand the hiring mistakes. Well, we shouldn't kind of say, jump in the water and learn to swim. No, it is not going to work. We need some adaptation, mentoring, training for them. We should set different tasks. We should be flexible in terms of approach. We should give them some freedom. And the third thing, which is not that obvious, well, you shouldn't be necessarily ready to pay them the money. So if we pay them little money at the beginning of the internship, if these people kind of take off, you should be ready to pay them kind of X2 or X3. So if these guys grow quickly, so we have this raises of 7–15%. No, this is not going to work. If they grow inside your company, they'll be, stolen quite quickly. You can build a good culture and values and missions, but if they offer them X2, then the majority will start thinking, maybe I can move to another company, maybe they'll be also cool. So please keep this in mind. Okay, so how do we onboard people? We have this hard and soft skills criteria, and we test them. We understand that some universities are better than others, but we'll have to adapt them anyway to our processes and technologies. So we consider their communication skills. We have a joke from the director of the Center of Information Security. He says, look for someone who will replace me in 3 years. Look for this ambitious guy with high potential. We have experts in the selection process. They kind of cherry-pick these guys, and every intern, even any other student, even not taking part in the internship process, we have a mentor supporting them for at least 3 months or half a year if needed, and we even kind of teach our mentors so that they provide feedback and so on. So that's what we expect from our staff. Delegation should be given. You have the resources, do it on your own. Well, but this is a skill. You should set the goals properly. You should control to get the results. So we train them, and we kind of invite as mentors those who are ready to share the knowledge. Some other people don't want to communicate that much, and so on and so forth. So this is done voluntarily. We do train our mentors, and we even have some awards for those who supervise these guys when they are at their internship level. Okay. When would you, as bosses, should consider the young? Well, in some companies, they have this HR policy. We hire only the middle and senior guys. We have the budgets. Some other people kind of train these guys for us, and we don't have any problem like that. But if you are not a company of this type, and if you have people overwhelmed by routine, you could think about the young who need some practical experience of dealing with InfoSec, and they spend 4 years of training for a reason. So if you have some bottlenecks, you could also think about this. Maybe the young might help you out. So if it takes you long to fill vacancies, if we have some budget restrictions, maybe you should consider the young generation too. Or say you have these old guys who have some issues introducing new things, and the business wants you a new product approach and new technologies, and experienced guys want something new. Well, this young blood will shake this place up, but you need mentors. Okay, what would be the kind of rate? I would say 70 to 30 or 60 to 40, but you should understand the experience. If this is line 1 of the SOC, maybe you need the young more there, so we could bring them there to this routine. You have some service requests, but if you deal with R&D, if you need experts, then the young will not help you out too much. That might be 90 to 10 rate. So we don't have any kind of cookie-cutter approach. We should understand the specific situation of your company. Okay, then when we have hired the young guys, bright-eyed and bushy-tailed, then I don't think it really matters how you engage with them. Now we'll talk about the tools to be used to these different people. And well, the stars, well, there are not those who say selectively, I'm not doing this, I'm not doing that. If they consider themselves stars or prima donnas, then there is one way to sort it out. Maybe you should replace the guy, and maybe it will be cheaper to let the guy go. Okay, the stars for us are talented people, those who have high potential, they want to develop. And now I'm giving you a tool to understand who talented people are. So these guys have high potential. Okay, what is potential? So you have your skills and capacity, competences, and ready to develop in your field. This guy should be also ambitious, ready for more difficult tasks. So they are ready to grow, and they should be committed, loyal to the company, sharing our values. Well, maybe you shouldn't develop those who say in the smoking room that this is a strange company or has interviews with other companies at the same time. So you should focus on those who are loyal and who value your company. And then we have a potential matrix. Well, so you have potential and you have work ethics. So you talk to people, and you should try to see what the level of work ethic is. Okay, people are ready to work hard, they do it on their own, and so on. Or maybe they are in this corner, they try to avoid tasks, they don't use their opportunities, and this is not within your control anymore. And then you can bring these people to this, and you'll see who the stars are, and who are wrongly hired, or who are the milk cows you can rely on. Many people want to work in the team of stars. Who wants to work in the team of stars? Nobody? Nobody? Okay, you're not exactly honest, are you? So many people want to work for a star team where we have a lot of professionals, but from the business perspective, it's not always relevant. It's expensive. You'll not be able to find so many stars for all the business lines to do all these things. And they might have some ambitious conflicts. They might try to understand whose star is bigger. So for this, you should kind of strike the balance. Here you might maybe refocus the person. Maybe you should say goodbye. Maybe you should move them to some other department, and so on. And you can pick any tool. You can build the spreadsheet to see kind of the potential, their work ethics, and to decide what to do with these guys. Okay, the question is how to build this environment where people will develop, and kind of this way we will manage this. Okay, there are three things: how we can develop their skills, how to support commitment, and how to develop ambitions. Okay, let's start with developing the skills. There are several tools here. We'll dwell deeply into two of them. The first one is training. You should develop an environment for people to learn. You can send them to some vendor or partner courses. If you cannot do that, you can establish some training courses inside the company. Say we have an engineer who has tested a new ISS, so we develop a meetup for him to run a demo and talk about some features. Or we have some pen testers and a commercial SOC. They have cyber exercise quite often. They exchange experience. They talk about modern attacks and how pen testers attack, and what the commercial SOC should know in terms of the trends. Yes, you should invest. You should find those who like teaching and training. Well, in-house training is not that expensive. Using the strengths, you should understand what kind of makes this engineer strong. Well, some engineers they like understanding the ISS, but they are not going to communicate, or they're not going to establish horizontal kind of connections. If people are more analytical, maybe they will not want to deal with the nuts and bolts some ISS. There are some other people who are more interested in developing, some are more interested in deployment, some are scared by papers, and so on. In some small companies, it's kind of good practice to develop this kind of multifaceted aspects. But if in a small team you can let people choose what is best for them, I think this will motivate them to develop. Let's talk about some motivation. So we talked about psychology. Do you need to be a psychologist? No. But if you are a manager, when you deal with people, you should have some skills which should come from different fields. Okay, what is the motivation profile? Okay, we all have our needs. This is important. The thing's important to us. And if we satisfy our needs, then we are motivated or incentivized to do things. Well, I want to develop. If I'm there in some routine field, I'm not going to stay there. Quite interestingly, when you have reached some kind of level of salary, if you are not interested anymore and the person is interested in development, they will try to find some other opportunities. They will try to obtain this. So we all have our needs, and if we satisfy them and the company helps us there, then we have a kind of support for this kind of needs. Okay, the needs. So we had this first question: what brought you here? What made you a CISO? And the colleagues explained why. I think one of their needs was to influence other people, because well, you go to the top if you want to change things, you want to make impact, you want more power, and you're ready to
kind of
это чушь.
take more responsibility.
Они даже, может, остаются больше в
There
горизонтали.
are some other people who don't want to do this. They develop their professional expertise. They care
Чтобы я развивался.
about the community. They want to develop as experts so that they speak at PhD. So if you don't have anything to discuss at PhD,
Когда люди такие
well,
начинают...
there are cases like that. People just change their jobs because they understand that they are not doing something right. They don't have anything to share with the professional community. So when you deal with your stuff, you can build this motivation profile consisting of three kind of
просто типаж.
blocks. So I just take here an example. We believe that you have a guy like that. We also have this guy, an experienced expert, hired quite long ago, a good expert in the field, but doesn't like communicating with the other departments, not ready to talk to business guys. He has a mentor, or he can work as a mentor. He's quite demanding in terms of mentoring, and he wants to exchange experience inside his department. So what do you think the needs would be for this guy? What would be the hypothesis we might build here?
Знания, да, еще что.
Knowledge, okay. Anything else?
Ну, делиться этим знанием, да, наставничество.
Sharing the knowledge, mentoring. Okay. Anything else?
Признание. Мгм.
Recognition.
Да, от своего там...
Yeah, quite likely.
Ему хочется что-то вносить. Еще что может быть важно?
Anything else?
Власть.
Power.
Интересно, где?
Okay, where?
Ну, есть только над молодым поколением, да?
Maybe power over the young generation.
Мгм. Ну, может быть. Сейчас я выписала, да, примерно. То есть мы, как
Okay.
руководители, общаясь с нашими коллегами, с нашими сотрудниками, это прямая задача, да,
When we
отмечаем
interact with our staff, we should take notice of their behavior,
и фиксируем какие-то факты.
what they do, how they behave, and what other people say about them. So we just put down some facts, and then we hypothesize. So what is important for them? What makes them tick?
И из этого мы можем уже продумать
And then we can think about some
больше, что у нас внутри.
well, stimuli. So I think our motivation is from within, and when the company and friends and spouses try to somehow impact us, this would be more like stimulation. So, okay, we could say, okay, here are some unconventional tasks for you to further develop and increase your expertise. We can invite them for some kind of improvements. We can kind of invite them to speak at PhD. We could provide assistance. Maybe you could write an article for the Hubr, and so on and so forth.
Показалось, что это сложно.
If you feel that this is difficult, well, I have another tool for you. You might stop demotivating people. So you either motivate or you stop demotivating. Recently, we had a Sber University article saying that demotivators. So you kind of devalue the achievement. You say, oh, you could have done better, or we just don't notice it. We just set the task and we expect the result to be good. And we don't kind of thank them for their work. We don't give them any feedback. Weak managerial skills.
Отмечают, что
Okay.
задачи, отсутствие
Not clear tasks, no feedback, micromanagement. These things demotivate the staff.
И вот интересно,
Quite interestingly,
мое личное
well,
наблюдение
my personal kind of experience in IT, in InfoSec,
больше уделяется
we
внимания
see that
навыкам,
managerial skills are more focused on. So people are trained to be kind of managers if they have this role. I think that in InfoSec, I think this enjoys less attention. So they have standalone conferences talking about the importance of managerial skills. And the third level is managerial incompetence. The manager tries to duck responsibility, not ready to initiate things, not enough authority, not enough trust. So this is about the motivators. They have quite a lot of stuff there. By the way, please do read this report. This is related to emotions. Well, you can like look yourself in the mirror and openly say, where do I cry? Where do I get aggressive? Maybe this is enough.
да, которые мы у себя
And the second tool we used,
программа менторства,
we have the mentoring
мы
program, and there we kind of split. So we have the supervisors for the interns, and mentoring is those who have been with the company for a long time. They have a task, they have a role, maybe they want to become team leaders, and so on. So they might find mentors, so they have the expert and the managerial tracks. And there, those who are mentors, they might implement their need to share their knowledge, to feel smart and professional. So this is kind of self-fulfillment. The mentees this way understand new skills. So these horizontal communications, we reinforce these communications, and we also share knowledge from one person with other people. This way we develop an environment. Okay, we have talked about supporting development, and I will talk about supporting ambitions. I have an interesting case. I don't know whether you've had something like that. Quite often when we have experts in the team, we believe that they are standalone, that they will make it. We give them the task, we expect some results from them, and we don't give them too much attention because we have more problematic stuff, we have new stuff, and we kind of lose sight of them. We don't have time for them. But at a moment of time, they will lack your attention. I recently had a guy who said that he or she wanted to leave, and I asked why. Well, you know, I understand that I'm independent and clever, but, well, I don't need so many contacts with the boss, but if I have no contact at all, it's not that nice. I don't understand some targets, I don't understand what they want from me, so they kind of leave this contact. So when you remember, the previous speaker talked about the strategy, transparency, understanding, and this was enough for him to start looking for another employer. So if you kind of have experts like that, please make sure that they are satisfied. Okay, what can you kind of provide here? Some clear goals. What the business expects? What the personal kind of goal is. For this, you might develop the individual development plan for the person to see the trajectory, so where they go. So you can also give them some challenges if they're interested in this. You can also run some cross-functional projects together. Flexibility and autonomy, they're important. If you want to have a company ready to take on initiative, you should kind of support these guys and give them some feedback, because sometimes we kind of bring together initiatives and then we get lost, and then the staff believe that nothing is going on, nobody is interested in my initiative, and they are not going to give you any other improvement initiatives. Okay, what can we do? When we have developed this motivation profile, you understand what makes your staff strong. They can easily develop a development plan. This is a screenshot. It is not complete here, but the idea is that we have this procedure. Every half a year we have performance review sessions when the boss meets the subordinate, and they kind of give them the assessment of their performance, how they go along the individual development plan, they give some feedback, and we kind of try to fix it when people don't know where and how to grow and what the expectations and criteria are. So we add there some technical and soft skills, depending on the development track you have picked. So you can just have this spreadsheet and discuss it with the staff. So we understand that, well, we should develop kind of in terms of new grades, but you can also develop in terms of talking to IT guys, DevOps guys, and so on and so forth. Maybe run a project. Maybe you should go to a team. So if you have big teams, maybe you should rotate the guy between the teams. Maybe they will find it more convenient to work there than in some other team, not in your team, because some people, they have a firm grip on their teams. But I believe it's better to keep people inside the company, because otherwise they might leave you altogether. And another tool you can develop through roles. Okay, I think this is
сотрудников уровня middle.
More interesting for the middle or senior level guys. They have reached some level, they have the position of an architect, so how to develop further? And here you might think, what are the tasks you are kind of expecting from them? So maybe in the motivation profile you see that these guys want to talk at PhD days. Okay, so maybe we should develop the role of the presenter or speaker. Maybe you should give them a course or design a course for them so that they develop along this track. Or you understand that this guy wants to talk or needs to talk to other people inside the company, but he doesn't have any negotiation skills, so they are not well developed. Then you might say, okay, let's develop the role of the negotiator.
Литературу посоветовать, обучение. Сейчас, в общем, в пространстве.
And for this, you might recommend some literature and so on. You can find a lot of things in the internet. And sometimes you don't need to pay for any courses. So you can use these roles. So you might think which roles you have. And at the previous round table, I remember a colleague said that I asked him to describe the strategy. Okay, you might kind of play this role of a strategy developer. So you might look at this, you might look at your team, not in terms of the positions, but rather roles. The roles you are kind of playing or developing, whether you are a mentor, an interviewer, and so on. You can add this to the individual development plan. And
Здесь тоже я могу посоветовать несколько инструментов. Важно, да, это.
Okay, let's talk about the tools. You should kind of support your people, and well, if you don't have trust and you don't have support, then kind of people, they just try to get away not from the company, but rather from the boss.
Обратная связь, да, насколько человек понимает, что у вас хорошо.
And it's about
Такие интересные кейсы.
people understanding what works and what not.
России, не России, что у нас редко хвалят.
In Russia, I don't know, maybe not in Russia, is that people don't say good things about others. So people lack feedback when they're not praised enough.
Что не так, да? Ну, типа, я хочу расти.
It could be
Конструктивную, негативную обратную.
the opposite, when people are only getting positive feedback, whereas the individual says, well, it's too sweet for me, please give me some more objective feedback, more honest feedback. And they would look and see where they can find that. If you don't give them the feedback that they need, they would go and look elsewhere. And I will share with you an interesting tool that we use to create openness, trust, and create a culture that it's okay to make mistakes. And if you made a mistake, you want to tell about it, because the earlier you do that, the easier it is to get right. A few years ago, we saw that another company was doing this practice when anyone can come on stage and share about their fuck-ups, what went wrong. And people at first are uncomfortable to do that because they think, okay, if I tell people how I failed, people would look and point a finger at me.
За любой движ, кроме голодовки, да? И они, ну, им не стеснительно, они готовы рассказывать о каких-то своих проблемах.
But for some people, it is okay to talk about where they failed. And so a few such meetings on, I can see that people are applying themselves. And if I walk in a corridor, I can hear two engineers talking that if you do it like that, then we'll have to
мероприятие, когда мы делимся.
Come on stage during the fails night it's called.
Их избегать. Мы потом голосуем.
So the point is to share our mistakes, and then we
фейл я запомню надолго. Вот коробка пончиков, чтобы подсластить.
And then we vote which fail was sort of the best, and we give the winner a box of donuts.
Есть какая-то уже такая готовая среда, где
So if you have an environment
открыто говорить,
where you can openly talk,
тех, которые готовы,
you can start with yourselves, you can start with the people who are happy to talk about that,
которых вы пригласите, а потом уже будут приходить те, кто
and you can start by
понимает, что никаких нет последствий, да, для этого каких-то негативных.
inviting people, selecting some people to start the first round, and then as it gets traction, other people may be willing to join.
Здесь свела, как же создается, это не все, наверное, да, возможные инструменты.
This is an overview. These are not all possible tools. I'm just sharing the tools that we implemented. So how do you set up a development environment? And you may want to ask, what do you do
У сотрудника, нет возможности реализовать потенциал. Мы можем столкнуться
when an individual doesn't have the opportunity to realize their potential? Let's say there's a glass window inside the company. There's nothing more that we can give them,
условно, таких задач нет, таких проектов нету.
even if I wanted to.
И, к сожалению, мне кажется, это самая такая печальная для
And I think this is the saddest situation for a manager when an employee is loyal and they are happy to continue working there,
время проработает, но
but
будет задумываться, да, где
there's nothing to match
мне интересно,
him. And yes, they will
потому что это
be willing to stay for a while, but there's no long-term solution rather than let them go.
ноте расстанетесь, то где
And if you part
в разных
on good terms, then it's
вот, поэтому мне кажется,
a market where people know each other, so who knows, maybe one time you'll meet again.
И потом всегда можно попросить вернуться. У меня
And then
очень много кейсов,
you can ask them, in fact, to
не бывает. То есть если вы
come back.
с сотрудником расстались на хорошей ноте, да,
I have a way of saying that there are no exes.
все, моя дверь закрыта, я больше не возьму.
It's not that once they leave and the door is closed. I have many examples when employees
Вернуться, вот нас
asked to come back, or I wrote to them
прямую коммуникацию, что если
proposing to come back. So I am in favor of direct communication. If you part on a good note, you could go and work elsewhere,
его позвать, или вы поменяете другую компанию, заходите.
or they could go elsewhere, and you might want to invite them back at some point.
Расстались и выполняли, наверное, какие-то
If you part on a good note,
по удержанию сотрудников, то они быстрее согласятся.
if you practiced some retention methods, that they will be
Завершение.
happier to work with you elsewhere. So in conclusion, I have some proposals or steps to first understand how balanced your current team is. What potential issues are there? Bottlenecks. Maybe you are too long to
И все-таки задуматься,
hire people to fill vacancies.
научать ребят под вашу культуру, под ваш процесс, под ваши цели.
Then maybe you want to grow people to match your values and needs.
Разложить, да, по
You want to understand
табличкам.
the potential of people in your team using this table and to see what am I doing for retention? How do I work with their motivation? Am I not demotivating them?
Проблема есть, да, в связи с
What problems I have
с этим у меня внутри команды, что я как руководитель
in my team? What, as a manager, can I change? Maybe some of the ideas resonated with you and you will apply them.
ответить с понедельника, я предлагаю, как иногда с конференции руководители приходят с
And
понедельника.
then I propose that you start it from Monday. You know, sometimes when people come back from a conference and they start changing life for the better from Monday. So what can you do to have a better quality environment in my team? That's it from me. If you are interested in learning management, I have this Telegram channel which doesn't have anything on InfoSec. It's all about managing people. And that's it from me.
Ольга, спасибо большое.
Olga, thank you very much.
У кого-то возникли вопросы, поднимайте руку.
Are there any questions in the room?
Да, пожалуйста.
Yes, please.
Да-да-да, слева.
Добрый день. Спасибо большое за доклад.
Good afternoon. Thank you for your presentation. Very insightful one.
Такой вопрос. А сколько...
I have a question.
Понятно, что это вопрос такой эфемерный, но сколько примерно времени нужно уделять
How much time
таким задачам именно управления персоналом?
should we allocate to tasks such as managing people? There are other tasks as well.
10%, не знаю, час.
Do you think it's 10%? Do you think it's 1 hour in a day?
Количество людей там, может быть.
And
Если у руководителя там
maybe it depends on the number of people. If it's 5 people reporting to you, 20 people reporting to you.
Зависит еще от уровня.
It's a good question. It depends on the level of the manager. If you're a team lead,
Может быть больше таких прямых коммуникаций.
then you might have more direct communications. The higher you rise,
Преобладает больше стратегии.
then maybe you are more into the strategy. But according to my experience and practice, then
Раз в 2 недели.
you should have one-to-ones in your team
Это уже может быть
once,
многовато.
at least once every 2 weeks.
Слишком большой период, поэтому мне
If it's
кажется, не 10%.
once a month, then maybe it's too long.
От 30 до 40.
So I don't think it should be 10%. I think it's 30 to 40% that HR matters would take.
Так, проверка. Ага. Спасибо за доклад. У меня такой вопрос.
Thank you for your presentation.
За слайд с performance review.
My question is this. I saw a slide called performance review in your slide, and I say we have a mentee and they're doing good and we praise them. What about the mentor? Do we give them anything other than free merch? Because they also did their job well.
Факт, что есть только мерч и реализация потребностей самого.
It's a good question. No, usually it's the merge and the inner drive of the person to be a mentor. Okay, thank you. You described an employee profile in the slide, but I think there wouldn't be so many people in the team who are eager to share their experience. Do you think we should motivate more senior people who are mentors to be mentors?
Сугубо личное мое мнение, я думаю,
Well, my personal view
что деньги,
is that
ну это же про деньги-то вопрос.
is it a question about money?
Нет, ну не, условно можно.
No, not necessarily.
Условно, да. Сейчас один вопрос. Можно в карте развития учитывать, да, что условно
Okay.
стать архитектором.
You can, for example, include it in the development map. For you to become an architect, you've got to have some mentorship experience.
Плату за менторство.
But sometimes people ask about paying for mentorship. Maybe we'll get at this at some point in time. But I guess there's more opportunity for an individual to get self-fulfillment. If you pay them money for that, if they don't like that, they wouldn't do good quality mentorship. And honestly, it would be better to use as mentors those who are ready. I don't believe that you can motivate people with money in that particular thing. But offering a higher grade or more challenging job perhaps is a good motivation.
Добрый день. Не подскажете, какие у вас есть советы, хинты для выращивания молодняка?
What tips can you give to develop young people, Zoomers, who come to their first company and they find themselves in quite greenhouse terms with a free attendance, they get a laptop, they get free food, but when they come across some real difficulties, they stress out and they remain stressed out for a week. So do you think you should give them challenge, or do you want to keep this greenhouse atmosphere for them?
Если бы мы сейчас спросили молодежь, что мы делаем.
I think if we asked young people what we want to do with them, I think they would have given a different answer. But when such a greenhouse atmosphere is created, there's a big risk of getting into a
Когда станет тесно,
golden cage.
полезно будет менять.
You would grow in that environment, and when you feel you're too big for it, you will find it very difficult to change.
Идти на работу, но ты будешь.
You wouldn't want to
Мне кажется, что вот если
go to that work anymore, but you would still will because you wouldn't find another place.
отношения на равных, ну между, ну поколениям.
So I think it's important to have a good relationship on equal terms between different generations.
Под присмотром более опытного человека.
You can take those challenges together. You can take those challenges being supervised by more expensive people who don't have this mindset that we were different at your age and you are here drinking smoothies.
Они будут хорошо перформить. Но у нас нет смузи, там маков у нас нет.
But we don't have smoothies and we don't give MacBooks to young employees.
Поэтому вот так.
Ольга, большое вам спасибо за интересный доклад. У меня возник такой вопрос.
Thank you very much for a very insightful presentation.
Возможностей. А как вы доносите до...
There are many exciting opportunities in a company, and how do you communicate to potential candidates about those opportunities? How can young experts know that these opportunities exist? What channels do you have? We have annual internships, and there's a whole PR campaign about it in Telegram channels, in VK groups, wherever our target audience is. And the process of selection is such that we inform at the internship, we decide who goes to SOC, who goes to another team, depending on the people's preferences and capabilities. A minute of advertising. JET has a cyber camp. It's essentially an online cyber drill that happens in autumn. And we get a league of students and a league of commercial companies, and they have a CTF-type competition for 3 days with prizes for the best performers. So this is an important community contribution program. And now we have launched the community in Telegram, which is called Hello Cyber Camp, where we gather enthusiasts about cybersecurity who want to grow and share, and we have questions and answers. We have various events, practical tasks, challenges for people who want to develop. So these are the kinds of things that we do to attract the attention of employees. Okay, I see no further questions. Then thank you very much, Olga. Let's have a round of applause for her. Now we'll break for 10 minutes, and then there will be a panel discussion.
Итак, друзья, всем привет. Мы продолжаем. Да, сегодня у нас такая довольно-таки интересная дискуссия. Мы бы хотели, ну, собрались обсудить, чтобы обсудить тему волнительную.
Touch upon this exciting topic, outsourcing and working with contractors, how to get this trust. And I'll be supported by Timur Zelitulin, Deputy Director General in Angara Assistance, Konstantin Lepatkin, CISO in Sales, Vyacheslav Tupikov, CISO in Rostelecom Solar, Andrei Abashev, Head of Methodology and Control in Nor Nickel, and Alexander Rechets, Head of Methodology and Control of Security in Rumbler. Hello, colleagues. Thanks for making it here. Well, to begin with, well, today, businesses cannot work on their own. They need some external support, and this generates the cloud services, development, outsourcing companies, and all these guys have access to our data, to our infrastructure. And it's okay from the point of view of business. It can save some money, but we have information security risks, like data leakage, unauthorized access, not satisfying the requirements of InfoSec. So I'd like to consider the balance between trust and control, how to minimize the risks and work with the contractor in such a way that it shouldn't become a bureaucratic nightmare for your contractor. These issues touch upon many companies. So the first question, how to assess the level of InfoSec with the contractor before you start the engagement, and how to maintain this requirements throughout your joint project. How can you do it? No way you can do it. Well, we have kind of the short and the long answers. Well, the short things you can do. Well, just thank you for coming here on a Saturday. So you kind of some takeaways. So you can just OSINT them to see whether there have been any leakages, what kind of domains they have, whom they worked with. You don't need some crawlers for this. Well, you can use Census, for instance, to kind of look at them. We, as security guys, we should remember the due diligence and due care principles, whatever the question is. So before we start our engagement, we should look at the digital footprint.
Различные NDAs, соглашения.
Okay, NDAs and various agreements. Yeah, you can OSINT the contractor if this is a large contractor. But if this is a small contractor, maybe you have nothing to OSINT there. And sometimes you can only take some technical measures, and you can also use some kind of human level methods. You might talk to people. If InfoSec experts tell you, well, please give us your guy who is responsible for this, and we'll just talk to him. When you talk to the guy, it makes clear to you, without any OSINT, this is the most straightforward measure. So if you don't kind of go deep in the documents or agreements, because they are there and people need them, for sure you may formalize the requirements. It's important to do it and have a good approach to this. But the quickest and simplest way to understand whom you are dealing with is to communicate with them. So we have kind of non-technical things here too. And again, well, they might be good, maybe you trust them, but still you should be ready. And apart from trust, you should have some technical kind of systems to support you. Yeah, trust but verify, sure. And these are the two contractors, by the way. Yeah, we are both contractors and customers. Okay, let's invite Andrei and Alexander, the customers. Okay, I'll start with a classic approach. Well,
мое направление, как бы, поэтому надо затронуть. Понятно, есть классические,
So
да.
we understand we have this classical NDA. This is fine. You can sign an NDA before you start a cooperation. No problem with that. So you might have an NDA before you have an agreement. And the next stage, you might sign the information security agreement. There we can have some specific requirements and so on.
Да, в вопросе звучит до
Okay.
сотрудничества.
The question is before you start cooperation. So papers might come later. So I would agree with the colleagues. Well, OSINT is helpful here.
У нас есть подрядчик.
That's what we also do. We have a contractor doing it, and we can do it on our own. This is quite straightforward.
И тут я хочу тоже сказать, что
I'd like to say that overall,
цифровой след есть у всех организаций.
everybody has a digital footprint. We had some cases like we have a solution the business likes, a CRM solution, and it's developed by an individual entrepreneur or a sole incorporated guy. So it's a small startup, and the digital footprint is small.
При вот таком
Nevertheless, if you analyze it like that, if you look into the open sources,
такие интересные вещи.
sometimes some interesting things pop up. So we have a specific example.
Небольшого
We're
предпринимателя.
looking into one of these entrepreneurs with a CRM, and in one of the GitHub repositories, we found a specialized script to brute force their personal accounts of this service. Then it turned out that they don't have a two-factor authentication system. He cannot explain how the script works, so he doesn't understand how it works. We kind of give him hints that maybe you could reduce the number of kind of attempts and so on and so forth, but the guy doesn't have any understanding that some simple measures might be taken to kind of protect yourself. And we kind of saw that this service may become a target of wrongdoers, so we can see some direct risks here.
Ну, я, наверное, покажусь душным.
Okay, I'll be boring.
Почему такой фокус на Асинте?
I don't know why you are focusing on OSINT. The question was like that: how to determine the level of maturity of InfoSec? Well, the first option. I think everybody uses it to some extent. Well, before you start working together, so we have the standard procedures, and you can set a list of requirements for the contractor. So this is even before you start working. So you obtain the information on how these requirements are implemented, and this lets us conclude whether it's fine or not. You can also hire an auditor. It doesn't really matter who does it. Okay, we can do it if we want to check the contractor, or the contractor may pay an auditor, and they develop a report, and there they describe their current state, and then they can share this with all their clients. And we have the third option. If we have enough strength and potential, and if we have enough resources, we run this analysis on our own. We draw a list of questions and criteria. We send it to the contractor. We receive a report on how they satisfy this criteria. We look at the evidence and so on and so forth.
Тут еще вторая часть вопроса.
We have the second part to the question: how to maintain the requirements are satisfied.
Информационной безопасности, которая
I mean, how to maintain this
вы как заказчик
level of compliance. So I understand that you're the customer, so you control this and so on. Okay, may I add to this, to the previous part of the question? Well, sure, you might run audits, but quite often the business requirements are different, and they may differ a lot. And sometimes some of these guys have never heard about InfoSec. Well, sometimes business wants this system. There are some numbers of them, and none of them satisfies the requirements. You start talking to them, and you tell them, here are the methods. So they have an app. They have quoted them. Have you dealt with security? No. We deal with the app, and the app does this and that. And sometimes when you set this requirement, when you force the guys go through the audit, we kind of exclude them all. And the business guys will tell us, okay, guys, the InfoSec guys have thrown the wrench. No, we're not throwing the wrench. We just want to understand the level of maturity. Okay, if we add it to the technical requirements, we'll have no offers. Okay, the task is to assess level of maturity. So we have some participants in the procedure. We understand who is better, who is worse, what the price is. Then we start looking for the right balance. Either we'll invite the expensive and secure guys or the cheap guys, but then we'll have to do something on our end. Anyway, we'll have to do something on your end, since, well, whatever your contractor does in terms of InfoSec, the risk of third-party compromise will be there anyway, and you'll have to manage it. That's great. I couldn't agree more. So I understand it's nice to find fault with contractors. So I would start assessing the overall maturity with ourselves. So we should look at our own responsibility. So before you start interacting with someone, have you thought about the way this interaction is going to work out? Where will they go? Will they have the SSH key or not? Do you have a two-factor authentication or not? Do you have monitoring? So if you talk about primary kind of factors, maybe you should say that you shouldn't see the iGrok or scanner launched from the contractor. Well, we understand this is important for the contractor, but it's an important question for you. How did you allow this? We should also remember about your own responsibility. Yeah, going back to what we can kind of check. Okay, let's proceed. What are the mechanisms to control the access of the contractors to the corporate resources, which you could call the most effective ones? We've been talking about the contractors for the last 2 to 3 years, and within this time, I think we have developed some tools which work and which let us run this control. So what would you add to this list? Do we have enough money? It depends. Well, if you want an expensive solution, then you can have some SPLAMs, PAMs to control this. You can kind of keep track of this and look at this. You have little money, you can have the jump host with some auditor, with some security, and this will generate some security and control for you. Okay. No. It can be done for free. So you do the hardening on tier ID, you add the Sysmon audit D for free. Two-factor, okay, take TLTP and use it for that. Well, the basic hardening methodology, which is well described, so they will really kind of make difficult the development of the primary vector of penetration. Yeah, I'm here to support Timur. We should build the processes in such a way, like access control and monitoring, that you don't need to look for some expensive solutions. We understand that, okay, jump host is for free. We want PAM because it's nice to kind of watch cartoons there. It used to be fun, but then when the session of the developers took, okay, 10 hours, you're not going to kind of watch these nuances for 10 hours. Well, I think we should start with the basics. Do you have access control, monitoring, and audit? If all of that is there, if you can digest it well, then this is going to be enough.
Константин.
Константин.
Я бы еще, как в прошлом бывший сетевик, то...
Well, I'm also a network guy, so I would say that for the contractors, you need a segment to be allocated. So every customer should determine some segmentation and to follow the principle of the lowest privileges. And I will support my colleagues in terms of access control.
Правила по предоставлению и отзыву прав.
So we should have some rules to grant and cancel privileges.
Давайте пофантазирую. Да, вот тут рассказывали про средства защиты.
Okay, they talked about some ISS and control systems.
Когда мы начинаем загонять
So
подрядчиков,
when we start kind of covering our contractors by ISS, the price goes up. I remember the cost was 1 million, but then it became 10 million following the ISAC processing of the agreement. Okay, can we say, okay, guys, you don't share the passwords, you should have an antivirus, you just connect to us and you just work like that. Would you be ready to do it like that? Okay, you connect, but this is not free, right? This should be like a VDI. No, not VDI. Here is the VPN. So you can come to the office, we can give you the RDP. I see that Timur has nearly fainted when he heard this. Well, I mean some minimalistic kind of measures. Okay, guys, we are partners, right? I trust you. You don't make it hard for me. So be kind of realistic and reasonable. Okay, Vita, do we have many partners like that in PT? Okay, no, I'm the moderator. Okay, we understand. This is just for example, right? I think we should agree upon some terms and conditions. So we have a contractor like a designer, a web designer, or a presentation designer. So they have no infrastructure. They sometimes don't have laptops. Like, again, in any way, you'll have to invest into this, and this will be incremental to the cost. So this will cost some money, maybe not rubles for licenses, but maybe it will cost you in terms of the time your staff will spend on this. Okay, what will you have to invest in if this is a web designer? I mean, he'll have to go to you through some controller. Okay, if he brings the result on a memory stick, okay, the memory stick should be also somehow tested, but we already have these systems, right? Okay, so we have business value and we want InfoSec wishes. And the matter of kind of cost, 1 million grew to 10 million. Frankly speaking, I can't believe this. And then it was kind of done. Well, okay, I don't believe it. You can't take this right from me. I think the people will tell us that, okay, this is too much. We shouldn't pay 10 million for this if the cost is 1 million. Look for other options. And one of the options would be to minimize the communication component of this, like not remote office. Okay, if you want to make this million, come to our office, work here, use our computers. You might have like a segment, a singled out segment in our machines. Options are there, just look for this. Yeah, it's hard to disagree with you. We are talking about risk management too. You might manage the risks too, so you can kind of accept some risk, you try to minimize it somewhere. Okay. What are the monitoring on audit tools which could be used to make sure that the contractor is in line with the requirements? EDL, DRP, how do you say that we install the corporate antivirus will control whatever you do? Or everything on the kind of contractor's side will be their responsibility, and you don't deal with it. And we start kind of looking at this, starting with your end of the VPN. Well, on one hand, we want kind of impose the ISS on the contractor, and how can you do it in terms of technologies? We understand that Positive has it for free. Yeah, we understand. But if other companies want to follow this journey, they face this license agreement issue. Okay, this is a third-party company, we can't do it like that. We had a company, the contractor wanted a lot. They said, we are analysts, we cannot tell you what we want, just let us into this business system, show us data, hopefully everything, and everything is kind of burning, and the CEO is giving them the green light. Well, in this case, those who took part in the audit, we just hired these guys, gave them the corporate laptops, and they worked under all our systems. So they got all the ISS on our machines. So these were our computers, not theirs.
Вы рассматривали такой вариант, что ноутбук, который вы им выдали,
Okay, the laptop you give them with all the access, so they'll just bring it to the service, they'll do the RDP, and the company will kind of go through it. But we control it. We control the audit, so everything what is happening there. So it's in line with our profile. So we have hardening, and we even had some surveillance. Okay, you guys, you have everything. Who has EDR here in the room? Would you raise your hand? You mean EDR? Well,
Понимаешь? Ну, далеко не у всех.
okay, not everybody, yeah, to say the least. This is also difficult. Okay, and how do customers do it? You know, I'm a director of a commercial SOC. I can kind of tell you what can be done. Okay, we do it like you do it. We use the SOC for this.
Константин, а вы как-то контролируете?
Constantine, and what about you? How do you control your contractors? Well, I would say we are quite flexible in dealing with our contractors, and things differ. One of the examples we recently had, okay, we outsource accounting. The company has no IT guys, only women, about 10 girls. So they do it right, impeccably. But for us, it's Windows 10 or 11, like everywhere. But they still use Windows 7, which is not supported and has a lot of vulnerabilities, and there are no updates. So we agreed. We kind of give them our computers with the EDRs and all the agents. Well, we had another situation. Colleagues have some maturity, they have some hygienic factors in place. And we just set up the remote access in such a way that the profile is attached to a specific host, and the contractor uses only this device, and that's it.
Вот ты сказал, что там не ко всем.
You mentioned that you don't apply too many kind of requirements to all contractors. Sometimes you have some more straightforward kind of agreements that you don't get hacked, and then we'll kind of work together. Yeah, it would be a good approach. Yeah. It would be nice if at the VPN level you could have some compliance. Okay, if you want to connect to us, then your workstation should have an antivirus with updated signatures, and then, okay, you're welcome. Yeah, sure. We have the chill checks. We can see the number of EDRs, the launch of antivirus software, and we can use some other criteria. Yeah, it would be great. Okay, you don't kind of impose too many InfoSec requirements on the contractor. You give them the bare minimum, and then you connect and you work. And you haven't had any negative precedents. No, we haven't. And we haven't established any checks with the contractors. Okay, in terms of imposing requirements on the contractors, I support this. Well, I'm a contractor, and I'm a licensed kind of company, and many kind of requirements are imposed on me, but some IT companies and so on don't have those requirements. So when we talk about the technical kind of systems, I think that this issue is more or less resolved, because Russia, within the last 2 to 3 years, well, in terms of detection, monitoring, and response, so we have generated a lot of experience, and this is shown by the International Cyber Polygon. I think we are more focused on the operational kind of features, well, and this maybe in the regulatory field too. Well, I believe so. This is more kind of organizational than technical. I hope you'll agree with me. Okay, I'd like to add a few things. I'd like to share some experience. How they do it internationally. So you have a large company and you kind of outsource accounting. A big international company undergoes audit inspections, financial kind of reporting.
audits, and like Sorben-Soxley. And when they run their audits, they identify the outsourced business processes, and this is one of the key processes. This is generating financial reports and has to be somehow verified. So you hired the auditor. They cannot go to the contractor. So how do they solve this problem in the West? So they ask the contractor to provide the report on the effectiveness of the control over the services they provide to your company, and your auditor will rely on that. And this report follows the international standards. We have a number of them, and it's a big thing. It starts with some manual input and goes all the way to cyber security, because cyber risks are there in terms of financial reporting. And for me, it's a little bit strange to say that it is not taken off in Russia. And we understand that the service organizations obviously are developed, so they're developed to work for the market, not just for one company. So why don't they hire a good independent auditor so that the guy should check not only the technical stuff, but rather run a full-fledged inspection of the whole thing, so that they perform the control measures throughout the year. They have their ISS in place, they have their policy they don't violate, and if they have any incidents, they are timely identified and rectified, and say they are in touch with the public authorities, or they have other counterparties to help them mitigate the issues. So for them, this will be a one-time audit, and all the third parties they supply will receive this report, and this gives you trust. Okay, may I add some kind of realistic things here? Yeah, this is a cool thing, but it works only in the regulated fields. Well, financial guys, they have SOX, medical guys, they have HIPAA, but if we look at InfoSec regulatory framework, it lags behind, and our contractors vary. And if there we don't have any regulators, like this event was organized by an event agency, what kind of regulator is going to deal with event agencies? Okay, SOX, this is not for finance, this is for financial reporting. So any company which is traded at the American Stock Exchange should be in line with these requirements. The Moscow Exchange, the Chinese Exchange, and so on, they also have these requirements. And I think that the event guys organizing this, they are opposite technologies. So we have this, you have kind of stakeholders here who want to make it right here in terms of this event. Okay, let me share with you an anecdote. We went to Tula with the response team. Okay, what was going on? So it was a big event. So some guy used to go to the armed forces with another guy, and this guy in Tula has kind of a factory making makeup. Then the other guy bought some van. Then he was joined by another uncle, and they have a fleet of cars. So they were growing. So the fleet has some ERP, and the other guy represents a logistical company. To synchronize the logistics in terms of the warehouses, they just ask the 1C guys, they have a DB server, this guy goes to the server, so no control, no regulations. They have never heard about this. Nobody talked to them about this. So, well, and all of this was encrypted, sure. And we understand that, well, since we understand the penetration of digital technology today, so the second and third scale, as you can imagine, that some kind of the stores didn't
get some of the supplies and so on and so forth. But what should you do to these two guys? One has a factory, the other one has a set of events. For them, SOCs are somewhere far away. And I've discussed this topic repeatedly. I don't know how to solve the problem, by the way. We have kind of many parties here. Maybe we, the market leaders, should kind of put forward some available solutions, or affordable solutions to these small and medium businesses. I just have to share this with you. Okay, let's park this issue for the time being. We have some other issues to discuss.
We've discussed how we start working with contractors, NDA contracts, whatever DLPs, EDRs will install if we can. But very rarely people talk about how you end the work with a contractor. Okay, you've done your deliverables. They have got your data. They can keep your data locally on-prem in their office. They can still be able to access your infrastructure. So what minimum should a company do to prevent any leaks or unauthorized access? And again, the work has been done. The project is over. So I would like to listen from the customers. Well, it's really a good question. If we give access to our infrastructure, once the interaction is over, then those accounts should be disabled immediately. And if a process works well, we believe that should be sufficient. If we pass on our data outside, then it's more challenging. If it's about personal data, then according to our legislation, Law 152, if we pass on data officially, if we enter into an agreement and we pass on personal data to a contractor, then we should request them at any time how they implement the measures to handle them, how they store them, and how they delete them, how they get rid of them. And we can ask them, and it is not regulated by the law, but we can ask them, can you please send a video of how you dispose of the data? That would give us enough evidence that you have deleted a certain offline database that we have given to you, and we'll be good, we'll be comfortable that you've done that. We'll ask for some substantiating documents, but then again, a disposal act they can sign, but whether they did it or not, you don't know. You just have a signed paper. Even if they show you a video, you wouldn't know if that is your hard drive or not. Or they would delete the data in such a way that they can recover it in 5 minutes. So it's a tough one. You've got to work with the contractor, you've got to talk to them, you've got to build a relationship. Perhaps you want to advise them at some point. We are knowledgeable in this, and we are in a position to advise how to best dispose of, how to delete, and what artifacts they could present to us to prove that. So there are levers that you can control. And perhaps I shouldn't say that, but I should proceed from an assumption that whatever you give outside, you should be aware that it ceases to be confidential at that point. You granted access to it to someone. And you've got to really think for what period of time it's going to be critical. So once you give it away, you've got to calculate the risks. What happens if the information leaks? Yes, of course, you've got to have all the legal arrangements in place. And yes, you might want to ask them to really dispose of the information, delete it. But there's a risk. Konstantin, Andrei, maybe there are some technical measures that you do to address this. Maybe yes, maybe we do some technical measures. We might. Well, there's nothing to add here. In my view, a well-designed environment of control around the work with the contractor Well, it starts even before the interaction starts. It starts at the time of contractor selection, even before we select the contractor, even at the time when we decide what it is that we want, when an initial idea of a product comes up. And so, relying on all of these control and monitoring procedures, when you conclude or terminate the agreement, you might count on a good outcome. Many people use NDA, but an NDA doesn't work, and you wouldn't be able to prove anything if you don't record the fact of passing on information, if you don't do that in a formal way. In addition to that, that's the return of the equipment, that's the disabling of accounts. And that's all I have to say. Well, there's nothing I can add. I totally side with my colleagues. My team and myself, we looked at this recently because we are into internal information security. Positive, as a company, offers services to our customers. We can get remote access, and we have computer security agreements, and we have NDAs, pretty much as every other contractor. And we do all the preparation on our side, the contractor does preparation on their own side. So when a contract concludes or terminates, then we delete the infrastructure that we used to work with the contractor, but we don't know if the contractor blocked the accounts that provide access to our infrastructure. And so far, we can only give a recommendation, but have you thought of whether it could be implemented as a checklist, that all accounts have been blocked? You check GitHub and see whether a developer didn't post some code that they shouldn't have out of the desire to brag, perhaps. And perhaps such recommendations could be put together or formulated into a checklist that would govern digital hygiene. Well, I can offer a commercial solution for you. You can include in all the contracts with contractors that you do post pen test, and if they don't delete what they should, then it's bad for them. Well, you are joking, but that's what we do. We do our own tools to make sure that all of their communications with us are disabled. But yes, it is possible. Sometimes we can do it. And you can look up Ansible. Okay, let's move on to the next question. We have been saying that a contractor must do this and that. Can we set up any measures that could help create a security company, a security culture that involves the contractor? Have you had practice when a contractor comes to you and tells you, look, you have a wrong configuration here, I don't know. Say 1C ERP system is your contractor, and they would approach you and tell you, look, this is not okay in terms of security, and we recommend that you modify here. So how do you create a culture whereby all the contractors would approach you? I can share a few examples of how we engage in the so-called cyber culture. We had Contractor Day. demonstrating to the market that we do not shy away from talking to contractors.
Совместно с коллегами обсудить. Второе, мы имеем у себя на борту команду.
We have also a team of pen testers
различные продукты,
who look at various products that are purchased by other business units. And we have an open dialogue. We explain at length why a product is not safe and how to address the vulnerabilities. Number 3, our contracts for all contractors have the information security requirements, giving us the right to do an audit and with some penalties. I'm not saying fines, but with some penalties if there are incidents. And we can hire one of the few companies with whom we have strategic agreements to do such an audit for us. Yes, I also wanted to chip in here. This brings us back to the first question about communicating or talking. And it is important to explain to contractors why these particular measures are important and how this would help them to develop their business and improve their products. And many value that, and indeed they make a better product and more secure product. But also, and I'll speak both a contractor and a customer, it's important when you are a customer to set reasonable requirements to a contractor, because quite often I'm being shown other companies' requirements in the field of information security, and they include everything conceivable. Recently, I saw a draft contract for a pen test, and the contract says that the contractor must use machines that are equipped with an antivirus and must not take any illegal measures that could harm the customer, even though that's a pen test. So you've got to really help the contractor, but you shouldn't go to the extreme and including all conceivable requirements. Yes, I'm amazed that they didn't have requirements that the computer to do a pen test had to be provided by the customer. You want to engage people in this culture. My dream is that, in elevators, we have safety rules in every elevator. Hopefully, someday we'll live to see that there are information security rules next to those. And so you take baby steps. No, but then no one reads the safety rules in the lift. Who did read safety rules in the lift? Okay, I'll pass on this idea to the organizers. Okay, friends, our time is running out. And I suggest we go to the Q&A. You will be given a microphone. Good afternoon. Thank you for a very insightful panel. I have a question. We have many standards. We have GOSTs, we have stack requirements, whereas the international community uses ISO, and in the area of security, that's most likely NIST framework. Do you think we will ever have a single standard that we all share, whereby you could approach a customer and say, contractor, and say, look, I want you to have a maturity of 3 for me to trust you. Before the panel, we sat down and discussed whether we could implement any standards. But a standard should apply to everyone, both to a large contractor, and it's not a problem. You can ask that they have a commercial SOC and that they have certain products. But what about small sole traders with websites? Because we're being breached through websites. If you tell them about standards, they would respond that, okay, I'm developing websites and I'll continue to do so without your standards.
конечно, не поддерживает.
I had an idea. Not all of my colleagues support me. But what if
Выкладывает, ну, выставляет
a contractor
программу там кибериспытаний, баг-баунти. Ну, то есть, неважно на какую платформу,
would
просто что вот он есть,
make them
да, его кто-то может
the target for a bug bounty?
платит, у него там 10 тысяч рублей, грубо говоря, весь фонд. Но ты хотя бы смотришь на такого товарища, такой, ну, наверное, он что-то хотя бы делает. Ну вот.
Ну, тут ты вставил.
Maybe that would be
Мне кажется, ответ на ваш вопрос – да.
at least something.
Немножко времени.
I think the answer to your question is yes. I think we should give just more time. And who do you think should push for this? Should it be the business or the government? I think as in any other industry,
Властях делает государство,
the first step in a resource-intensive industry is done by the government.
входит бизнес и начинает делать уже эффективный процесс.
And then the business follows and starts building effective processes.
Добрый день.
Good afternoon.
У меня такой вопрос. В экономической безопасности
My question is this. In economic security, you have
процедура должной осмотрительности, да?
a KYC procedure.
Была налоговая. Что
And
подрядчик
I understand that
вы все равно за него выплатите.
it is initiated by the tax authority, because if a contractor goes bankrupt, you will pay that for them. Well, if we did something like that in the area of information security, how do you think it could look like? Well, I think we're a couple of years away.
Рейтинг ну, просто оценки контрагента.
I think that cyber resilience could simply be included in the overall counterparty ranking. We are now doing a review of counterparties' financials. I think that we are only a few years away from also adding some cyber component to it, some top-level assessments of their cybersecurity level. I think we're quite close to that.
Все вопросы, как будто у нас какой-то регуляторный трек.
It seems that we have a regulatory track, judging by the nature of questions. You said that you don't like contractors, they're not secure. Let's have just one contractor and sell them security services. But have there been such instances in reality? A single contractor? No, I don't think we'll ever have it. It may be the case when all of these requirements are implemented, and then the person who built a website for you for 50,000, the same website will be built for you by a large integrator for $1 million. What matters is to have a balance of all of these requirements. The balance is important. There will be new regulatory requirements, and everyone understands that that would narrow down the market. Only the large organizations will survive. Sole traders would not be able to do that. Sole traders, small and micro companies, have very little margin. And if we ask them to comply with some requirements, even to sign papers, to give you a real-life example, we ask them to sign a certain mandatory document, and they tell us that you pay me 20,000 rubles per month. I don't have a lawyer. I would have to go and find a legal firm, and I will spend 10,000 just to check that what you're asking me is not something that I'm doing against my benefit.
Добрый день.
Good afternoon.
Дискуссия очень интересная тема.
Thank you for the panel, a very interesting topic.
Есть такой вопрос. Предположим,
A question
разрабатывает некое решение.
from the contractor's side. Say a contractor develops a solution, and they have a code repository, and as they submit their deliverables, they provide the test and test analysis results of their code repository. How do you think it increases their security? Does it work in their favor? Well, if they know the words that already works in their favor. Because when you ask them, have you done code analysis? And they ask, what? We have seen a developer, they looked at the code and they say it's okay. So that's how quality control looks for them. Well, if they have done that review, if they will give us reports that show that it's okay, it's a good step forward. Yes, it's great, but we'll certainly do our own review. We also have such tools.
Слав, как раз-таки хочется, чтобы были такие отношения доверительные.
Well, it would be good to have such relationship of trust with the contractor, so that you formulated the requirements and said that this is what I need for my company. We can discuss, but this is roughly what I need. And they will appreciate that there's information security and there might be risks. If a contractor knows the word SAST and DAST, I would have maximum trust in such a contractor. Yes, but such things do happen. There are some mature contractors who at the early stage ask, and please can you set up a meeting with your security so that we understood your requirements. Just recently I had a contractor who even before the project started talking about security. On the other hand, there are contractors we tell them what they're lacking in security and then come back then and tell us, look, we have changed our processes and please can you tell us what more we can do? And the communication starts and this communication creates trust. Okay, we talk from the viewpoint of security and we understand that we should ensure contractor security. How do we communicate it to the business? The business says that I want to develop an MVP and they conduct a tender among 5 or 6 contractors and none of them know about security and the business is not prepared to pay to validate a hypothesis that would increase the value of their contract from 1 million to 10. How do you address that? Well, it's education. It is our job and something that we don't do awfully well. As CISO, we've got to talk to the business, we've got to educate them. I think the problem was more challenging before 2022. Now companies are more prepared to pay because there have been many adverse examples. And I think it's my bad. If my business doesn't understand that in today's world information security matters are critical, then I'm not paying enough attention to that. I should be doing a better job communicating the risks to them. Okay, we have run out of time. Thank you very much. Thanks for having us. Thanks for inviting us. We'll now break for 10 minutes and then we'll have a next presentation.
Друзья, всем еще раз привет, или уже как там, добрый день, добрый вечер.
Hello, guys.
Мы продолжаем нашу тему с докладом.
Let's proceed.
Сегодня такой прям
Now
очень интересный
we'll have a very interesting speech, CISO in the cloud, security processes in cloud and hybrid scenarios. And we'll have the CISO of Yandex Cloud, Evgeny Sidorov, to talk about this.
Спасибо. Всем привет.
Thank you, guys. Hello, everyone. Thanks for coming on a Saturday and staying until 4 p.m.
Тема доклада, она
Okay.
в облаке от искусственного
CISO
честно говоря, как
in the cloud. So we have some discrepancy between the topics. So we'll talk about the CISO, so how you start with the Motley collection and go all the way to a system. So we'll talk about the patchwork. So how we started with the patchwork, so what the team starts with when they deal with information security, when they have a new project, and how they kind of evolve to a system process, so to systematically establish some processes, controls, and so on and so forth. Well, a few words about myself. I've been with Yandex for 13 years, and about, say, from the time Yandex Cloud was launched, I've been with them. So when we started showing it to the first clients. So on one hand, I'm the CISO, the information security officer. On the other hand, I lead the development of security services. I've been somewhere between the development and security. So this has been my career so far. So we understand that CISOs, they usually deal with a huge number of things, and I have highlighted just a few of them. So the culture of communication, strategy and tactics, how it works, and process and controls. How we build this stuff, what it is made of. I'd like to share my experience, my vision, some tips and tricks of what I have witnessed as being a CISO. A disclaimer. So when you try to reuse someone's experience, please adopt critical thinking, because people have different circumstances, different input, and so on. Like in machine learning, you have garbage in and garbage out, so you should see whether the data you're using for training is of high quality, and the same holds true here. So please compare this to the premises we had and to compare it to your premises and see how it works. We'll start with culture and communications. Well, in Yandex Cloud, we have three basic pillars. The first one, safety, is a feature. So this is the feature of a product. It's part and parcel. No one wants to use a product which is of poor quality, unreliable, and nobody wants to use a product which is not secure. So security should be there from the outset. The second thing is a little bit counterintuitive. The product owner is responsible for security of the product. They cannot say, I'm developing the product and some security guys are responsible for making it secure. No, it shouldn't work like that. And the third thing, okay, the problem of the client is quickly converted into the problem of the provider. Okay, we understand that we have our own clients. We also care about the other clients, because usually if there is a problem, then it casts a shadow on the whole industry of public clouds. We want the industry to kind of develop further, not to be rolled back. Okay, the tips and tricks. So if you want to build the security culture, the CEO is your main kind of supporter. In Yandex Cloud, I've dealt with several CEOs, and when they ask me what kind of help I wanted from them, well, the answer would usually be that the most important way to help me is to promote the safety culture, to speak at the gatherings that kind of security is important, we should invest into this, and this is something everyone should invest in. And the third thing, well, we understand we have LNA, we have some big kind of rules and regulations, but it works best when you can quickly and concisely develop some clear rules. So we'll be talking about simplicity today. Like you shouldn't go around security controls. You cannot use the resources of the company to get richer. If you're not sure, ask the question in the chat. And the third one, so you should use positive examples. So if a developer finds a vulnerability in the service, you should mention it at the general meeting that this guy is good, he has found vulnerability and shared it. This happened. Our developer found vulnerability in the ClickHouse. He upstreamed the fixes and sent it to the bug bounty. So we have the performance review. So we usually kind of reward these guys. So he updated some component, and for this he can be liked from the InfoSec guys. Let's talk about communication. So when we mention this, it's nice to understand whom we are communicating with. In the field of project management, I kind of remembered the stakeholder management concept. You may highlight the parties concerned or the stakeholders, those who are interested in this or who kind of are in any way related to InfoSec. And today I'll be talking about the staff, the shareholders and top managers, well, regulators and clients will be mentioned some other time. Talking about the team, we should spread the knowledge about InfoSec. And we have two tools here. We have pre-recorded knowledge when we had a little team. So sometimes when you go on level 4 of the office, you could kind of talk to people physically, tell them what is required of them. But when the team grows, you cannot talk to everyone anymore. So we started drafting documents, and we have 3 major things. We have the cookbook. Well, this is a set of recipes. If you want to know how to do it properly in terms of InfoSec, go to the cookbook. They will have the recipes and descriptions why you should do it like that. Second set of documents is baseline, so they are better structured and formalized requirements. And the third one is regulations. So these are formal regulations which are usually used to deal with auditors. So we use this kind of trinity, and we ask the staff to read a cookbook. So if you don't know how to do it right, look at the cookbook. If you want to ask someone who's responsible for InfoSec, have a look at the cookbook first. Maybe it already has an answer for you. We also support our internal blog posts. We have the request for comments. For instance, we are going to introduce this and that stuff. What kind of problems might it entail? How will it impact your processes? And this is what we want to do. So maybe we will consider your opinion when we design the process and so on. So we understand that it's impossible to kind of shoehorn all the diversity of life into books. Well, sometimes knowledge is intangible. We call it tribal knowledge. But for this, we have chats. We have the security and compliance chat. We have more than 1,000 people registered, those who work for Yandex Oblaka, and this works great when people start answering the questions of other people. You don't necessarily need the security guy here. Sometimes the employees share their knowledge that, oh, okay, you have this question, and some other guy who has already done it can tell them how they did it or comes up with a ready solution. In our communication culture, all the documents I'm talking about are open for our staff, meaning that so we have the codes, so anyone can send the pull request, we'll review it, and then we will share with them the documents, and we can also receive the pull request and change the documents accordingly after reviewing the request for change. Okay, the tips and tricks. So when we mention something in the chat, so we need to explain the solution explain the premises, tell people why the decisions are made. And this way, this decision goes through your own critical thinking process, but also through the critical thinking process of the developers and other people. Sometimes they add some interesting things you missed out.
Вообще говоря, там оказывается, что надо делать по-другому. И тут же часто всплывает такая штука, как проблема XY. Это вот...
And we often have this XY problem. Sometimes we dig deeper in discussing a solution, but we should discuss the problem. Like how long should the password be in the account? But the initial question is that we need to protect the account. Maybe we don't need passwords. We need to use some stronger things. So we start with formulating the problem, and only then we try to find possible solutions. So we don't start with the solutions without preliminarily discussing what kind of problem we are solving, what we are defending from, and so on. So when we have our chat, thus people start referring to this. Okay, you let this team do this, you don't let us do that. For this, so we have a rule. So it is a non-precedent-based kind of legal framework. So they have a different context. Maybe their system will be replaced in a month, and so on. So it means that every problem should be discussed on its own merit without any references to some other similar cases. And we have our duty officers, so we have the ISAC guys available, and you can tag the guy through a special bot, or if you need a response from this guys, so we can tag the guy through this duty mechanism, and then he'll understand that here they need the support of the InfoSec experts. In terms of communications, we have the cross-check with the leads of services. So if we roll out a process, it's great to bring together the leads of services, and we can explain it to them why we do things and why it is necessary. Sometimes we didn't do it, and they say, okay, you said, okay, it's in your process, then we introduce it, and then we have the details of questions going to the InfoSec team. It's difficult to explain everything to everyone. So when you talk to the service leads beforehand, we can consider the opinion or some issues which might emerge in their teams, and you can also ask the service lead to explain it to people what we are doing using the language they understand through the stand-up or through the regular team communication tools. One more thing which works great would be kind of share with me your knowledge. So if we introduce something, it's great to look at the early adopters. People don't like doing things from scratch. They like taking some ready solutions and integrate them. So we have this kind of approach, share your knowledge, and this works really well. When we introduce something, we are looking for an early adopter, champion, who will be the first to do it, and then share with the other guys how they did it, and maybe provide some further feedback. The next kind of type of stakeholders is top management. So we have the formal kind of process. So we deal with these guys more often than iterations go. And here, I would say that based on my experience, some straightforward examples work well when you share kind of the essence of it. Like sometimes you explain it, what is a Kubernetes safety, explain it in 2 minutes, something like that. And when we prepare for meetings like that in our teams. We don't kind of try to speak to the slides. Well, we are focusing on the slides, the content preparation, the context, and we should also have a long list of reference materials because people usually have questions. So when I kind of was preparing for this event, the CTO gave me this good advice. Think what the first slide will look like, because sometimes it will determine whether discussion will proceed. Sometimes it happens unexpectedly. Here we have a link to one of the books I like in terms of engineering management, and so there they describe how to get ready for this. It's an elegant puzzle book, so please read it. I think it's a good set of engineering management tools. Then every metric has a physical kind of idea. If this is not clear from the graph, so maybe the problem is with the graph. And sometimes, number metrics are not nice. Sometimes it's better to use some stages of maturity. So when you start with the targeted condition, and then you say we do this at the first stage, then at the second stage, and here is how we reach the results. For the KPIs, I try to compare apples to apples. If I can convert something into money, that's what I usually do. In Yandex Cloud, we have only one set of KPIs for all the C-level. Well, I looked for different speeches for this CISO school. Well, sometimes business kind of equalized us. They gave the information security service the same set of KPIs as all the other C guys. The C-level team. Well, we have the C-level team, we have the technical director, financial director, and information security director, or chief officer, the operational director, and so on. And these guys, well, they're your peers on one hand. On the other hand, they can give you some more input on what they understand in terms of security, what they expect. Some people, I remember there have been some questions like, how would you know what people want from information security? For me, the easiest way is just to ask people at some meetings, and sometimes you get interesting insights. Like ask the financial director, what's his view of the information security risks? So how much are they going to pay for a hedge against a given risk? And this way you understand how you can build the budget. And the third thing, Vladislav Ivanov, last year, I like his speech, by the way. He mentioned the importance of communications. Top managers can be unaware, and this is the worst thing for a CISO. All the CEOs, you talk to them, and you ask them, what is the most important requirement from me as the CISO? So we should learn about the InfoSec issues from you, not from the news. This is really important. And one of my bosses would say, here is my direct line, call me anytime. Well, if you need to do it in the middle of the night, please do. Kind of wake me up, no problem. Okay, let's talk about strategy and tactics now. How it works for Yandex Cloud. Well, we built the strategy like Microsoft does in their Secure Future initiative. They have some security pillars, and there they declare the results they want to achieve in these fields. And with this approach, it's important to answer the question, what? So you start with the what question, and then you follow with the how question. And if we cannot do something because we don't have resources now, it doesn't mean that this kind of goes off the table. It means that we should find resources rather than ignore this stuff. How did we do it? So on one hand, we took the top-down approach, the head of information security, like me, head of SOC, head of security and compliance. So we gathered this all together, and then we had a strategic session with the key people in the team, and we asked them for brainstorming so that we know their visions. And several results of this, several rounds of this brought us this security pillars, and then you can use it as a foundation for a strategy. Well, tips and tricks in terms of security strategy. It should be there for the whole organization. If you do it for yourself and don't build it in the organization, well, it is not going to work out. Okay, tactics. Strategy is a long-term thing. It's our guiding light. That's where we are going. But tactics would be about short-term steps.
Что мы делаем? Ну, во-первых, вещи и стратегии по security мы включаем в цели организации, которые там...
Okay, we add
цели организации, мы
в переговорках. Squeezed strategies. So we add this, and we have this in all negotiation rooms. We have there we have the goals, the KPIs, and this includes the security KPIs. This looks like the ORCA methodology. We have a cascaded set of goals. We try to build this goal tree. We want to make it flat. Well, it doesn't necessarily work out, but we have the team goals, the group goals, and the department goals, and the overall organization goals. So we try to cascade it all together so we can trace the whole way from the team goal to the business goal this team contributes to. In terms of governance, how does it work? So all C-level guys meet regularly, and from once a month we consider the C-level dashboard. They will have a security blog, so you should have a regular meeting, and you should regularly consider the set of dashboards. And that's what we do to keep track of our information security. And we compare these indicators with other business health indicators available. Let's talk about some processes and controls. So when we build processes, we use the product approach. There is a great speech from Dima Godar last year. The business still needs you. That's more or less the title. So he talks about the product approach. We develop our information security tools on our own, so 90% would be our in-house, and we use two things here. We use the CASDev. We have interviews with those who are going to develop the tools, and top footing. So we use this on our own. If we don't like this, we'll fix it, and then we'll use a good tool. At the same time, when we design a process for CASDev, kind of a good approach would be to know how the adjoining departments run their processes or workflows. So how our process will impact them, if in any way. We also regularly get the feedback. Well, in the past, the feedback would be like talking in the corridor. People talk about some problems. But now we are trying to give it more structure. We have feedback forms. Comments and tickets and chat posts in Yandex, it's an open environment. If something works bad, the guy in the chat will somehow mention this. We also use NPS sometimes, but if we consider NPS, then you need some other metadata. Like you get the NPS of 8, and those who don't deal with information security, say it'll be 80% of these guys, they give you 10, and those who deal with information security regularly, they give you 1, and you get a similarly good result, but your sample is skewed and biased and not objective. So if we deal with NPS, we try to gather some metadata so that we can analyze the cohorts and understand in which cohort the real NPS what it looks like. I want to focus on the target audience.
Идем дальше в сторону процессов. Вот когда дизайните процессы безопасности, важно понимать, что security — это штука, с одной стороны,
design of the processes. Well, security permeates all the organization, and the processes may speed up and slow down everything. Like an example, if your staff gets access, and you need a month to get approvals, it means that the organization will be slow. And another example, there are some companies who, at the policy level, banned the use of public clouds, so they lose in terms of time to market. When we talk about the design of information security processes, the question is, can it speed up and increase the security? We had the break glass tools, safe and quick. This is a way to go to production if some regular controls don't work. We have designed and we have a quick break glass mechanism to speed up the process and to reduce the resolve time for the IT incidents in production. We also have good access to prod. We have a Bastion system recording the user sessions, and for this we have a client who doesn't just run the commands in production. It has several modes for this. Like it can run one of the same command in 10 VMs, then merge the results, aggregate them, and so on. And this convenience made this tool quite popular for all the developers. Now it's an industrial kind of standard. 99% of our developers use this, and we get security when we go to production, and they get convenience. And this is a transparent system. When you design the processes, well, you cannot design one process and that's the way it's going to be forever. No, usually organizations change and develop, and we need some dead wood to abandon timely, and we usually get feedback on the security processes, and then you can prioritize which processes should be fixed and which should be cancelled altogether because they were designed long ago when the team was small and they don't bring anything useful. We use the PDCA approach, we use feedback gathering. Sometimes we come up with a quick fix so as we move ahead, and then we revise it and develop a more systematic solution, having gathered some feedback on the first version of the process. Process unification. So if the security guys design processes which are kind of far away from the rest of the organization, it is not going to work well. Well, quite often you don't need to develop a new process. You just twist and tweak the process you have. For instance, planning and demo processes. The security kind of team has a planning and demo process just in line with the rest of the organization. The incident management process. At any moment of time, the cloud has an incident manager. This role is subject to rotation, so this is an on-duty kind of role. And for all city managers, once a month I also take part in this, become an incident manager, and this guy is responsible for resolving all the incidents in the cloud, including IT and InfoSec issues. And in this regard, information security and development take part in one process. So a senior developer manager, our CTO, if there is an incident, InfoSec, he will be the incident manager there. It doesn't mean that he should understand in detail the InfoSec, but he or she should, as a manager, help the incident response team so that they quickly resolve the incident so that we have good response and mitigation. We also have the process for launching the new service. So we didn't invent our own InfoSec process. We joined an existing system, so market will not start working until the security audit has been passed for this new service.
Позволяет нам здесь минимизировать усилия, нам не надо думать.
This helps us minimize efforts. We don't need to think when the new service is launched and whether we'll see it or not. We just know a process that it should follow, and it would follow it, because there are other things on which it depends that it cannot skip as it moves along the process. Another example is our security Sentry, Security Sentinel. And we have people who are on duty, so to say, on particular products. And if there's an incident report,
так называемая железная женщина, которая как бы, робот, который
then we have a robot that would call the person on duty
среди ночи и говорит: смотри, у нас тут инцидент.
And tell them that there's an incident that we've got to resolve.
И когда вы унифицируете процессы, больше начинаете жить вместе с разработкой.
And when you unify processes, when you use the same processes with development, you come across what we call cross-pollination, when you can leverage the resources of other teams. For example, we have a SOC that monitors the status of security, and there's the shift of duty that monitors the overall security of all services. And many services have alerts on 500. And when an attacker tries to attack, they will delete services. And then our robot would respond, and the person on duty will see an anomaly, and they would report it to the SOC. So with very simple instructions, you can expand your security not just on your SOC, but also on all the other services. And because we have one incident response approach and everyone knows how it works, it's very convenient when you get in touch with the people on duty in other services when you resolve. Say there's an incident with managed PostgreSQL, and there are people who can do wonders with that to fetch things from caches that a security person would find difficult to get. But we are getting help immediately, and we get the data that we need. And you can do the same with services. We have a system of audit trails, and you can push your teams to make sure that they observe the quality of logs. But you can install or you can set up a dependency between two systems. For example, currently we're implementing an arrangement whereby a console search engine works on top of the telemetry that is provided by all services. And this creates a product pressure on services to monitor the quality of event delivery, not just to rely on security that something is wrong. The audit will be noticed by more pairs of eyes, so to say. And this has a positive impact on users. It makes the system more secure. You can work with antagonists and convert them into promoters through better UX. You can get organically a user base, such as, for example, when we implemented VBUSN, we showed how convenient it was in terms of user interface. You don't want to, you don't need to use your finger, you don't want to type any passwords. And again, SSH, we make production instances secure and transparent. And there's no need to take any extra steps to go to production, so people are happy to use this tool. And you can look broader. There are other services, other teams. We are a public company, and we have an internal audit that makes sure. Earlier at the panel today, financial reporting was discussed. Internal audit looks at how our controls reflect real life. And you can ask them to do a report not just for the SOX or the audit, but to do a more deep dive report on the maturity of processes or our controls, and to get some additional insights from your internal audit without engaging any contractors, without spending any additional money or other resources. And a few words about planning and resource management. When Yandex Cloud started, it was built under the Amazon AWS model, with a lot of team working together through a well-designed API. And the teams work independently, in parallel, not always in good coordination with each other. And on the one hand, it's good because it helps you work faster. But when you start to implement or do some cross-team project, it turns into a pain. For example, disk encryption in the Yandex Cloud. It's quite easy to formulate, but it takes the collaboration of 4 teams to make it happen. And then you go to another team. You ask them to implement something in security, and they say, okay, we would be happy, but we have already done our planning, and our planning cycle is 6 months. And so come to us in 6 months and we'll put it in the plan, whereas you need it now. At some point, we saw that it makes work in an organization less effective. And we all went to Scaled Agile courses, and we implemented a similar framework in our organization. Now we function in iterations, and iteration is approximately a quarter, 12 or 13 weeks of work. And between the quarters, we have 2 weeks for planning and demo. Every area show their demo in terms of what they have done, how they're doing in terms of business, and security also show their demo, what they have achieved over the past quarter. And so the boundary between quarters is currently a point of synchronization. The teams have been running for a quarter, and then before they go to the next quarter, they exchange their, or they share their achievements. And there's always a quota and allocation for bug fixes. We also have agreed with our CTO on the resource profile, and we don't call it quota for a reason. We call it a profile. We say that it's okay to use some 15 to 30, 35% of time, depending on the team, to security. And it is encouraged by the CTO. That is our agreement with them. For every area, we have an OPSEC a dedicated OPSEC person. They help the team to plan their security backlog, to include tasks that are security related.
У нас есть разные механизмы.
And in terms of time, monitoring time, we have various time tracking tools, but what matters is not the time tracking itself, but rather allocation of time.
Ну, чтобы команда действительно тратила там
So that
нужный квант времени на задачи безопасности.
the team spent the necessary time on security. At the beginning of every quarter, we put together a document with continuing projects that are overseen by the CTO and CISO. We agree which projects should be put in focus for a particular quarter. And this is a good planning input so that the teams could plan their resources. And I think I'm approaching the end of my presentation. Conclusions. First, 80% has been invented before us. If a CISO comes across a management issue, most likely it has been addressed in engineering management or project management or elsewhere. And that knowledge helps a lot. It is necessary to integrate into processes, and it is much better than to build our own processes that people would have to remember or would tend to forget. And openness and feedback is something that helps engage more people and get more focus, more attention, more brains that would think over your issues. And finally, sometimes you can look not at a million of metrics or dashboards that sometimes get covered in dust, but at a much simpler reference. Alexei Mirtov was giving a good example of it when he talked about cloud providers and security. And that's it from me for today. Thank you very much.
Да, друзья, спасибо, Евгений.
Okay, thank you, Evgeny. If you have any questions, please raise your hand, and you will be given a microphone.
Ну, в таком... есть один.
Okay, yes, we do have a question.
А я свой не отдам.
Спасибо, Женя. А можешь чуть подробнее...
Thank you, Evgeny. Can you please tell a bit more what break glass is? Yes, break glass is a mechanism of getting access to production when the regular mechanism doesn't work. Say there's a system that authenticates you, and as any IT system may be down for a certain reason, but still you've got to go to production to fix it, and you use the break glass. Or you have some circular dependencies between systems. For example, we have Yandex database and we have access control system. And Yandex database checks access through that database access system, and the database and the access control system works over Yandex database. So in a situation like that, a break glass mechanism is a good tool. Okay, Evgeny, thank you very much. Thank you. Thanks for having me.
Друзья, у нас тогда сейчас перерыв.
Okay. We'll now have a break, and at 5 p.m. we'll have the final presentation for today.
Good evening, guys. Okay, they say it's too early.
Друзья, всем привет. Мы подошли к финальному нашему.
Okay, let's try again. It's our final speech.
Сегодня у нас произойдет путешествие.
Today we'll be kind of considering the results-oriented cybersecurity. Roman Shapiro, the CISO of the Russian Post, will talk about this journey. Well, hello, colleagues. I'm kind of inspired. The weather is so good and sunny, and those kiosks, there are so many interesting things, but you're still sitting here in this room expecting something from me. Well, I don't know who you are, I don't know why they came, but I will have to share with you kind of the light of knowledge and popularize your kind of interesting things. So we understand that we don't have too many people, and the camera is facing me, not you. So let me ask you the question: who read Hacker's Guide to the Galaxy? Okay, more than I expected. Okay, who understood what was written there? Who liked it?
Вот это вот нормально.
Okay, that's good. That's what I expected.
Мое личное мнение об этом произведении, оно классное. Оно говорит нам примерно следующее.
I believe this is cool, and the message is that the absurd things happening around us, well, it doesn't necessarily prevent us from developing ourselves and our business ideas and so on. On the contrary, it helps us implement our ideas, and thanks to this absurdity, we can do the things we want to do in security. And when we start doing it for the Russian Post, which is a tiny company, isn't it? Okay, a year ago, I was talking about result-oriented cybersecurity, the approaches to implementing this, understanding this, and so on and so forth. And the next year, we were kind of going into this thing. We were looking for phrases, technical requirements. We thought about the presentations, how to cope with this. And we have accumulated quite a lot of experience I wanted to share with you so that you kind of understand how we are going there and how we kind of put in numbers what we had discussed a year ago. I'd like to share Mr. Churchill's kind of phrase. I'll have to explain why many of the things I mentioned a year ago, why many of them are not exactly true or not true exactly. Let's start with this slide. Well, I'm the CISO of Russian Post. Well, Russian Post is not something you imagine it to be. Well, let me ask you a question. Who thinks that Russian Post is the largest IT integrator with a sophisticated business system, high level of centralization, and the use of IT solutions which have never been used by anyone? Okay, less than 2. Okay, great. Okay, what is Russian Post? Russian Post is a huge strategic company. We have 38 postal offices, 150,000 computers, servers, and stuff like that, plus network and equipment. And for sure, the level of centralization is very high. We have 3 data centers, so they don't have any servers in the postal offices in the regions. Everything is managed from the central headquarters. All the systems are managed centrally, and that's how it works. But, well, let's consider some specific cases. Well, to buy 1 memory stick, which is 1,000 rubles, to have it for every postal office of the country, I will need 40 million. Well, this is a huge organization. We have helicopters, we have planes, we had some boats, we even had a goat, but the goat has passed away, unfortunately. So with all this motley collection, we have to struggle day in, day out. So the Hitchhiker's Guide, if you remember, you wake up in the morning and here you have a bulldozer just destroying everything. Well, that's our usual morning for the InfoSec Directorate in Russian Post. What I would like to share with you. Well, when your planet is being destroyed, you think about your next destination, and you think about your prospects and how to avoid the collapse kind of falling on your head. If you want to reach your goals and if you want to do it safely, you should follow some approaches. Last year, I was telling you that, okay, we need to find answers to the question, so why are you running there? So maybe you know why. And you are kind of confident that that's where you are going. Okay, then I'll share with you this preliminary stage for the beginning of your journey so that you understand what you should consider so that you kind of take all the things you need when you start running. Okay, to go or not to go, whom to go with. We'll talk about the technical requirements, project management, how to manage the uncertainty, how to manage risks. And I frankly hope that all these things will make you think, even if you're not going to this field of result-oriented cybersecurity. Well, we call it RESBES. And, well, everyone has his or her own understanding of this results-oriented cybersecurity, or RESBES. Okay, shall we go there or not? There are various ways to define RESBES. And if we look at the PhD kind of premises, we have cybersecurity and cyber resilience and whatnot. The idea is like that. We really want, and this is serious, irrespective of some impact, we want to continue our business. And then it can be converted into any way. You could call it unacceptable events. You could call it strategic risks, as business would call it. And you could call it any other way. It doesn't change the essence. So whether you want to be there or not, if you have everything, you've bought a lot of stuff, the processes have been streamlined, everything is cool, but you need some adrenaline, well, that's where you should go. If you have a lot of stuff, but you understand that just having a lot of systems is not enough, and if, God forbid, you have an incident, a security incident, okay, this is your destination. If you like making working systems from scratch, okay, please join us for the journey. Okay, if you have a crazy CISO who is ready to enter this trendy things, saying, okay, everybody is going there, so let me follow. Okay, please come with us. Okay, who shouldn't go there? We have many types of CISO and heads of InfoSec, but if you believe that all integrators, this is a quote, by the way, are greedy, disabled people with two left hands, and that you can do, well, everything with your two FTEs in the field, that's okay. So you might call it RESBES, but don't position it like that. Okay, if you think that this is something to integrate, and you might call it RESBES, you'll get the money, and this will let you move ahead, well, please don't do this. Then if you don't have time, if you don't have money, so if you don't have enough resources and you understand that you will need years of your life to be invested into this, well, most likely you shouldn't go there. Well, this consumes vast amounts of time. And my colleagues who've been dealing with me day in and day out, giving me some pitying looks, they know that this is from dawn to dusk. And, the dusk is not the sunset. That's when your boss tells you, well, guys, it's too late. I can't survive it anymore. So you shouldn't go there if you kind of think that it's too easy. No, it is not too easy, far from it. So if you think that way, it's not your way to go. How shall we go? Why? Why I'm talking about the how? That's because, well, it's taken us a year to get closer to kind of getting there, to cybersecurity. And to get there, we should understand the agreement, how to determine, you remember there's law 223, 44, federal laws, so we're all subject to it. So we know that Russian Post loves Russian regulators and the legal framework of Russia. That's the only way for us to go. So to be there, we should use a lot of resources. And quite often we do this to convert the ideas which are well positioned, so about ResBus, into some words and specifics. And so you start writing these long paragraphs, and then you understand that it's not ResBus anymore. It's law 223 and 44 for you, and the words are not that beautiful anymore. And it is not a ResBus project; it's an integration project. And now you start thinking whether it's that sexy after all. Okay. Contracts. So we should pick the format. And we should understand how we are going to make it there. So this is a big thing, by the way. ResBus will give you the paradigm you want to reach. And you can get there if you signed a contract with a public participant and the only supplier. You can split it into various other parts. You can determine a format. The most important thing is that when you go there, you should remember that if you kind of start in the scattered around approach, you should bring it all together. But if you start as a unified entity, you should understand how you should somehow connect all those kind of loosely connected and contradicting parts. Okay. It sounds great, ResBus, but if you think that a year will be enough for you to quickly get rid of all the problems you have in your organization, especially if you have a lot of legacy in your huge structure, and if you believe that you'll make all this secure, well, no way. You will not run it unless you have a lot of money and resources. Then you will have some other conditions to begin with. Okay, so please keep it in mind. For how long are you going to kind of sign the contract? From dawn to dusk, 1 year, and so on and so forth. Well, this is difficult for the public participants. It's hard to deal with this rolling over contracts, well, come up with stages and so on. Types of the contracts. So you can say we can buy 1, 2, 3, 5, 6 something. Well, this is great, but this way you will kind of restrict yourself by the set of subsystems you consider to be necessary. But if you have in your requirement describe all the functional features of the software you want to buy and all the software hardware suites you want to buy, then you are going to have a set of the things you already know you'll have to deploy. But if you want to have some flexibility and manageability, consider these contracts and agreements in such a way that you could get not a specific solution, but rather any solution to reach your goal in a given sub-project, sub-stage, and so on. Then we'll talk about contractors. Okay, you can start with the basics. One contract, one supplier, no problem. But then you'll be kind of taken hostage by the supplier, and you will believe the guy. Okay, when will he have to do it? When will he have to do it the way described it in the technical requirements? If you want something new, please remember that we have a consortium. It means that you can use several suppliers who have kind of equal liability. They're responsible for your own element of the infrastructure, and they will have to kind of make this rest best for you. It looks fine, and this way you might save money or get into a lot of trouble. Our kind of cooperation experience in the country shows that we have quite big and strong companies which could cover all the subsystems of InfoSec, starting with technical requirements going all the way to design and to deployment. So they are there, but they're few and far between, and they are in short supply. Anyway, and then several suppliers. You should remember that if you want to build a system, something which will guarantee the result for you, so please don't kind of limit yourself to a given integration approach. So somebody buys NDZ and the firewall and many-to-any rules and so on. And there are many of them, and they all provide all the ISS necessary following the regulatory requirements. But you are focused on the results, right? So we don't think that any-to-many is the rule you want to use. But, well, you should try to avoid this trap. This is a difficult thing. Okay, trading. The initial maximum price of the contract. Here you are kind of in a disadvantage. Okay, well, how much will we have to pay for this or for this? Okay, how much will it cost to buy some kind of firewall? Okay, that's clear. Okay, if you want to buy a subsystem which will let me be a cyber resolutive with cyber immunity, well, people say, well, don't know. And then you have a fork. Either it will be overpriced, either people will come to you and tell you that it's so cheap that we don't even know. Maybe there are some students of university where they do it for their thesis, then the price might be different. So you should know whom you deal with when you determine the maximum price of the contract. Well, it should be in line with the legal requirement. It should be clear enough so that people don't make a mistake. Remember item 119 of the presidential decree as of 1995. We all remember about the criminal code, right? We respect the Russian legal framework in terms of protecting different types of data, kind of restricted data and information. Let's remember that we have it, and you should keep it in line if you discuss a comprehensive project. A comprehensive project will have to adhere to the requirements of the regulators. Okay, Law 223 and Law 44. You might really desire or earn for your results, but this should be in line with the legal requirements. And if you cannot describe it properly, come to us. We'll tell you about our body of knowledge so that we satisfy the requirements of the state, so that we, anyway, get what we need. Okay, you have come up with your ideas, you have convinced the decision makers, you have even determined the initial maximum price for the contract, but for this you need the technical requirements. Okay, so it's really mandatory, otherwise you are prone to mistakes. Okay, we do remember and we have discussed for years that technical requirements are important and necessary. Without technical requirements, where you have kind of, when we are on the same page, then you might have different results and so on and so forth. That's why I limit myself to the things which are mandatory there. Something you should never forget about. This will help you get the results you want.
Мы долго думали, как же это записать, потому что это долго, сложно, большое. вам надо понимать одно. Вы никогда не...
Well, this takes time, and this is difficult, but you should remember, you'll never develop technical requirements which would satisfy all the requirements of the Russian law, and at the same time, kind of be future-proof for the next 3 years, to exclude all the uncertainties we have from the outset.
полноценным, внятным и полезным.
And you should also remember that it should be full-fledged, clear and useful. Just imagine 400 pages for every subsystem. You have, I don't know how many subsystems you are going to have, say 30 of them. Just multiply 400 by 30. It's a lot. Okay. Drafting this kind of technical requirements from your first try would be next to impossible. So we believe that the most important thing here is to describe how we are going to accept, how we are going to generate requirements, how we will kind of follow up on your sequence of tasks, and only then we'll talk about some details and number of pages. So ideally, your technical requirements document should let your contractor or contractors clearly understand that they should do their job so that you're happy as a customer and that they deliver what they promise in a guaranteed way. And contractors should understand how it should be done, not only what, but how. I would think that this document, in this case, should describe this kind of approaches. What you should never forget about. So what do you want as a final result? So how do you want it done? What should be guaranteed and delivered so that you get your hands on this and report on this? We remember that ResBES is about results, and these results should be also verified by various supervisors. So the results you get, considering all the uncertainty you have, these results should satisfy all the supervisors and watchdogs. We have a lot of them. So please remember about the regulators and watchdogs so that they might have a look at what you get and whether it's in line with what you have in your technical requirements document. Even if you say that your cart will have 3 wheels, this cart with 3 wheels should be in line, strictly in line with your technical requirements documents. We also need the metrics, management metrics, that by the determined project implementation entities. Okay, so you will try to kind of
Нужно точно понимать, насколько мелкими эти куски.
So you will make some steps along the way, and you should determine how small they will be. So I mean, these steps. So if you think that 400 acceptance sessions will be fine, why not? Or maybe you should accept it once, and that's also fine. Also, the mechanisms and ways to do it. You can say honestly about, okay, we want design, we want 2 lines for deployment. Okay, they will design and deploy also with these 2 lines. And it will be difficult to say that it's not right, because we all follow the Russian legal framework and so on and so forth. And so what you have in the technical requirements, that's what you finally get. Okay, how are we going to draft it? So we should have the image of your desired outcome. What will you need? You'll need the terms and definitions. Why so? Well, it's cool to say that we want to have cyber resilience in our organization. Our information systems should provide cyber immunity, and they should be vendor agnostic, and so on and so forth. But when in your technical requirements, they will ask you to explain it to everybody what cyber immunity is. Well, I don't know how much time you'll have to invest into defining this. You'll start with biology, then you'll add cyber to this natural biology, and so on and so forth. And this is not easy. One more thing, this is a standalone case. if your ResBus lets you clear up the mess, not only for yourself as the InfoSec guy, but for adjoining guys too, then you will win kind of allies or enemies. So if you have the terms and definitions which will help your accountants or anybody kind of clarify all the kind of stock taking system for your motley collection. They have many systems. So, or if you want to somehow condense it to something you can capitalize, for instance, if the capex and opex in your company is split. So to properly kind of keep track of this, you will find your best allies who will help you now and again, and many times over. So please remember about this. And again, here you can describe the things which will let you avoid some litigation issues. When you upgrade software, for instance, you have there some requirements, so you'll have to get the permission from the rights owner for update, or you'll have to say that we don't change the code, and you can kind of defend yourself from some complaints. Okay, please formulate a goal in the terms of ResBus. If you say to introduce 5 information security systems and then you give the list, this integration has nothing to do with ResBus. And if you say that you want to have a resilient system which will kind of fight back the attacks, and if you use some other terms, and if you follow the SMART methodology, measurable and so on and so forth, right? This is great. But if you put this in the technical requirements document, and if it is long and everything described there should focus on the goal, then you should invest a lot into the goal. Okay, please remember, we are talking about the result, ResBus, right? So if you say that we don't want to be hacked, well, 100%, okay, you can put it down, but how to deliver this, how to measure this, I don't know. I think there would be some foolhardy guys who will help you do it, but I think it will require a lot of effort. And just again, we respect the regulator in the InfoSec field. This is not paper security. Paper security should help the results. Yeah, okay, it sounds great, doesn't it? So don't ignore the regulator's requirement, okay? And if in ResBus we bring together the requirements of the regulator and requirements and make the paper security kind of result-driven, do it and add some specific language to your technical requirements for this. That's great. Okay, what should we add to this list? So, in your ResBus work, you don't just buy ISS. Otherwise, you would just buy NSD, antivirus, cryptography protection, a firewall, and maybe you would even buy the IDS. And everything will be there, everything will be cool, and taken together it will work fine. But that's not what we are talking about. You're not just following the latest requirements. You go further and you want cyber immunity.
So you got to remember that this not only includes the security tools, but also the processes that operate those systems. If you don't have, pardon me, the understanding of what's happening in your perimeter, then perhaps you shouldn't be saying that your perimeter is protected. If you don't understand what assets you are protecting, then it's not very clear what you are protecting altogether. Remember that the process of implementing amendments throughout the lifetime of your contract or contract's implementation in cybersecurity is a separate process. And the process approach, well, recently we talked to people from SOAR. If you don't understand what processes are in SOAR, then you probably don't need SOAR. If you don't need SOAR, then perhaps it's too early for you to go into ResBus. If you think that that's it, it's not. Absolutely, you need to
отчетной документации.
write what will be in your reporting documentation and how it should be implemented. If you would only say that you need the technical requirements and that's it, I will give you a one-pager that has technical requirements on it, and then a few more sheets with one paragraph on each. That would be in full compliance with your so-called technical requirements. So if you want to have real substance, please don't be lazy and write what that substance is going to be and how you're going to operate it. And the lifetime will be different, whether a timed license or an eternal license.
Можно написать, что это фиксированное значение.
You could have a certain value, or you could have a certain value plus a particular data. How would you leverage collective obligations? When do they arise? Say at implementation, you buy certain software, but you buy it not from day one, but only after the technical requirements have been developed. The design has been done with selection of the appropriate solution, and only after that, when you have the guarantee, just think about how you write it. Otherwise, your guarantee or warranty will be 36 months, and it will start on day one and will end at the time the contract is implemented. If you write it well, then it will start at design, and it will end a good period after delivery.
Так, чтобы вы потом получили нечто работающее.
So remember, how do you write it in such a way so that you get something that is working? If you write a CM, if you buy a CM, an EDR, and a sandbox, please think how they should work together. How would you work with a contractor to hold them accountable for making it work? It's good when you have one ecosystem, you have another ecosystem, you have a third ecosystem, and a platform, and it works well. But you wanted it to be not a platform, but individual elements that each of them individually working very well. Please make sure that they would work together from day one, at the time that you formulate the functional requirements to that system. Project management.
Так уж получилось, что
It so happens that I have a Master of Science in project management.
этому учился.
I have done quite a lengthy training,
Полноценное функционирование
and I've done some in-field training as well.
моих детей от потребления
I think
цивилизации. Но смею весь уверить, что менеджер проекта в любой стране
that a project manager
что-то больше $100 000.
in any country makes
Он столько получает. Потому что менеджер
more than $1,000. And why? Because that's a person
что вы добежите
who would most likely ensure that you'd do your race from the beginning to end. And imagine that we are doing a race in cybersecurity. We do have a lot, but how do we reflect all of this in the technical requirements? That is important. Remember what it is that you will need to ensure that they work together. Contractors and subcontractors. And if you don't think of it upfront, it may be quite a large number because there are many ISSs, there are many vendors, etc. Your internal guys, your internal teams, InfoSec, IT, you can't do without IT. What if you have some special secrecy teams? Access control, SCADA, business owners,
но они хотят, чтобы все было хорошо.
Scary people that are not particularly concerned about anything, but they want to make sure that everything is right. You've got economics, finance, you've got HR, you've got legal. All of these elements would still be there when you implement the project. They would either be your allies or your adversaries, and you would never be able to submit your report to accounting when an old accountant sits in front of you and explains to you something and you don't quite understand what they're telling you, but you understand that they would not put the stamp on your report. You would be cursing the day when you didn't write a good technical assignment. Project management system
непосредственно в техническом задании
This is
требования,
the only thing that I think you may not include in the technical requirements, because it is up to you, whatever works best for you. It could be on a sheet of paper, it could be in Excel, it could be in a project management system, so wherever is convenient for you. And if you want a contractor to do it, then do write technical requirements.
Отчетная документация. Очень важная штука.
Reporting, a very, very important thing.
Можете не знать, как сделать так, чтобы
Because
ее составление, но вы
you
знаете, что получится в итоге.
should know what you should get.
Изначально раскроете не только наименование разделов, но и что
you describe upfront not just the section titles, but what they should contain, with all the exceptions and all the situations whereby your contractor may fail to produce a section. Remember, we have
так, чтобы можно было сделать и технически,
various types of documentation.
проект одновременно.
A technical project and a working project, and you've got to describe both. You've got to think of all the exceptions that might come up. If you can, you also want to provide samples of what you want to get, because you can do a lot of explanation of what you want to get and still get not quite what you wanted. If you provide a sample, if you provide a template, it's going to be easier for you.
Которая не обязательно появляется по итогам
The documentation that is not mandatory,
напишите.
and your final metric, would that be labor hours? Would it be labor days? Would it be length? Would it be money? Doesn't matter. Please come up with a measure that measures your smaller stages. Let me give you an example. If you just have one tender, no stages, nothing, with worth 100 million, then your fine for failure to delivery would be a percentage of that. And if you do that for 3 years, then over 3 years, you would never be able to sort out at what point in time things went wrong. So you want to do it bit by bit, piece by piece. It doesn't matter how you kick off the next one, whether it starts with an authorization letter or you have a detailed schedule, but you've got to think about how you manage the timing inside the project. Otherwise, you would find it tough to manage, because projects are sophisticated and tasks are numerous, and sometimes you find out that things are going wrong a little bit too late. What else can help you? Maybe you want to describe how you will verify, whether you will do pilots. How would you select a solution? Maybe that would be a thick 500-page methodology that would help save you money. How you would do your acceptance tests. And imagine there's 1 million of projects implemented concurrently. You wouldn't have the people to test everything. Risk hedging. We'll talk about it separately. Project management, not just about writing the technical requirements, but how you implement that. Remember the key things that should be there. Who are your allies? How will you communicate with them? And the means and resources that you would have. And remember, I told you at the beginning, if you don't have the resources, you don't want to go into res-bes. Allies. You can find them even whenever you didn't think they would be. If you help accounting, they would be your supporters. You have CISOs of other companies. You can test your ideas with them. Community helps. You have colleagues in IT. If you don't make friends with IT, you can stop your project. For better or for worse, the IT guys that you would go to, that you would run hand in hand throughout your project. Communication. Think of how many teams should be there. How will they be distributed? How will you engage the best management? Will you be doing steering committees or other initiatives to keep your team current? Suppose you choose to do a project in chunks, and then you buy one subsystem and two subsystems, and you're being told, okay, we've run out of money, that's it. How would you guarantee
на всем горизонте
financial coverage throughout the project life for your subsystem or system of result-driven cybersecurity. If you don't know whether you will be able to implement it end-to-end, think twice if you want to go there. IT infrastructure and SCADA is also very important when you think about project management. You may hope that the IT guys would deploy the right operating system for you, but it would turn out that it would take them a year and your RESBES is over. How will you interact with them? It's also a matter of project management. The same applies to SCADA. Importantly, you are a CISO of a large organization. You have 5 people at your disposal, and you think that you can do this. But then it turns out that one person goes on a maternity leave, the other one leaves, and you're left with just 3 people. So think about how you will ensure. How will you manage with your resources throughout the project life? Contractors are a separate item. Think about how you're going to manage them, and don't think that your counterparts in the contractor would be competent. When you undertake a lengthy project, there's a lot of uncertainty. What you certainly shouldn't overlook. How do you write in the technical requirements the variable things, the number of servers, the number of people? What would you do with new objects? What would you do if your servers change, if your operating system changes, if your catalog service will be Russian-made? Your email system, how would you ensure your RESBES during transition? How would you do procurement of your software? And there's a thing which is called non-fixed price. When you say that the value of your software will be not more than X, and then you come up with a methodology, and you don't know what exactly software you're going to have. Maybe your antivirus will be from one provider or the other, with the spider one or the green one. What would you do if a particular solution is not available? What would be your final outcome, and how much work you would need? You need to describe all of that in the technical requirements. You need to describe your final stage, and your contractor should understand it. Risks. Well, you can't not talk about risks. Let's think of what risks you might have. Contractor side. Very straightforward. What would you do if they fail to deliver on time? What would you do if you need to terminate with them? What would you do if they fail? What would you do if remote access gets blocked? Or what if you run out of money? How would you terminate? Externally, the regulators change their requirements. Order 17 has been modified, and you have been working to meet the previous version. What would you do if taxation changes and you would have to pay 20% more for your software? All of those risks should certainly be there in your technical requirements or in the contract.
Здесь самое важное действительно не паниковать.
An important thing is not to panic.
Ну и самый главный ответ жизни, Вселенной.
And the most important answer in the universe, whether we will get to RESBES. Indeed, it's 42.
Означает полный абсурд во всей этой идее.
Which
как его задавать?
Means
действительно правильный вопрос.
That it's all about formulating the right question, and it is whether we really want to achieve that RESBES. If you want to include in your technical requirements and your contract what I've described to you, in my 20 slides, then I'm confident that you will get there. But I think that you will be asking different questions. I think that you will be able to find this most important question in the universe for yourselves, and importantly, you will answer the question of why do you need to go there. Okay, thank you for your attention. If you have any questions, I have a few minutes to answer them now.
А вот и Виктор.
And here's Victor.
Роман, спасибо большое за доклад.
Roman, thank you for your presentation.
Коллеги, может, у кого-то вопросы?
Colleagues, do you have any questions?
Да.
Что же вы за люди-то?
У меня тоже будет вопрос потом.
I have a question too.
Да. Раз. Спасибо за доклад.
Okay, thank you for your presentation. Very interesting one.
Он такой не
I understand that the journey to ResBez is quite a challenging one, quite a bumpy one. But what's the alternative? Integration.
Покупаем по функциональным требованиям лучший в мире.
We buy the best product and then we implement it iteratively over a long time. And when we implement the very last elements, we'll start from the beginning because everything would get obsolete. And how it interacts with everything else, well, it's up to you to think about.
Да, коллеги, еще у кого-нибудь вопрос есть?
Any other questions?
Понятно, что мировой опыт для нас, наверное, не очень...
I understand that international experience is not quite relevant for us, but the situation with ResBez, with an outcome-driven contract, how different is our practice from international practice, from your experience? When Alexei Lukatsky started working for all countries of the world, they immediately understood the need to do ResBez as well. So, globally, a result-driven methodology exists not only with us, but other methodologies are difficult to implement under our current legislation, because we can be telling good stories from the stage that will secure or insure everyone from cyber risks, but when you tell them, okay, yes, please insure us, we are happy to give you 10,000 for you to
исполнителей, пока мы бежим туда. А кто нам даст
pay us if there is a claim?
100 миллионов баблосов, которые нужно интегрировать для того, чтобы вот это...
Who would give us the 100 million software to integrate so that the risk didn't materialize? Well, it's tough. The more you think of how to formulate it in the technical requirements, the more restrictions you come up with.
Разница между госрегулированием,
I don't know
она меняется от страны к стране.
if there's a difference in the government regulation, because every country has its own, but everyone wants to get there, because people understand that a pen test is good, but sometimes it doesn't reflect the reality, because it was done the way it's written in the technical requirements, and it's not necessarily that they looked through all that there was, they only looked up the first vector. Okay, so does that mean that we have our own unique way?
Плата от него защиты и аппаратный модуль доверенной загрузки. У нас далеко не свой путь в ResBez.
No, it's not that we have a unique way.
Заокеанские коллеги точно думают о том,
Our overseas
того, как он был сделан.
Counterparts have always, for a long time, have been thinking that the result is more important than the method with which you achieve it. It's just that we are quite late to the game, and we have some national-specific context, so to say, in how we implement it. Well, thank you for a very interesting and practical presentation. I have a couple of questions. Information technology is technology. Information security is technology, but it's also people and processes. And regarding the process and people, what do we need to describe in the technical requirements? And then on the technology side, what makes a difference between a good vendor that is helpful and a not so good vendor?
По очереди то, что уже год назад мной сказано.
Okay.
Но тем не менее по процессу.
A year ago, I talked about this a little bit, but let me recap. When you go to ResBez, you always have this set: processes, technology, and people.
Потому что еще наши уважаемые руководители страны начала прошлого столетия.
Our leadership in early last century said that people who don't know how to deal with technology
Потому что если люди и обладают,
cannot deliver the necessary effect. If people know how to use technology, the results will be there.
микроскопом, в принципе,
If you use technology not the way it was intended, then you can use a microscope to drive nails.
гарантировался какой-то результат,
So if you want
вообще никто не мешает описывать процесс
a system-oriented approach,
в SOAR, в SGRC, в любой
you can describe processes and you implement them in SOAR, in another system, and to add to those processes the technology and the people
в найме или используются как сторонние подрядчики.
that you hire or that you use as external contractors.
Ну, действительно сложно.
Without all of this, it's going to be tough.
Учитывать активы,
We can keep saying that we should take stock of assets,
бизнес-владельцы
take account of assets, but unless you write how you do that and your IT and your security are involved in that, you wouldn't get a good stock take. If there are no processes, there's no result. That's quite straightforward. What was your second question? Oh, a good and a bad vendor.
классика.
Okay,
Как только у вас
let's take a classic example. Whenever you
после происходящего какого-то большого
address
начинается
a vendor's support after a major
когда вендор говорит, не-не-не, ребята,
failure,
продукт отличный,
the vendor starts pointing fingers. The vendor says that we have a good product, but your experts operate it not the way it's written in the manual. And if they do operate it the way it's written in the manual, they would say
это интегратор.
that
Он неправильно внедрил. Интегратор говорит,
it is the integrator's fault. They didn't deliver it well. The integrator says, no, I did deliver it well, but at design, because of your product, there were some issues. And so this finger pointing is a problem.
мониторинг инфраструктуры,
Or
который, не дай бог, случился инцидент.
if there's a service provider that does infrastructure monitoring and then has been an InfoSec incident, they would say, yes, we have a contract, we do monitoring for this contract, but you know, we only cover 20% of the infrastructure and the incidents happens over there. So we have nothing to do with it. We have told them a couple of times, let's get together and do it the right way, but they didn't want to do it. So a stupid question arises. Why? So for me, a good vendor is one that can write the technical requirements that should clearly explain how their product should use in res-bez, who is capable of designing how to make sure that it's used and operated that way in your IT infrastructure. They would also make sure that it's implemented in the right way, observing best practices. And when, as they do the audit of completion, they would make sure that it was done to their specification. I had a great conversation with a major vendor, a really big vendor, and we discussed that we'll have a particular closed segment which would contain products from only one vendor who could do a turnkey solution.
Я вот озвучил перед этим, нету возможности свалить на кого-то другого.
So there's no
что будет, если вот он сам
opportunity to point a finger to anyone else? What would happen if they designed everything, they supplied the product, they implemented the product, and then they get hacked? So what would happen if that happens? Well, the answer is quite straightforward, that the product and the vendor are not quite good. But the vendor somehow didn't like it. Maybe because they believe that their products are top-notch. But if you have partners who can guarantee the outcome, then it's a good vendor. If all they do is sell you the box and then it's up to you, and you have to, and you are left alone with it, and their support would tell you that you didn't hit the right buttons, then it's not a good vendor. Any other questions?
Я один только вот.
I'll ask just one.
Результативная кибербезопасность.
Okay, result-oriented
Вот при внедрении
security.
Почта России ощутила уже какие-то результаты?
When you implemented the methodology, did the Russian Post experience the real outcomes from that security implementation? And how much time would it take for a company to really feel the good results of security measures? Well, the cycle is 6 to 12 months, and that's if you're lucky, if you have all the funding in place. And appreciating the results, it's difficult to measure. Well, understanding the problem is what we probably already have. We understand at least how deep is the rabbit hole.
Которые есть в компании.
Опять-таки, наверное, сильно повезло.
Well, I think
Я описывал союзников.
I'm lucky. I talked about allies. In our organization, everyone from the CEO understands the importance of information security for what we do. We understand that information security is an important building block that helps our customers feel more secure because we care about our customers. Because in the area of personal data protection, we cover almost the full nation, and we among them have people who come from
тяжелая большая работа, которая является элементом
socially unprotected.
развития общества в целом. Поэтому здесь нет проблем донести до лиц, принимающих решения.
So we don't have an issue to communicate the importance of information security. The difficulty is to understand the scale of uncertainty while we move to implementation. Thank you very much. That was Roman Shapiro, CISO of Russian Post. Let's put our hands together for him.
Друзья, спасибо, что провели целый день на таком замечательном треке.
Friends, thank you for spending your full day here at this track, CISO School.
Эмоциональным он получился про людей, что очень здорово, не только.
It turned out to be quite emotional. It turned out to be about people, not just about technology. Thank you for being with us. All the best to you.